Professor Jonkin's Cannibal Plant by Howard R. Garris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winnifred Assmann. Professor Jonkin's Cannibal Plant by Howard R. Garris. A triumph of cultivation which threatened a tragedy in mastication. After Professor Jephthah Jonkin had, by skilful grafting and care, succeeded in raising a single tree that produced, at different seasons, apples, oranges, pineapples, figs, coconuts, and peaches, it might have been supposed he would rest from his scientific labors. But Professor Jonkin was not that kind of a man. He was continually striving to grow something new in the plant world. So it was no surprise to Bradley Adams, when calling on his friend the professor one afternoon, to find the scientist busy in his large conservatory. "What are you up to now?" asked Adams. "Trying to make a rose bush produce violets, or a honeysuckle vine bring forth pumpkins?" "Neither," replied Professor Jonkin, a little stiffly, for he resented Adams's playful tone. "Not that either of those things would be difficult, but look at that." He pointed to a small plant with bright, glossy green leaves, mottled with red spots. The thing was growing in a large earthen pot. It bore 3 flowers, about the size of morning glories, and not unlike that blossom in shape, save, near the top, there was a sort of lid, similar to the flap observed on a jack-in-the-pulpit plant. "Look down one of those flowers," went on the professor, and Adams, wondering what was to come, did so. He saw within a small tube, lined with fine hair-like filaments, which seemed to be in motion, and the shaft or tube went down to the bottom of the morning-glory-shaped part of the flower. At the lower extremity was a little clear liquid. "Kind of a queer blossom. What is it?" asked Adams. "That," said the professor with a note of pride in his voice, "is a specimen of the Sarracenia nepenthes." "What's that? French for sunflower, or Latin for sweet pea?" asked Adams irreverently. "It is Latin for pitcher plant," responded the professor, drawing himself up to his full height of 5 feet 3, "one of the most interesting of the South American flora." "The name fits it pretty well," observed Adams. "I see there's water at the bottom. I suppose this isn't the pitcher that went to the well too often." "The Sarracenia nepenthes is a most wonderful plant," went on the professor in his lecture voice, not heeding Adams's joking remarks. "It belongs to what Darwin calls the carnivorous family of flowers, and other varieties of the same species are the Dionaea muscipola, or Venus flytrap, the Darlingtonia, the Pinguicula, and Aldrovandra, as well as—" "Hold on, Professor," pleaded Adams. "I'll take the rest on faith. Just tell me about this pitcher plant. It seems interesting." "It is interesting," said Professor Jonkin. "It eats insects." "Eats insects?" "Certainly. Watch." The professor opened a small wire cage lying on a shelf and took from it several flies. These he liberated close to the queer plant. The insects buzzed about a few seconds, dazed with their sudden liberty. Then they began slowly to circle in the vicinity of the strange flowers. Nearer and nearer the blossoms they came, attracted by some subtle perfume, as well as by a sweet syrup that was on the edge of the petals, put there by nature for the very purpose of drawing hapless insects into the trap. The flies settled down, some on the petals of all 3 blooms. Then a curious thing happened. The little hair-like filaments in the tube within the petals suddenly reached out and wound themselves about the insects, feeding on the sweet stuff, and which seemed to intoxicate them. In an instant the flies were pulled to the top of the flower shaft by a contraction of the hairs, and then they went tumbling down the tube into the miniature pond below, where they were drowned after a brief struggle. Their crawling back was prevented by spines growing with points down, as the wires in some rat traps are fastened. Meanwhile, the cover of the plant closed down. "Why, it's a regular fly-trap, isn't it?" remarked Adams, much surprised. "It is," replied the professor. "The plant lives off the insects it captures. It absorbs them, digests them, and when it is hungry again, catches more." "Where'd you get such an uncanny thing?" asked Adams, moving away from the plant as if he feared it might take a sample bite out of him. "A friend sent it to me from Brazil." "But you're not going to keep it, I hope?" "I certainly am," rejoined Professor Jonkin. "Maybe you're going to train it to come to the table and eat like a human being," suggested Adams with a laugh that nettled the professor. "I wouldn't have to train it much to induce it to be polite," snapped back the owner of the pitcher plant. And then, seeing that his jokes were not relished, Adams assumed an interest he did not feel, and listened to a long dissertation on botany in general and carnivorous plants in particular. He would much rather have been eating some of the queer hybrid fruits the professor raised. He pleaded an engagement when he saw an opening in the talk and went away. It was some months after that before he saw the professor again. The botanist was busy in his conservatory in the meantime, and the gardener he hired to do rough work noticed that his master spent much time in that part of the glass house where the pitcher plant was growing. For Professor Jonkin had become so much interested in his latest acquisition that he seemed to think of nothing else. His plan for increasing strawberries to the size of peaches was abandoned for a time, as was his pet scheme of raising apples without any core. The gardener wondered what there was about the South American blossoms to require such close attention. One day he thought he would find out, and he started to enter that part of the conservatory where the pitcher plant was growing. Professor Jonkin halted him before he had stepped inside, and sternly bade him never to appear there again. As the gardener, crestfallen, moved away after a glimpse into the forbidden region, he muttered, "My, that plant has certainly grown. And I wonder what the professor was doing so close to it. Looked as if he was feeding the thing." As the days went by, the conduct of Professor Jonkin became more and more curious. He scarcely left the southern end of the conservatory, save at night when he entered his house to sleep. He was a bachelor and had no family cares to trouble him, so he could spend all his time among his plants. But hitherto he had divided his attention among his many experiments in the floral kingdom. Now he was always with his mysterious pitcher plant. He even had his meals sent into the greenhouse. "Be you keepin' boarders?" asked the butcher boy of the gardener one day, pausing on his return to the store, his empty basket on his arm. "No. Why?" "The professor is ordering so much meat lately. I thought you had company." "No, there's only us two. Mr. Adams used to come to dinner once in a while, but not lately." "Then you and the professor must have big appetites." "What makes you think so?" "The number of beefsteaks you eat." "Number of beefsteaks? Why, my lad, the professor and I are both vegetarians." "What's them?" "We neither of us eat a bit of meat. We don't believe it's healthy." "Then what becomes of the 3 big porterhouse steaks I deliver to the professor in the greenhouse every day?" "Porterhouse steaks?" questioned the gardener, amazed. "Do you feed 'em to the dog?" "We don't keep a dog." But the butcher boy questioned no further, for he saw a chum and hastened off to join him. 3 porterhouse steaks a day?" mused the gardener, shaking his head. "I do hope the professor has not ceased to be a vegetarian. Yet it looks mighty suspicious, and he's doing it on the sly, too, for there's been no meat cooked in the house, of that I'm sure." And the gardener, sorely puzzled over the mystery, went off, shaking his head more solemnly than before. He resolved to have a look in the place the professor guarded so carefully. He tried the door when he was sure his master was in another part of the conservatory, but it was locked, and no key the gardener had would unfasten it. A month after the gardener had heard of the porterhouse steaks, Adams happened to drop in to see his friend the professor again. "He's in with the Sarracenia nepenthes," said the gardener, in answer to the visitor's inquiry. "But I doubt if he will let you enter." "Why won't he?" "Because he's become mighty close-mouthed of late over that pitcher plant." "Oh, I guess he'll see me," remarked Adams confidently, and he knocked on the door that shut off the locked section of the greenhouse from the main portion. "Who's there?" called the professor. "Adams." "Oh," in a more conciliatory tone, "I was just wishing you'd come along. I have something to show you." Professor Jonkin opened the door, and the sight that met Adams's gaze startled him. The only plant in that part of the conservatory was a single specimen of the Sarracenia nepenthes. Yet it had attained such enormous proportions that at first Adams thought he must be dreaming. "What do you think of that for an achievement in science?" asked the professor proudly. "Do you mean to say that is the small, fly-catching plant your friend sent you from Brazil?" "The same." But how it's grown, that's what you want to say, isn't it?" "It is. How did you do it?" "By dieting the blossoms." "You mean—" "I mean feeding them. Listen, I reasoned that if a small blossom of the plant would thrive on a few insects, by giving it larger meals I might get a bigger plant. So I made my plans. First, I cut off all but one blossom so that the strength of the plant would nourish that alone. Then I made out a bill of fare. I began feeding it on chopped beef. The plant took to it like a puppy. It seemed to beg for more. From chopped meat, I went to small pieces cut up. I could fairly see the blossom increase in size. From that I went to choice mutton chops, and after a week of them, with the plant becoming more gigantic all the while, I increased its meals to a porterhouse steak a day. And now—" The professor paused to contemplate his botanical work. "Well, now?" questioned Adams. "Now," went on the professor proudly, "my pitcher plant takes 3 big beefsteaks every day, one for breakfast, one for dinner, and one for supper, and see the result." Adams gazed at the immense plant. From a growth about as big as an Easter lily, it had increased until the top was near the roof of the greenhouse, 25 feet above. About 15 feet up, or 10 feet from the top, there branched out a great flower, about 8 feet long and 3 feet across, the bell-shaped mouth, which, except for the cap or cover, was not unlike the opening of an immense morning-glory. The flower was heavy, and the stalk on which it grew was not strong enough to support it upright. So a rude scaffolding had been constructed of wood and boards, and on a frame the flower was held upright. In order to see it to better advantage, and also that he might feed it, the professor had a ladder by which he could ascend to a small platform in front of the bell-shaped mouth of the blossom. "It is time to give my pet its meal," he announced, as if he were speaking of some favorite horse. "Want to come up and watch it eat?" "No, thank you," responded Adams. "It's too uncanny." The professor took a large steak, one of the 3 which the butcher boy had left that day. Holding it in his hand, he climbed up the ladder and was soon on the platform in front of the plant. Adams watched him curiously. The professor leaned over to toss the steak into the yawning mouth of the flower. Suddenly Adams saw him totter, throw his arms wildly in the air, and then, as if drawn by some overpowering force, he fell forward, lost his balance, and toppled into the maw of the pitcher plant. There was a jar to the stalk and blossom as the professor fell within. He went head first into the tube or eating apparatus of the strange plant, his legs sticking out for an instant, kicking wildly. Then he disappeared entirely. Adams didn't know whether to laugh or be alarmed. He mounted the ladder and stood in amazement before the result of the professor's work as he looked down into the depth of the gigantic flower, increased 100 times in size. He was aware of a strange, sickish, sweet odor that seemed to steal over his senses. It was lulling him to sleep, and he fought against it. Then he looked down and saw that the huge hairs or filaments with which the tube was lined were in violent motion. He could just discern the professor's feet about 3 feet below the rim of the flower. They were kicking, but with a force growing less every second. The filaments seemed to be winding about the professor's legs, holding him in a deadly embrace. Then the top cover, or flap of the plant, closed down suddenly. The professor was a prisoner inside. The plant had turned cannibal and eaten the man who had grown it. For an instant, fear deprived Adams of reason. He did not know what to do. Then the awful plight of his friend brought back his senses. "Professor," he shouted, "are you alive? Can you hear me?" "Yes," came back in faint and muffled tones. "This beast has me all right." Then followed a series of violent struggles that shook the plant. "I'll get you out. Where's an axe? I'll chop the cursed plant to pieces," cried Adams. "Don't! Don't!" came in almost pleading tones from the imprisoned professor. "Don't what?" "Don't hurt my pet." "Your pet?" snorted Adams angrily. "Nice kind of a pet you have, one that tries to eat you alive. But I've got to do something if I want to save you. Where's the axe?" "No, no," begged the professor, his voice becoming more and more muffled. "Use chloroform." "Use what?" "Chloroform. You'll find some in the closet." Then Adams saw what the professor's idea was. The plant could be made insensible, and the imprisoned man released with no harm to the blossom. He raced down the ladder, ran to a closet where he had seen the professor's stock of drugs and chemicals stowed away on the occasion of former visits, and grabbed a big bottle of chloroform. He caught up a towel and ran back up the ladder. Not a sign of the professor could be seen. The plant had swallowed him up, but by the motion and swaying of the flower, Adams knew his friend was yet alive. He was in some doubt as to the success of this method, and would rather have taken an axe and chopped a hole in the side of the blossom, thus releasing the captive. But he decided to obey the professor. Saturating the towel well with the chloroform and holding his nose away from it, he pressed the wet cloth over the top of the blossom where the lid touched the edge of the bloom. There was a slight opening at one point, and Adams poured some of the chloroform down this. He feared lest the fumes of the anesthetic might overpower the professor also, but he knew they would soon pass away if this happened. For several minutes he waited anxiously. Would the plan succeed? Would the plant be overcome before it had killed the professor inside? Adams was in a fever of terror. Again and again he saturated the towel with the powerful drug. Then he had the satisfaction of seeing the lid of the picture plant relax. It slowly lifted and fell over to one side, making a good-sized opening. The strong filaments, not unlike the arms of a devilfish, Adams thought, were no longer in uneasy motion. They had released their grip on the professor's legs and body. The spines, which had pointed downward, holding the plant's prey, now became limber. Adams leaned over. He reached down, grasped the professor by the feet, and, being a strong man, while his friend was small and light, he pulled him from the tube of the flower, a little dazed from the fumes of the chloroform the plant had breathed in, but otherwise not much the worse for his adventure. He had not reached the water at the bottom of the tube, which fact saved him from drowning. "Well, you certainly had a narrow squeak," observed Adams, as he helped the professor down the ladder. "I did," admitted the botanist. "If you had not been on hand, I don't know what would have happened. I suppose I would have been eaten alive." "Unless you could have cut yourself out of the side of the flower with your knife," observed Adams. "What? And killed the plant I raised with such pains?" ejaculated the professor. "Spoil the largest Sarracenia nepenthes in the world? I guess not. I would rather have let it eat me." "I think you ought to call it the Cannibal plant instead of the pitcher plant," suggested Adams. "Oh, no," responded the professor dreamily, examining the flower from a distance to see if any harm had come to it. "But to punish it, I will not give it any supper or breakfast. That's what it gets for being naughty," he added, as if the plant were a child. "And I suggest that when you feed it hereafter," said Adams, "you pass the beefsteaks in on a pitchfork. You won't run so much danger then." "That's a good idea. I'll do it," answered the professor heartily. And he has followed that plan ever since. End of Professor Jonkin's Cannibal Plant by Howard R. Garris.
Dancing Dust by Herman George Scheffauer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dancing Dust by Hermann George Scheffauer. "Bring me," said Professor Oswald Sabin, but he got no further. The deep, orotund voice, which held no hint of age, Dora reflected that its vibrant, organ-like music had been one of the factors that had brought her under his tremendous spell and bound their lives together, was cut off sharp and sheer as by a switch. As she turned on her high heel, she saw what she knew she would see, the magnificent head tossing upon the pillow, the high forehead purple with congestion, the dark brown eyes rolling, the bleached hand with the long fingers, like those of a master pianist, trembling upon the coverlet of the bed. Paralysis had seized him again, had blasted his tongue, had snared up his throat. Had it petrified his fingers this time? The young wife handed her husband pen and pencil. The dynamic will of the man commanded the flesh to obey, but every finger rebelled. There was a twitching, nothing more, but she knew the routine. "Your manuscript?" she asked. "No," replied the large, lustrous eyes. "Sir Thomas Browne, the Religio Medici, was one of his favorite books." "No." "Pater's Renaissance?" "No." "Mark Twain, his last philosophic?" "No." Perhaps he wanted the plans of the tower, the mysterious tower, the secret of which he had never confided to her. There it stood on the hillock above the house, dominating Sheraton. Through the square frames of the cross-mullioned sash, she saw it clearly against the clump of pines, four-square, brutal, ominous. It was like the turret of an old town wall, a hollow shaft lifting its round metallic top to heaven. 4 bosses of polished bronze were built into the stones of each side, like embedded cannonballs. A low copper dome was visible above the walls. The plans of the tower lay in a large portfolio of pigskin, locked, the key on a silk cord around his neck. "The plans?" she faltered. At times he was so remote, not only in age and genius, that he no longer seemed to be her husband, but only the great man, one of humanity's heroes, a fragment of the age, of history. His eyes shone, but the lid twitched in the negative that she understood. She suggested a dozen further alternatives, but without success. His muscular, well-knit frame seemed to dilate. The blue veins on the noble forehead swelled. The eyes sparkled as if cut in facets. The great man had become the great child. That luminous brain, which had helped to change the face of the world and the course of civilization, was battling to break through the barriers of the incommunicable, to triumph over matter, but it remained earth-bound and mute. Thought, will, and desire were shut up in the dungeon of the paralyzed body. He had invented instruments and apparatus that were almost human, more than human, in the radius and reach of sensitive response and mechanical perception. They talked and ticked and registered, almost sentient creatures, all over the world at this very moment. Yet here their creator lay helpless. Pity, fear, yes, a kind of horror, overcame her. If only it were over, she thought. She had learned now that veneration, respect, devotion could not take the place of love. Then conscience, old religious scruples, snapped up like toothed traps hidden in the grass of the days and caught at her feet. Civilization, marriage, domesticity, the aura of his fame in which she lived, all vanished. Helpless male and weak female, they faced each other like two sphinxes of stone. A gulf lay between them, and in the crevasse, deep down, ran the roaring stream of life, divided and at different levels. Concentrated fury now sparkled from the eyes of her husband. They were all that lived, yet they lived terribly. Their hatred, she knew, was bent not against her, but against fate. 2 tears rolled down the flushed, hanging flesh of his cheeks. Should she send for Hubert Aspinwall? His assistant? His disciple? No, not him. She could not bear to see this ordeal, and went out. As the door closed behind her, she felt 2 tears roll down her own smooth cheeks. She cast a glance at a mirror in the corridor. She looked pale, she thought, and careworn. Had her husband noticed it? No. Had Hubert Aspinwall noticed it? Would he notice it? She drew a letter from her pocket and read it. Her face glowed. The life forces were suddenly augmented through her entire being. She kissed the signature, a large S.W. A smile, deep and inscrutable as that of Eve, played about her lips and belied the nun-like coiffure of her dark hair. The morning of the second day after this seizure saw Oswald Sabin partially restored. He was now eager to rise, but Thora forbade it. She said to herself, laying a comfortable unction to her questioning heart, "It is best for him." Then she asked herself the question which she hoped would drive out self-reproach. Am I not solicitous for his welfare? Am I not? To her husband she said, "What is it you wanted, Oswald?" A smile spread over his face. It was that sweet, shining smile that made the austere face, in its frame of long hair, almost boyish. The ice that had bound his arms and fingers was gone. He waved his hands in the air and snapped his fingers. "It is the acme of atrocious, dear," said he. "Think of it. I who have enabled journalists, politicians, stock jobbers, and lovers to see and jabber with one another simultaneously and at a dozen spots between New York and Melbourne, and have thereby advanced civilization a full half-inch, could not find a way to tell you that I wanted you to take down that fiddle on the wall." She took it down and pressed it into his hands. "And then the bow. And now a sheet of Bristol board from the drafting room, and some fine sand. That from the broken hourglass will do." She brought him all these. As he dallied gracefully with fiddle and bow, he reminded her of some great maestro. His silver mane was like that of Liszt. "The time has come, Thora," he said with a mellow gravity, "for you to know about—" A fit of coughing seized him. His neck and forehead reddened. Great God, what if another stroke? "Yes," she said tensely. "Yes." He recovered himself slowly. The words writhed out between the strong, slightly yellowed teeth. "The tower." At last, one of the shadows, the secrets that had laid between them, was about to pass. She knew by every tiny fibre of her woman's instinct that this strange structure of stone was not to be devoted to science alone, that in some way it was bound up with his destiny and hers. "The tower," he went on, pointing in its direction with the bow, "is not only an observation point, a nucleus of forces. It is a musical instrument." "A musical instrument?" "It is a harp." "What?" "An Aeolian harp." "I do not understand," she said. "You shall, but it is also a home." "A home?" "A habitation, for someone to live there after." "After?" "After he is dead. Yes, it is a tomb, a mausoleum." "For whom?" "For me. First for me. Then perhaps for you." She was silent. Cold settled over her soul. That perhaps had given her heart a wrench. But the letter in her bosom was there. A heart seemed to beat out of it against hers. "You know the conditions of our living together and of our dying alone." "Yes," she said. I'll keep them." "You have known only a part of them, dear, the part connected with dying, my dying. You know," he went on, "I've tried to teach men to regard both living and dying as a seemly feast. It was easy to teach the joy of life. even with all its concomitants of pain. But who would believe that the end of living might also involve a kind of rapture, deep, still, serene? It was necessary to teach that, far more necessary than the other. It was not easy. It is perhaps only for the elect. To most men, growing old may be like growing poor. I have grown rich with the treasures of life, but I feel that I am also weak, that I must keep on bringing up this great truth now that I must soon put it to the test. The Socratic passing, that is the secret. But in spite of my regret at leaving life, above all leaving you, dearest, he caught her hand, kissed it, and fondled it, I know I shall play the end as I intended. You know it, and therefore you will, she faltered. My going is cheered by the thought that it will mean liberation for you, that you will be happy with my pupil, my heir, the man I love above all others, Hubert Aspinwall. He alone can carry on and complete my work. My work must go on. You must help him. The sick man was silent for a moment, then resumed. I, too, shall live on, as dust lives. She thought of his rationalism, crystal cold, yet always bound up with a kind of high poetry and religious feeling. As dust lives and is full of joy. See here. He smoothed the sand upon the paper, and held the violin above it, upside down. He then drew the bow sharply across the strings, tearing a long, deep, tremulous note from them. The sand trembled and danced. It rushed together in drifts and lines, and thickened and thinned in spirals that opened and closed, ebbed and flowed. He changed the note, and the fine yellow sand took still other shapes and forms. Thora stared, uncomprehending. Suppose, Thora, that this dust were human. Oh, what an idea! It is an idea full of immensities. I, the austere, stoic man of science, will give the world a last gift before I die, a new beauty, a new expression for life, for death, a symbol for immortality. I shall continue to live, for motion is life. In the sense of science, I shall continue to preach, to teach. He smiled his bitter, sweet, ironic smile. To sing. Even pilgrims may come to Sheralton, to this house. The Sabin Museum, to my tower. He sat sunk in silence, like a king brooding upon eternity. Her voice seemed harsh, like the everyday things of the world. And yet, Oswald, I do not understand. The tower over there, he resumed, is like this violin. It is really a huge harp, an Aeolian harp, built to last, of tempered bands and tuned cords of copper, phosphor, bronze, iron, silver, and strips of thin gold. All are delicately attuned according to my principles. In the copper hood of the tower are 4 openings, air gates, at present sealed up. They face north, east, south, and west. These mouths open into tubes and cylinders. Embedded under the cords of the great wind harp is a vibrant plate, a tympanum as sensitive as a seismograph. On the west side of the tower, near the top, there is a loose stone. After I am dead, or, let us say, after these paralytic nerves and muscles and bones have been refined into a canister full of thin, crisp dust and ashes, pulvis et sinis, this stone is to be removed, the ashes poured in, and the stone cemented into place. A great happiness beamed from his eyes. His face was irradiated as she had always seen it when some great discovery of his was perfected. He went on, and ecstasy lighted in him, as from some iridescent core within. His voice rang distant and detached, as if it were already proceeding from the tower, as if he were addressing multitudes that stood below. He saw them, the generations, the ant-hills of humanity for which he had labored and suffered and dreamed, and which, unlike the sand upon the paper before him. When the winds blow, I shall be with you all, With every one of the 4 winds I shall speak differently to you, running the whole gamut of life and all the emotions that range between joy and grief, between love and hate, the eternal attraction, the eternal repulsion, which is life and change. The dust that was Oswald Sabin shall continue to live, to leap, to dance, now to a zephyr, now to a hurricane, for years, for decades, for centuries. Thus I shall continue to be active in the universe, in the eternal dance of the atoms. My whole being shall be thrilled with the fresh, pure breath of the winds of the world. I shall hear and feel and smell and taste the earth, the air. Professor Oswald Sabin died 3 weeks later. For several weeks he lived again in the press of every land, in memorial services in every tongue, in the magnetic blood of the almost superhuman instruments he had invented. After the cremation, the stone in the tower was removed. Only the window and Hubert Aspinwall stood on the tower. Thora lifted the copper canister with the thin ashes, but her hands shook. The canister almost fell from her clasp. Aspinwall took the container and poured in the grey mass. A thin musical tinkling and rustling came from within, as if a legion of mice were scrambling along tubes of glass. Aspinwall, dressed in black from head to foot, pressed the hand of the widow, but she withdrew it quickly and ran down the circular iron staircase, then down the hill to the house. Aspinwall leaned over the parapet and watched her. He knew then that one of the burning desires of his master would never be carried out. The soul of Thora Sabin, freed from the bands that had bound it, half in reverence, half in a sort of daughterly love, to the great man, now reached forth for a warmer, more passionate life, a life of which she had dreamed as a wider existence. She, the incarnation of smouldering impulses and yearnings, of lover-like yet maternal instincts, was never intended to be a scientist's wife. She hated science. She feared Hubert Aspinwall, who was a scientist, and a priestly scientist, in every fibre of his nature. He was bound by a pledge which she knew he would keep, to carry out the uncompleted work of Oswald Sabin, the master whom he adored, the task to which he was consecrated. After a few attempts to win Thora, soul-searing encounters in which her aversion to him accentuated itself to a glow of hatred that left him dumb, Aspinwall gave up all hope. He left in despair, taking Sabin's papers with him, among them the plans of the tower, and removed the entire laboratory to a neighboring villa. The tower, strangely enough, remained mute to all winds. Aspinwall alone knew why. After a year, Thora Sabin married Sanders Wright, an old schoolmate of hers. He was a laughing blond viveur, a loose, debonair devil. She scarcely recognized the man whom she had once known and loved, and who had written her such moving letters from abroad. Wright scoffed at the idea of converting the mansion into a Sabin Museum of Science. It began to blaze, from basement to attic, night after night. The garden broke into a revel of Japanese lanterns. Music came from the grounds. Dancing forms swept past the windows. Mrs. Wright and her husband were burning life at both ends. The professor's fortune furnished candles and matches. Aspinwall, a heavy-hearted recluse, sat in his laboratory, communing with the spirit of his great teacher, agonizing over the solution of the problems left him as a legacy. "What's this big metal band?" asked Sanders Wright one day. He had encountered a flat strip of copper, half an inch thick and 2 inches broad, which ran through a closed closet off the hall. It seemed to pierce the house from top to bottom. "I don't know," said Thora. "It has something to do with the lightning rod, I believe." The first indication of a voice from the 4th dimension was recorded by the telephone instruments of Sherrilton. There was a strange, unusual vibration in the earpieces, an almost eerie ringing, higher than the human register. The center of the disturbance was traced to a telephone pole in close proximity to the tower. Aspinwall advised the removal of the pole to another position, and the disturbance ceased. But why was the tower dumb? Why did the Aeolian mechanism fail to operate? Could Sabin have made a miscalculation? People said that his widow still held the key which would release the voice of the harp, but Wright had forbidden its use. In a fit of retrospective jealousy, he had even caused her to destroy all that still linked her life, or her memories, with Professor Sabin. Aspinwall was working out mysterious formulas. Wright made threats. If the infernal tower should begin to give voice, he would blow it up with dynamite. Spookish myths began to spread about Chilton. Someone who had been in the grounds one night had put his ear to the stone and had heard strange murmurs and tickings within. Another said that the copper bosses that stood out like angry carbuncles on the four sides of the tower, powerful electrodes or poles, had glowed with a purplish fluorescence. Aspinwall remained buried in his laboratory. At times, but always at night, he emerged, dressed in overalls like a workman, his hands and his face shining with a thin coat of greenish grime. Some tremendous experiment was under way. Forces were being marshaled for some battle between occult and material powers. Meanwhile, the big house continued to ring with revelry. Strange, dissipated creatures, Wright's former cronies, came in motor cars from the metropolis. Thora Wright, whose beauty had taken on a challenging and perilous cast, often galloped forth in a mannish riding costume on a cream-colored horse. Then, one night, a warm summer's night, the tower began to speak. It was actually more like human speech than mechanical music. It was more like a song than speech. Its unearthly melody, its compelling sorcery, went forth wonderfully into the night. It invaded the windows of Thora Wright's rooms, her ears, her whole soul. She arose, trembling. His voice. It was persuasive, sweet, full of that irresistible, moving magic which he had been able to impart to it, even as an old man. It was the voice with which, invested with the halo of his fame, he had wooed and won her. She thrust her feet into her slippers, stole past Sanders Wright, who was dozing sottishly on the sofa in the library, went out into the warm air, and crept to the tower. His dust, the dust that had loved her, was dancing within, under the impulse of that mild breeze. The trees rustled. The whole earth seemed warm. He was living again, speaking in the wind. What message lay in this music, metallic, yet full of superhuman sweetness? Was it a complaint, an accusation, or a lament? She seemed somehow to feel the presence of Hubert Aspinwall, his voice mingling with that of her dead husband. A light was burning in the turret room of the scientist's laboratory. One moonlit night, when Sanders Wright was smoking in his garden, he saw Dr. Aspinwall come out of the tower and lock the ponderous steel door, as thick as that of a treasury vault. He ran and caught the frail scientist by the neck. "You sneaking whelp, creeping around here like a thief," he bellowed. "I'll teach you." Aspinwall turned and grappled with him. "I'm here by authority of Professor Sabin, as you know," he said. "Sabin's dead and gone to hell," shouted Wright. "Dead men have no authority here." He struck Aspinwall full in the face. Blood flowed down the scientist's pale, scholarly cheek. His thin figure trembled. His dark eyes blazed. He choked. Then he wrestled himself free. "The next time I'll kill you, like a burglar," snarled Wright. "Get out." "You will hear from us both," said Aspinwall at last, in a voice that seemed to come ventriloquistically from his inmost depths. His lips, dark with blood, were motionless. He turned and went. 2 nights afterwards, the heavens were broken up. The clouds were balled and battered together by a fierce norther. In the intervals of the howling hurricane and the booming thunder, the voice of the tower was heard, a deep, sonorous music, hard, prophetic, oracular, a sound as of spheres of ice and iron ricocheting across the firmamental plateaus, as of a titanic foghorn blowing from both poles, an august and awful symphony. The whole house vibrated with it, a ball of flame, like St. Martin's fire upon mastheads at sea, played about the glittering point of the lightning rod and the 4 bronze bosses. "It is his voice!" cried Thora. There was no escape from the tremendous tumult of the tones. She ran in terror to the tiny closet off the corridor, to bury her head in the rugs and curtains stored there. The dust of the dead man was convulsed by the storm. Every atom of that great mind was dancing to the stupendous orchestra. Nay, she had the feeling that he was leading it, that this pile of ashes was the true heart of the tempest. The whole house sang and vibrated like telegraph wires in the wind. The copper band that had passed through the closet thrilled like a gigantic tuning fork. It seemed to grow warm to her hand. After this she almost yielded to Wright's persistent demands that she should sell the house and let him invest the money. There were offers for the property, but in this, at least, she resolved to be true to her trust. The tower and the house were now elevated by the population of Cheriton to the distinction of being veritably haunted. The offers from would-be purchasers ceased. The parties ceased too, and the dances. Sometimes cries and loud quarrelings were heard. People said that Wright had gone from bad to worse, that he was drinking desperately and even beating his wife. The tower had become a wonder and a mystery. Often, when the soft winds from the south poured themselves into the wide copper throat that gaped toward the point of the heavens, a wonderful music streamed forth over the landscape and the town, and every one paused to listen. Unutterable yearning, love, rapture, a golden sensuousness that tore at every nerve of joy, flooded the air like amber. Women and girls felt their hearts melt within them, and the men they loved found them without will in this hour. Then again, a boisterous west wind, tearing in from the sea, would set the chords ringing. The soft notes became brazen trumpet choruses, goads to the blood, calls to adventure, clarion challenges cascading down from the blue dome or darting from the steel eyes of the stars. Men felt a strange spirit of daring, a hatred of home and women, a call as of deserts, mountain peaks, boundless plains, and dark forests, a summons to war and battle. When the wind was from the east, and strong enough, the chanting tower sang a high, thin note, an austere, cold, glass-like music, devoid of all earthly resonance or echo, a crystalline symphony in the upper registers. It turned one's thoughts to eternal things, to religions, ascetic philosophies, Uranian and utopian yearnings and aspirations that transcended flesh and fire. When the northers raged, the tower's notes became like iron, deep bass sounds, as of the pipes of a great organ rolling forth a sonorous threnody, a paean of death, a black, majestic music that drove gloom into every heart. When weddings or festivals were to take place at Cheriton, the first question was whether the wind might blow from the north on that day. What was most remarkable, however, was the fact that the voice in the tower was often audible, and powerfully audible, to the denizens of the mansion, when it was silent to all others. One could step out of the zone of clamorous sound about the house into an area where, save for a low humming, stillness reigned. What did this mean? Wright said that it was due to Aspinwall's infernal jugglery. "I do for the dog, and the tower too," he cried. One Monday afternoon, Wright came back from the city with a number of big dynamite cartridges. These he showed to a crony of his, then stored them in his room. A great terror came upon Thora. What should she do? Should she flee from her home? On Friday night she was roused out of sleep by a tempest of sound. A storm was roaring through the trees without. Thunder growled, and rain swashed in sheets against the windows. The tower was sending abroad a stupendous uproar of long-drawn, snoring notes, a threatening thunder, as of some prophet invoking doom upon the world, harsh iron tones of judgment, death, and destruction. Again she heard his voice in it, Oswald Sabin's, a voice full of anger, horror, and denunciation. She leaped from bed and hastily slipped on shoes and a coat. A light shone from her husband's room. With horror in her heart, she saw him at work, preparing the dynamite cartridges. His eyes were lighted evilly, his face a mask of malice, his lips thin and sinister. She entered the room. "For God's sake!" A sudden shock, a loud curse, an overturned chair, cries, shrieks, the sound of a falling body. A little later that night Hubert Aspinwall, active amid the instruments in his lonely laboratory, his ears full of the planetary music of the tower, seemed to hear his name called in a terrible voice that pierced compellingly through all the plangent, ringing chords. "Dr. Aspinwall, Hubert, Hubert." He hurried down, an electric torch in his hand. Thora stood before the door in the nimbus of the light, her hair and face wet with the rain. A red smear ran across her chin from her upper lip, which was split and swollen. One of her eyes seemed contused and bloodshot. "Mrs. Sabin!" he cried, remembering her only by that name. "Thora, your lips, what—" "He struck me," she said listlessly. Then she seized Aspinwall's arm and cried, "He's going to blow up the tower. He's preparing the dynamite in his room." "Sit here," Hubert ordered abruptly, and pushed her down upon an old sofa in the porch. He then ran upstairs to his laboratory. The storm increased. The skies opened in blinding rifts. The thunder seemed a part of the grandiose orchestra, overtopped by the clearer, higher symphony of the tower. The music became like a knell, as of countless church bells tolling, as of a chorus sung by an innumerable multitude of the damned, mingled with a high, accusatory voice as of some god pronouncing judgment. To Thora, afterward, it seemed as if she were present at a conclave of powers debating upon the birth of a new world. Overhead she heard the snapping of sparks and the humming and thrilling notes of mysterious instruments. The tower, lifting darkly against the shifting clouds, became a center of terrible energies. It stood outlined with a glow of violet rose, and the bronze bosses shone like iron heated to a cherry red. Or was it only her poor, throbbing eyes that saw it thus? An eerie, many-stranded rope of twitching phosphorescence began to play between the bosses in the tower and the lightning rod upon the roof of the house. The flat dome gleamed magically, growing whiter and whiter. An oppressive heat filled the air, an indescribable tension that made the eardrums ring. There was a chaos of light and sound in choking metallic fumes. Her senses reeled, and a great swoon seemed to come over the world. Over all she heard the clamor of the singing tower, charged with unimaginable, mysterious potencies, the voice of Oswald Sabin chanting an apocalyptic doom from the skies. Suddenly the dark bulk of the house parted like a riven wall. A bar of vertical light seemed to cleave it asunder like a sword. An enormous flame bloomed out of one of the collapsing halves. Then came a crash as of worlds in ruin, and a rain of glass fell about her like the fragments of her shattered life. She knew nothing more until Hubert Aspinwall raised her and led her out into the open. Where the house had stood there was only a tall, livid rod, gleaming with a violet radiance in the night, and humming like an enormous tuning fork. The storm still raged, but from the tower there now came a soft, enchanting music, a note of peace and happiness, a paean of joy and release. "It is his will," said Aspinwall defiantly, yet solemnly, as he led her down to the high road. "It is my will," he added, as they hurried down toward Shelton. "And mine," she whispered, as she laid her hand in his. End of Dancing Dust by Herman George Scheffauer.
The Devil's Understudy by Charles S. Wolfe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SimoneB. The Devil's Understudy by Charles S. Wolfe. Most every town's got one, I guess. Crazy scientist, I mean. One of these absent-minded, high-browed old birds that comes wandering trance-like down the street with their hands behind their backs and their minds off some place in the sweet by and by. People turn and grin when one of them passes and says to one another, "There goes that crazy scientist." I don't. Grin after 'em, I mean. I turns and gives them birds the most careful double O. I note any little peculiarities now, their gait, height, and so forth, and if I ain't got too much else to do just then, I tags along after them, casual-like, and see where they hang out. Then if I want 'em again, I know where to start and look, 'cause you never can tell about those babies. 9 out of 10 of them is just mild nuts, the kind that gets in the bathtub and forgets to turn the water off. But the 10th lad? Oh boy. The sawbones that examined Gleason told me that insanity is merely a question of degree, which I take it as just saying that some is bad and some is worse. Gleason, now he was in a class by himself. Hands down, he wins the non-skid soap dish. 20 years I've been roaming the streets in plain clothes, and I've only ever run into one Gleason. If I ever meet another, I'm through roaming. Remember the Gleason case, do you? I'll never forget the way it started off. I was in the office with the old man making a report when Bill Lawrence comes busting in without even knocking, his eyes bulging right out of their sockets, and you could see something had upset him awful. The old man gets ready to freeze Bill for his sudden entrance, but Bill never gives him the chance. "For God's sake, Chief," he cries. "It's terrible, horrible, Heavens, Lawrence," yells the chief, mad as a wet hen. "Are you growing hysterical? What's terrible?" "Murder," gasps Bill, wildly. "Well, what of it? Haven't you ever seen murder before? What's the matter? Losing your nerve?" "Yes, but these murders," Lawrence protests feebly. "These murders?" echoes the chief. "There was 2 of them, then." "10 of them, Chief," Lawrence half sobs. "10 of them?" bellows the chief. "That ain't murder, you boob. That's civil war. What are you talking about?" "It's true, Chief," says Lawrence, solemnly getting some kind of a grip on himself. 10 men killed right out on the open street, and nobody knows who done it or how it was done. Big fellas they are, too. Bankers and the like. The chief was getting right down to business. "Bomb outrage, was it?" he growls at Lawrence. "No, sir," replied Bill. "No violence, sir." "No violence?" the old man bleats. "What's eatin' you, Bill Lawrence? How can you have a murder without violence? A gink is shot, stabbed, strangled, poisoned, or beaten. If you don't think them's violent, just ask the victim. How was this job pulled off?" "I don't know," says Bill soberly. "I looked the bodies over. No marks on them. Not one. They're just dead, that's all. They topple right over in the street, right in a crowd. They don't even holler. When you pick 'em up, they're deader'n Ramses," growls the chief. "Something wrong somewhere. The telephone bell jingles just then, and the chief leans his ear against the receiver and grunts. We hear some yapping on the other end of the line, and then the old man slams her back on the hook and glares at us. 6 more, he says coldly, and poor Bill Lawrence groans. I venture to horn in. Poison needle, maybe, eh? I says, and the chief looks thoughtful. Maybe. Yes, he says slowly, lighting a cigar. Yeah, Martin, most likely you said it. They wouldn't leave only a small pinprick and wouldn't show up until the doctor gave the bodies a careful going over. Come on, you two. I want to get a look at this thing myself. So the 3 of us whizzes down in the old man's Lizzie into the financial district where all this slaughter is going on. Everything's on its neck when we get down there. The people is standing around in mobs, everybody looking scared and ready to run. The boys on the corners is having the time of their young lives trying to keep cars from coming together as scared chauffeurs make desperate attempts to get worse scared big guys away from there. Things look just right for anything to happen. The chief runs the Lizzie into the curb alongside of the nearest hitching post, habit he can't get out of since he sold his horse and buggy. We all jumps out, and just as we hit the sidewalk, a portly old guy keels right over at our feet. The chief rips out an oath and blows his whistle as the crowd surges in. I pulls my gat and uses it like a club, and Lawrence does likewise. Between us, we keep the old man from being trampled to death until 2 harnessed bulls come up and takes over. Then we kneel with the chief and look the unlucky old codger over. All 3 of us has had considerable experience in these matters, and it only takes a minute for us to see that he's been gathered to his fathers, sure enough. But the funny part of it is that we can't see no trace of what took him off. No bruises, wounds, or anything. And you simply can't croak a guy without doing something to him. A couple more flat feet is on hand by this time, and the chief sends for the wagon. Want the doc to go over this stiff with a fine-tooth comb, he says to us briefly, all 3 of us keeping right on looking for some clue as to how the deadly work is being got away with. There's some commotion in the crowd, and I looks up to see a guy elbowing his way through the mob as if he meant it. After a minute, I make him. One of our gang, Frank Nelson. I nudges the chief, and he beckons Nelson to join us. Just the bird I want now, he says to me under his breath. Nelson was the only highbrow in our outfit. College man he was. One of them unlucky lads what's fitted for better things, but just can't seem to get their hooks on 'em. When Frank got out of college, he made about a dozen starts and drew just about as many blanks. Finally, he's down to the point where he can take his choice between the force and going to work. Some influential friend takes pity on him, pulls a few strings, and he lands in our midst, a full-fledged plainclothes man. Wasn't long before the chief was right glad to have him hanging around. He wasn't nothing extra for going into a downtown saloon and picking out the particular dip he wanted, which is our everyday work. But whenever an odd case came up, he generally was there with both feet. He had a stock of odd and end knowledge that would take you off your feet, and the old man used him as some kind of human encyclopedia. Well, Nelson joins our family group and looks over the body. Finally, he straightens up and gazes down on the corpse admiringly. Excellent, he beams at us. I've seen so much killing of various sorts since I got myself into this business that I fancy myself as a connoisseur. Now this is one splendid example of the art. Here we have a perfect specimen. The chap that did this certainly knows his business, and I can heartily recommend him to anyone in need of such service as a thorough, all-around man. The chief frowns. Can the small talk, Frank, he growls. Got any idea how this fellow was bumped off? Nelson shook his head. Not in the slightest, he said, except the conviction that some entirely unknown weapon is being used. The old man jerked his thumb at me. Martin has an idea it's a poison needle stunt. Martin's wrong, replied Nelson, decidedly. I'm just from the morgue where the department doctors are working on some of the others. There isn't a pinprick nor scratch on any of them. But it's murder, all right, for in the clothes of practically all of them we are finding notes warning them that they are marked for death and counseling prayer and repentance. Some kind of a red, judging by the tone of the notes. Well, the old man fairly bit out his words. Whatever he is or whatever he's using don't make any difference in what we gotta do. We gotta get this gink and we gotta get him quick. At his present rate, he'll wipe out the town in a week. You don't know when he'll take it into his head to start on us, and if he does that, you'll all wish you'd used your brains a bit more. Scatter. Dig into it. Here comes the wagon. Mix into this crowd and see what you can do. Nelson grabbed me by the arm and drew me along with him. We got out of the jam, and Nelson piles me into the back room of a nearby saloon. Over a couple of glasses of the nearest beer they had, he opens up. Now then, Martin, he says. I've been on the jump since the first guy got his, and I got an idea of how maybe this is being done, but I ain't got a ghost of an idea of who's doing it. The only way I can see we got a chance of finding that out is to lay a trap for the fiend, and traps are always baited. Now I know you got lots of nerve. Are you game to be the piece of cheese?" "Tip me a little more," I says, cautious-like. The idea of being a target for whatever this guy's working ain't none too pleasant to contemplate. What's your idea? "Do you know Simons, the big broker?" I nodded. "Well, he's on the list. Got a note like the rest of 'em. I just left him before I joined you fellows. He's over in his office, scared to come out. Don't blame him much at that. You're about his build, and with a little alteration of your jib, some nice alfalfa like he wears and so forth, I think we could ring you on this chap for the genuine article. We'll go over to his office, make you up, you come out on the street, me trailing you, and see if I can get him." "That'll be nice," I remarked. "And when the wagon's carted this bloomin' assassin away, you'll turn to the flat feet and say, 'Now, boys, one of you shin around to Martin's widow and break it to her gently.'" "Chances of that are about 50-50, says Nelson promptly. "If my guess is right, you won't run much real risk. If I'm wrong, there'll be a strange copper in hell sudden. Are you on?" "Well, it's all in the day's work, you know." I shrug my shoulders. "Lead on, Macbeth," I says grimly. "I'll be the goat." Nelson's already on his feet. "Outside," he orders. "Let's get going before you change your mind." Well, we beats it around to headquarters and picks up a bit of makeup. While I'm getting my things together, Nelson blows out to do a little shopping and blows in again with a bundle. Off we go to Simon's office. We find Simon's in a funk, scared stiff. We explain our idea, and he peels out of his duds. I study his fizz and imitate it with Nelson's help. Finally, Frank is satisfied. "Now strip, son," is the next order, and I peels to the buff. Then Nelson underwraps his bundle, and I can see its thin rubber sheeting. "Best I could do, old boy," says Nelson as he wraps it around my carcass, fastening it as best he can. "No time to get you a suit of this stuff made." "What's the idea?" I complains, for the stuff don't feel none too comfortable. "It's your life preserver," says Frank grimly. "Don't kick on it. It's the 50 chances that I said were with you." Well, it's his party, so I dress in Simon's duds over my rubber wrappings and out into the street I go to invite some boob to kill me. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Nelson lopping along in the rear. After about half an hour of nothing else, I kind of forgets the darn case. Got interested in reading a big sign, and the first thing I know, there's a commotion behind me. I wheels, and there is Nelson, wrestling a big old bird with bushy whiskers who is hanging on for dear life to a black leather satchel. The crowd is already gathering in, so I double-quicks into the melee. The next few minutes ain't quite so clear. That boy put up one terrific scrap, and we both had our hands full. I tried a couple of times to bore him, but I couldn't get a chance without shooting right through Nelson. But finally, I get the butt end of my gat against his dome, and down he comes. Panting, Frank slips on the wristlets and upcharges the harness bulls. "Wagon," orders Frank, and we keep a half hitch on the old boy till it gets there. We drives around to the station, and the old man has a conniption fit when he sees what we got in the cart. The rest the world knows. Our man turned out to be Professor Gleason, and the doctors find out he's warped from the Adam's apple up. And, brother, when we frisked that lad, he had machinery strewn all over his clothes, including his satchel, which contained the power plant. He wouldn't give us a tip as to what it was all about, and somehow Nelson never could get the darn thing to work, although he fussed over it for months. I ain't sure, and neither is anybody else, just exactly how he done it. Nelson says he is sure, but I got my doubts. Anyway, here's how Frank figures her. Maybe you know more about fancy juice work than I do. Most of it's over my head. Nelson says Gleason managed to electrocute his victims with juice from a few ordinary dry batteries. What? Yeah, I didn't think it could be done myself, but Nelson says it was a cinch. There was 2 jiggers in the satchel that Nelson called the ray generators. They had lenses fitted on them. Frank says they brought the rays into a focus. Seems that there's some light you can't see at all. Ultra or infra, something or other. Well, it is doped out that this old bird found one that would carry a current just as good as a chunk of copper wire does. Nelson says he thinks the professor must have got an altogether new one, although he says there's at least one known to be a pretty good juice carrier. Now, the real big idea was this. These bloomin' rays of light penetrated like the X-rays do. Right under the hide they went, and along went the current too. Nelson says that once you get under the skin, which has great resistance, an awful weak current means a quick trip over the big divide. Forget now, but he did say. Let's see. Ain't sure, but it runs in my mind that it was 75 milliamperes across the heart or something like that. Don't know, but the doctors seem to think that would do it. All the old gink needed was a little outfit to make these rays and a few dry cells. He just bored you with 2 beams of 'em like any circuit and turned on the juice. Seems Nelson guessed it was something like that and wound me up in rubber, hoping that would be an insulator for the thing. I know it was. And a little tip, brother. Gleason ain't the only bird that knows about light rays being conductors and all that. Get yourself some rubber underwear made. I got mine on right now. End of The Devil's Understudy by Charles S. Wolfe. Recording by SimoneB.
The Purple Light by Ralph Parker Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavender Lane. For 5 years, I had loved Lois Howard. Mine was a quiet, sincere love that never found expression in words, for I, a mere inventor, did not pretend to be a sheik. We spent many delightful evenings together and discussed almost every conceivable subject, except that of love. So I should not have been surprised when Lois eloped with John Layton, an impetuous, romantic young fellow who had been my chum since boyhood days. But when the news came to me, I felt so intensely jealous that it almost drove me insane. In the solitude of my room, I walked about for hours, cursing and fighting with myself. As days passed, I learned to take a sane view of the affair. After all, I could not blame Lois, nor would I be justified in condemning Layton. My love for Lois was so deep that after the first few hours of blind anger, I felt truly glad that she had married my friend, for I knew that she would be far happier with him than she could have been with me. When, a month later, I received an invitation to visit the couple in their new home, I felt sufficiently calm to accept. The home was one of those ideal places seldom found outside of dreamland. A beautiful cottage set in the midst of a large, luxurious garden with rolling lawns. In the rear was a small grove of trees. The house was furnished in the elegant style that Layton's wealth permitted, but every corner of it was homelike. In short, it was the sort of home I had told myself that Lois and I would occupy someday. As I watched Lois moving around the house and observed the affection she displayed for her husband, my feelings commenced to disappear. The blind madness of those first few hours returned with doubled force. It wasn't right for Layton, damn the traitor, to enjoy these things which should have been mine. He had deliberately taken from me the one thing that would have made life bearable for me: marriage to Lois. I looked at Layton and saw a cynical devil where before I had seen a friend. I disguised my feelings, and neither Layton nor his wife suspected the true state of my emotions. It was an evening of soul-tormenting agony for me, and I was glad when it was late enough for me to leave. I returned to my house, where an ignorant servant was my only companion. The unattractive rooms, foul-smelling with chemicals that I had used in my experiments, were a contrast to the home I had just witnessed. I did not sleep that night, nor any succeeding night during the following week. I could not concentrate on work for even a few minutes, although I had almost completed a mechanical invention that gave promise of enormous royalties, and in spite of the fact that I had been engaged in conducting chemical experiments that the scientific world awaited in interest. Many times I tried to read, whether I took a light novel or a technical treatise. I threw the book aside after a minute. I tried to find recreation in hunting, but the cold steel of my rifle aroused such thoughts of murder that I did not trust myself. I took long walks, but talked to myself so incessantly and beat my hands so nervously that people whispered to their neighbors, "He has gone crazy." My face became drawn. Dark circles formed under my eyes, which had acquired a strained, evil expression. My patient servant endured harshness and unreasonableness without complaint. I refused to see any callers, mail remained unopened, and the telephone rang unanswered. I lost interest in everything, except revenge. Finally, I sat down and, with paper and pencil, planned various forms of punishment. I did not want to kill Leighton, but intended to devise a plan that would produce the maximum of mental torture and terror. Some plans were rejected as too common and obvious to suit the scientific side of my nature. Others involved the possibility of detection, which I wanted to be certain of avoiding. Still others were ingenious, but too difficult to carry out. Eventually, I decided on a plan that pleased me. A load seemed to lift from my mind. For the first time in many brain-racking days, I experienced a sensation of pleasure. Smiling, I sketched out a program for the carrying out of my idea. That day, I invited Leighton to visit me on Sunday, explaining that I wanted to tell him about a new discovery. There was nothing unusual about this, for I always had described freely to him experiments that I would not have confided to any other living being. As soon as Leighton stepped inside my front door, he stepped back in amazement. "You look terrible, Joe," he exclaimed. For a moment I was disconcerted by the sympathy evident in his voice. "You look haggard, all worn out." "Oh, it's nothing," I said, with a wave of the hand. "Just the result of a little night work, and maybe concentrating a little harder than usual. But listen, you would be willing to forget sleep if you were as close as I am to the most remarkable invention of ages. In fact, I have already perfected it, and there are just a few details to finish. Sit down, Leighton, and I'll tell you about it." Knowing that I am ordinarily very conservative in all my statements, John Leighton watched me with interest. Always he had been the first to hear about my discoveries, and now it was apparent that he expected something tremendously great. "I have been devoting my attention to electricity," I started. "After considerable research and countless experiments, I have conceived something that has been in the back of my mind since I was a boy. And it works! It works! Its usefulness will be great, and its power for evil will be next to that of the devil himself." "Well, tell me what it is," Leighton exclaimed impatiently, his curiosity thoroughly aroused. "I have developed a light. It happens to be purple, which will automatically dissolve anything on which it is turned." I almost whispered the words. Leighton, never quick-witted, did not seem to understand. He stared at me. I repeated the statement and added, "The power of the light is so great that it will destroy any metal, body, wood, anything on which it is turned. I suppose I should say that it burns these objects, but the heat is so far beyond any that has formerly been obtained by the word heat, gives exceedingly poor conception of the strength of the purple light. I am proud to say that it is so far beyond any means of destruction yet conceived by man that there are no words in our language to describe its power properly." Why, think of the harm it could do," my ex-friend blurted, understanding at last. "At present, it is rather unwieldy," I continued, as if I had not been interrupted. "This is necessary now, because the production of light involves certain chemical reactions at the identical moment when electrical phenomena occur. This must be aided by mechanical means. The resulting contraption occupies almost half my laboratory, but there is nothing to prevent my making the machine compact and portable to the extent that it may be operated any place where electricity is obtainable." "With a few of those machines," Leighton mused, his mind dwelling on the dangerous features, "a handful of men could defy the world. If another war should start, and each side were obtained the secret of your machine, whole battle lines would be wiped out." "Not yet," I cautioned. "The machine is still in experimental stages. It will not destroy at a distance greater than 6 feet, and the surface it can cover is small. However, I have the principles right. It is just a matter of hours before I can give the light a scope of many miles." "You mean it would be possible To set up the machine a mile from a city and destroy that city in a few hours? He questioned. Not in a few hours, but in less time than it takes me to say this. My God! But surely you're joking. That would be impossible. I grant that you may have produced an ultra-powerful light, but one such as you describe would be, well, just impossible. Wait, I said quietly. I stepped into the laboratory, and a minute later walked out with a few ashes on a piece of transparent glass. Yesterday, at this time, I explained while Leighton examined the ashes, that which you see on the glass was a living, breathing animal, a cat. I tied it a foot from the purple light. For an instant, I allowed the light to play on the cat's tail. In that instant, there was a queer puff, much like an electrical spark explosion, and the cat was no more. The mere playing of the light on a portion of the animal's tail was sufficient to break up the component parts of its body. The man I hated had been turning whiter and whiter. Now he handed me the glass weakly and sank back into a chair. He covered his face with his hands and shivered. As I stood and watched Leighton scornfully, my mind reverted to boyhood incidents. There arose a picture of the time when Johnny Leighton had fainted at the sight of blood coming from a wound in a stranger's leg. Once, young Johnny had run screaming from the classroom when our teacher read a gruesome description of a murder. These and other incidents had earned for him the nickname Sissy, and I had taken upon myself the duty of protecting him. From this had grown our friendship. Leighton, a man now, but just as feminine and excitable as ever, looked up. Joe, I suppose I ought to congratulate you, but somehow I can't. The whole thing is too gruesome. I just want to get out and think about it. You'll come back tomorrow night? Yes, my enemy answered, willing to promise anything in order to get away. I stood at the front window and watched Leighton leave. He walked down the path towards the street. Several times he stopped, shook his head, and seemed about to return. Arriving at the street, he sat on the curb, with his hands over his eyes for several minutes. I knew that his mind was picturing horrible things that my invention would be capable of accomplishing. When Leighton called the following evening, my left arm had a handkerchief bandage around it. He immediately expressed concern about this and wanted to know the nature of my injury. Jerking off the handkerchief, I bared a horrible burnt spot several inches square. Leighton drew in his breath sharply, and tears started in his eyes. It's nothing, I exclaimed, laughingly. The soreness is worth what it taught me. First, I have learned that my purple light does not dissolve a chemically treated glass of special manufacture. Second, I have learned that, under certain circumstances, it can reflect its power dangerously. You see, this burn was caused by a mere reflection. The portion of heat reflected was almost nothing, so that explains why I am alive today. I waited for my listener to answer. He had fainted. A little of the proper chemicals placed below his nose quickly revived him. Forgive me, Joe, he said weakly, but you know how I am. Can't stand anything like that. But I must train myself to be different. Go ahead. Tell me more about it. I promise you I won't make a fool of myself. Sorry I frightened you, I apologized. There isn't much more to tell. I have added, already, a dozen improvements, and the machine is 50% better. I'll show you what I did today. I stepped into my laboratory and returned with a mass of metal. This metal, I explained, consists of 12 silver dollars, melted. I arranged for a streak of the light to shoot a few feet. Then I stood above the machine and dropped these dollars. Each time during which they passed through the streak of light, considerably less than 1/100th of an inch in width, was sufficient to melt them beyond recognition. The machine was operating under very limited capacity, which explains why the silver was not entirely destroyed. Had I used every feature, the 12 silver dollars would have become so many specks of ash. That's certainly remarkable. Leighton managed to say. I wouldn't believe all this if I didn't see it with my own eyes. How do you explain it? There's no use trying to explain it, I said frankly. You wouldn't understand. But why is it so remarkable? Aren't you familiar with the almost incredible power of a few grains of radium? Don't you know how quickly a man dies in an electric chair with comparatively little indication of burning? Don't you know of several chemicals that eat through metals and destroy human skins? I have taken some features of each and have added devices of my own, the results of years of atomic research. There is nothing miraculous about it. I have merely succeeded in developing an ultra-powerful acid light, which produces something beyond our accepted conceptions of heat. You are never surprised about anything, Leighton said, trying to laugh. I believe that if you discovered an artificial way of making gold, you would be as calm as an iceberg. But seriously, Joe, I've been thinking about this thing of yours, this purple light. I really think that you ought to smash up the thing at once. It might do some good, though I don't see how, but it's certain to result in a lot of wholesale killing and vandalism when it falls into the hands of the wrong people. You owe it to the world to forget about it. It's diabolical, and mere Christian decency requires that you destroy it. I laughed at the nervous man's fears and switched the conversation to other subjects. Just before Leighton departed, I invited him to step into my laboratory and view the invention. He refused, shuddering, as I knew he would. I extracted from him a promise that he would call again on Sunday. When Leighton called on the following Sabbath, he was as much of a wreck as I had been. His eyes were bloodshot with sleeplessness, and his expression indicated the excessive worrying to which he was so susceptible. As soon as he stepped inside, the man pleaded, I must ask you not to mention that thing of yours, the light. I can't bear to think about the damned thing. All right, I agreed, readily enough. We went out into the garden and sat on a bench, discussing old times. Suddenly, Leighton said, Joe, I need some nerve, and I'll never have it as long as I permit myself to be a coward. I'm ashamed of myself for asking you to say nothing about your wonderful invention. Tell me all about it, about what you've done with it since I saw you last. Step inside and I'll show you an interesting experiment, I invited. The man on whom I had sworn revenge waited in the library while I spent 5 minutes in the laboratory. I have accomplished what I told you I could do, I explained when I returned. I have succeeded in focusing the purple light accurately and in casting it great distances. Step over here and watch the purple light have its effect on Pan's tombstone. You can watch from this window while I go into the laboratory and operate the machine. Pan's tombstone was a rock weighing several tons that stuck up in an empty field a half-mile away. Less than 5 minutes after I returned to the laboratory, there was a deafening roar and Pan's tombstone flew into 1,000 pieces. I stepped back into the laboratory and found Leighton breathing heavily, clutching the walls for support. I played the light less than 1,000th of a second and not at full force, I remarked casually. Otherwise, the rock would have crumbled into nothing. I wanted to make it interesting for you. Color slowly returning to his face, Leighton rushed up to me and shook me. Joe, he screamed. You must destroy that thing. Tell me you will. Of course not, I said quietly. Without looking at me again, Leighton grabbed his hat and rushed out, running down the path as if the devil were after him. During all that week I was happy. My plans had worked perfectly, and now I was ready. Yes, ready for the revenge that would be worthy of a great scientist. My hate had not lessened in the least, and I looked forward to the occasion with anticipations that thrilled me. On the following Sunday night, I telephoned to John Leighton. Yes, he snapped, his voice far from cordial. I want you to come over this evening. Not for $1 million. You're welcome to come over here, Joe, but I simply can't stand being near that purple light of yours and seeing the things it does." "Oh, forget it," I laughed. "If that's the trouble, I promise faithfully that I won't mention it or show you any of its handiwork." "No, I'm sorry, but I won't come out." "Please come," I pleaded. "I'm lonesome, and now you're happily married. Surely you owe your best friend that much." "Okay, well, if you put it that way, I'll come." I found some letters that Leighton had written me when we were boys. After he arrived, I read them to him. We laughed for hours at the amusing incidents and queer phraseology. I found the old regard for my chum returning, but smothered the feeling. I excused myself, saying that I wanted to get a drink of water. Out of Leighton's sight, I rushed to the back porch and pulled the switch, putting the house in darkness. While there, I placed an object in my pocket. When I returned, Leighton, from his comfortable chair in the corner, said, "Funny the way the lights went out so suddenly, wasn't it?" "Funny, eh?" I snarled, releasing the pent-up hatred of weeks. "I suppose you thought it was funny when you married the girl I love too, didn't you? Thought you were putting one over on me. Well, Mr. Leighton, your friend Joseph happens to be just a little too smart for you." A queer little laugh came from the dark corner. "Joe, another one of your pranks. Stop your fooling and turn on the light." "I'm not fooling," I said evenly. "I always loved and still love Lois. All those things I invented, everything I did was for her. Then you, a wolf in sheep's clothing, came, and you took her away." "I've thought it all over," I continued, secretly glad that my voice was hard and firm. "I hate you. Therefore, I'm going to punish you. It won't be wrong, because no wrong could equal the wrong you have done me, the agony you have caused me, the remorse." When Leighton interrupted, I was surprised at the tone of courage in his voice. "Joe, I didn't know that you loved her. You have been, always, more than a brother to me, and your happiness means more to me than my own. If Lois loves you, pal, I'll gladly step out of the picture. I mean it. If you had only told me." For a moment, my anger cooled. How typical of Johnny Leighton this was, this fine self-sacrifice. I knew deep in my heart that he meant every word of it, that he would have died for me. But I gave myself a mental shaking. The moment of saneness was gone, and anger dimmed my brain again. "You liar!" I screamed. "You hypocrite! You thief! God, how I hate you! You've ruined my life, and now I'm going to take yours in payment. It won't be hard on you. I'm that generous. And there won't be any evidence. Just you and a purple light, and then only the purple light." "No! No!" Leighton shouted in trembling tones. He placed his hands on the arms of his chair and started to get up, but fright had weakened him so that he could not move. My heart leaped with joy. I could see him dimly, for we were now used to the blackness of the room. "Yes, just a little purple light," I sneered. Every word had the effect of the turning of a dagger in a wound, and Leighton was suffering. A pretty light it is, too. Watch it closely, because it will be the last thing you will see on earth. In the gloom, I could see that Leighton was staring at me in open-mouthed terror. I feared that he would faint and so spoil the sweetness of my revenge. At that moment, I snapped the object I had been holding. A ray of purple light framed Leighton's face, a picture I shall never forget. There was one terrifying scream, and then he fell back, his face distorted in a horrible grimace. For several minutes I stood, stupidly staring at the corner. Then I walked slowly over to the figure in the chair. I shook Leighton, but there was no response. No breathing. No heartbeat. My God, he was dead. Tears streaming down my cheeks, and crying like a bereaved mother, I fell on my knees before the chair and grasped my chum's hands. It was just an ordinary searchlight with a purple lens, I cried, raising my voice as if I could pierce his deaf ears if I shouted loud enough. I fooled you. I was jealous and a little mad, and I wanted to make you suffer. Johnny, I didn't want to kill you. Listen to me. I never had any purple light machine. I just took some ashes from the fire and told you they'd been a cat. I melted some metal in a hot furnace and told you the purple light had done it. I had my servant dynamite the rock at just the right minute. I burned my arm with a sunglass. All through the never-ending night, I sobbed at the feet of my friend. Again and again, I explained as if explanations would bring him back to life. At dawn, passerby heard my moans and called the police. They found me praying at his feet, murmuring it was only an ordinary purple light, just a searchlight. There was an investigation, but I was not convicted. The coroner's verdict was that John Layton had died as the result of heart failure, occasioned by fright. How could I be convicted for frightening a man? I presented the entire story to the court in its worst angles. I definitely asked for conviction, feeling that I must suffer for my sin. But how could the court find me a murderer? I was not guilty. Not guilty. Yes, in the eyes of the law, but in the brighter eyes of my soul, I am a murderer. The murderer of the best friend that any man ever had. My days are torments. My nights are nightmares, with always a twisted face in a purple light. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Must I take the law into my own hands and... End of The Purple Light by Ralph Parker Anderson. Recording by Cavender Lane.
The Man Who Meddled with Eternity by Edward Tickner Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Meddled with Eternity. The Result of a Terrible Experiment by Edward Tickner Edwards. Bute Walton, the very luckiest beggar on the face of the earth. The speaker was a tall, bronzed man, and the words were uttered so vehemently that everyone at Sir James Banyard's end of the table turned to him in surprise. Dinner was over, the ladies were gone, and the talk, as usual at St James's cosy little medico-scientific reunion, had drifted into two main channels. The broad-shouldered stranger had attached himself to the little knot of men clustered round Professor Starkey's chair, and had sat quietly puffing at his cigar and listening intently to the renowned physiologist until Walton's name had caught his ear. And then he had turned suddenly towards Sir James's circle, forgetting for the moment all about the doctrine of transmigration of souls on which the Professor had been holding forth so brilliantly. "Bute Walton," the stranger repeated, more calmly and collected now that he observed all eyes turned upon him. "I knew him once. He comes from Bedford, and his wife as well. I knew her too, intimately, long before she was Mrs. Walton." "Then, Gallia, you are the man with the key," cried Sir James. "You will be able to tell us all about the lady. Clinthorpe here was saying she was the most beautiful woman he ever beheld in his life." The quick blood rose under the bronze of Gallia's face as he looked towards Clinthorpe. Then he turned abruptly away, the flush burning deeper and deeper under his swarthy skin, and spoke almost below his breath. "Yes, she is beautiful, or was, I should say, for it is a good 10 years since I saw her last. You know, Sir James, I have been all over the world since then, and so out of the world. And I had no idea until I overheard your talk just now that Bute Walton was anything more than the obscure country practitioner he used to be in the days I knew him. So he has come to town and blossomed out into a famous consultant, has he? What is his subject, by the by?" Clinthorpe had kept his grey, glittering eyes steadily upon the speaker. He now laughed in his slow, mirthless way. "Ha, ha, ha. You don't seem to know much about our new celebrity, Dr. Gallia," he said. "And yet you called him just now the luckiest beggar on the face of the earth. Perhaps you had him in your mind only as the fortunate possessor of the fair lady." No one could have been more astounded than was little Clinthorpe when he found himself suddenly seized by the collar with a grasp that sent his gold pince-nez clattering off among the decanters on the table. In a moment everyone was round the pair, but before a hand could be raised to separate them, Gallia had released his hold and had fallen back, confused and ashamed of his precipitate conduct. Sir James Banyard, much distressed at such a contretemps in his house, stood wholly at a loss between them, when Gallia did the only thing possible. "I am sorry," he said. "I must ask Mr. Clinthorpe's pardon, and yours too, Sir James. I have lived so long among savages that I see I have forgotten that I was ever born and bred a gentleman. Mr. Clinthorpe, I am very sorry. Perhaps if you allow me to withdraw from the house at once, Sir James, it will—" Clinthorpe came forward, seeing what all expected of him. "Not at all, not at all," he said, holding out his hand to Gallia with a kind of sulky gaiety. "The funniest thing in the world. You must have mistaken me for one of your Gold Coast blackamoors. Quite a new experience, I assure you." The Professor's voice sounded from the other end of the table, where he had again taken his seat close to his own special Tantalus. "As I was saying, my dear Paulson, we have not only the authority of the great Lessing in support of this wonderful theory of the passing of a soul of a man after death into some other man's body. It has been held by advanced thinkers of every age from time immemorial. Pythagoras believed in it. It was part of the faith of the Manichaeans. We can trace its influence century by century throughout all the East. And, for myself, recent researches and experiments have convinced me that if only we knew a little more about the mysterious connection between soul and body, it would be perfectly possible to— What, already, Sir James? Well, well, I suppose we must not neglect the ladies." When Gallia left the hospitable house in Curzon Street, he did not go direct to his hotel. Instead, he turned into Grosvenor Crescent and stood for a long while in the quiet moonlit night, looking up at the windows of a great mansion there. For the first time, perhaps, during many years of his past busy life, he had allowed his thoughts to drift far away from nigger doctoring and gold prospecting in the West African swamps he knew so well. He was thinking only of a little country hospital he once held sway over in distant Bedfordshire, thinking of the cosy matron's quarters there, and contrasting them with the great blank house before him. Letty Carroll, Letty Carroll. He was musing to himself, for he had never borne to think of her as Letty Walton. How long ago it all seems since you and I were splitting bandages together and talking nonsense. But you never understood how things were going with me. Never. And now all that is 10 years ago. Years. It seems ages and ages. Well, it could not have been his money, he went on after a while. He was poor enough in those days. She must have loved him and loved him well, for if she had ever thought of money— Something very like a sob burst uncontrollably from Stephen Gallier's lips. Ah, it is the old fever, the old mad unrest. Will it never leave me? Will there never be a day when I can forget? What a cursed fool I was to come back after all these years. He was striding away furiously from the house when a smart carriage came humming by him and drew to a sudden halt in his rear. He turned and saw that it had stopped at the Waltons. With his heart thumping in his temples, he walked rapidly towards it. The footman was already down, opening the carriage door, and a lady had descended. Gallier quickened his pace, and as he passed in the glare from the carriage lamps, his eyes came full upon those of Letty Walton. He saw her start, saw her look of recognition. Breathlessly he hurried on, then turned, and knew that she stood looking after him in all her old proud beauty, only heightened by the years that were gone. He came slowly back to her. "Letty, Letty," he cried, "do you remember me, and after all these years?" The lady made a quick involuntary step to meet him. Then he saw her glance fall. She turned abruptly, as he thought, disdainfully, away. The next moment she had entered the house and the door had shut behind her. Stephen Gallier was alone again with his old year-worn misery, alone with his aching, breaking heart. "Dr. Gallier," said Professor Starkey, as he took a long, searching, wondering look at his burly visitor, "do you fully realise what it is you propose to me? Have you well reflected on all the consequences to yourself if my theory on this matter should prove to be an erroneous one?" Stephen Gallier met the beetling glance as steadily as he had done throughout the long interview. His face had gradually lost colour, but his voice rang as deep and firm as ever. "I perfectly comprehend the dangers and the chances, sir," he replied, "and I offer myself for the experiment, entirely foreseeing what failure may mean to me. At the worst, it is only death, and that I have rubbed shoulders with too often to care for at this time." The Professor got up from his chair. His face had become as bloodless now as that of his visitor. Slowly he walked away down the long laboratory to the window at its furthermost end, and stood looking out into the darkness of the hospital square. For a minute or two there was silence but for the soft lashing of the sleet on the panes. Then Gallia heard his step returning, quickly, heavily, all the doubt and hesitation gone from it. He came up to his visitor. "We will try it. Yes, we will try it," he cried, a strange exultation thrilling his voice and flashing in his deep-set eyes. "You are a hero, Gallia, and in a higher, nobler cause than ever yet fell to the lot of man. There is no red bonfire of war crackling round the path of your noble self-sacrifice. It is for the love of science alone." Gallia stopped him for very shame. "Tell me what is to be done," he said hurriedly, his glance lowered and turned away. "What process, what preparation is necessary? Say what I am to do, and I will do it." Professor Starkey unlocked a safe and took from it a small steel cylinder, such as is used by chemists for the storage of compressed gas. Holding it and guarding it as though it were of priceless value, he confronted his visitor and began to speak in a voice still plainly overwrought by excitement. "Now, Dr. Gallia, listen to me. I was a very young man when the possibility of this ancient theory having a solid basis of truth first dawned on me. Yet, until a very short time ago, all the research of a long lifetime had carried me little more than one step on the way. This much only I had fully ascertained. I had proved to myself over and over again that the soul was not so fast a prisoner within the body as scientists had hitherto believed. By gradually weakening, debilitating the tissues, I found it possible to draw away from my physical self. In these experiments I stood for a brief period by the side of my own body, feeling myself separate from it, but unable to move from its vicinity. Yet I never got further than that, and I always found it impossible to sustain the condition for more than a very short time, because the means at my disposal for reducing and refining the bodily vigour had been hitherto very deficient and temporary in their character. But now, Gallia," continued the Professor, "all this has changed. You come in the nick of time, for I have lately made a great forward step. I have discovered a new medium, as I believe a new element, and it is this which makes possible the experiment we are going to undertake tonight. From the common air I have succeeded in isolating a gas which has a most remarkable action upon the whole body when taken pure into the lungs. Now, understand that all my experiments with it have been made hitherto upon animals, and for a very good reason. I have found that its peculiar action, once set up, cannot be arrested by any means I have been able to discover. The process is invariably the same. Once the gas is inhaled, all the bodily forces begin to subside. Slowly but inevitably the muscles lose their power of contraction, the tissues visibly collapse, the heart runs down until it is impossible to say from the pulse whether life exists or not. In fact, 4 hours before death actually takes place, the subject must be in exactly that state of debility, that extreme attenuation of bodily life, in which, as I believe, The soul is no longer fettered to the body, but is free at last to voyage abroad and seek some new living earthly tenement. Gallia had risen to his feet, his bright, bloodshot eyes fixed upon the rugged, enthusiastic face before him. He now held up a quick hand for silence. "Tell me this one thing, Professor. Would the man have the power to choose the living body into which his soul is to enter? Dr. Gallia, I know nothing, nothing. Yet, why should it not be so? My theory is that there would be a fight for the citadel. Then the strongest would win, and... Stop!" With a cry that had a strange triumphant gladness in it, Gallia had made a sudden movement towards the cylinder, but the Professor held it from him. "Stop! Man, you are not mad! We must have no dead bodies unaccounted for here. Dead men are stubborn facts even in a hospital laboratory, and all the scientific explanations in the world would not save Professor Starkey, Fellow of the Royal Society, from the hangman. No, there is much to be thought of before the experiment can be commenced. Now, listen to me." With smouldering impatience, Gallia heard the volley of minute instructions through to an end. 10 minutes later he was in a hansom at the hospital gate, the fateful cylinder in his pocket, and the Professor leaning his head in with one last warning word. "Remember, it must be of your own free will, or not at all. You can draw back now, but the step once taken, there is no recall. None. Do you fully understand?" "Ha ha ha!" He was answered by a laugh, so hard and sudden and reckless that he drew back in grim amazement. A hand was stretched out to him. As he grasped it, he noted how hot and dry it was. "Goodbye, Professor, until our next merry meeting. If it is in the flesh, I will not forget the countersign, and if it all turns out a myth, why, then we must console one another through the planchette. Au revoir, auf Wiedersehen." At the Hotel something, Gallia mounted straight into his room. He looked at his watch. It was nearing 8 o'clock. Sitting down at the table, he wrote a short, hurried note, sealed and addressed it. Then, ringing the bell, he handed it to the waiter who came to his summons. "I am feeling extremely unwell," he said. "Take this letter as fast as you can to Dr. Bute Walton in Grosvenor Crescent, and tell him to come as quickly as possible." Gallia waited until the door had closed upon his messenger. Then, taking Professor Starkey's cylinder from his overcoat pocket, he turned the stopcock gently on. The gas rushed screaming into the elastic store chamber. With trembling fingers, Gallia set the mouthpiece to his lips, letting the sweet, faint current fill his lungs again and again. When it was quite exhausted, he walked to the window and threw the cylinder far out into the dense, dark shrubbery of the garden below. Then, already faint and weak and giddy, he staggered towards his bed and lay quietly down upon it to await the coming of the man he envied of all others in the world. Deep, blinding night and a sense of falling through the limitless darkness. Then a swift, an upward flight, meteor-like, through the black void again, far above into a world that seemed to be ringing with 1,000 voices and flashing with 1,000 contending fires. Then down once more, yet slower now, and slower, until his feet seemed to touch firm ground, until the voices were lost in the distance, until all the lights were dwindled and gone, all save one that now burned steadily near him. Conscious only of this one unchanging thing in the giddy swirl of his surroundings, Stephen Gallia fixed his eyes upon it, watching it until its familiar shape grew clear upon his mind. It was the flame of a candle. Slowly his vision cleared, his brain grew calmer. He saw that the light stood upon a table, that he himself was no longer prone upon his bed, but sitting by it. Looking down, he became conscious of a startling change about his person. The clothes he wore were strange to him. He caught sight of his hands, white, strong, yet delicate. They could not be his. Yet he controlled them. He felt the weight of a gold watch in one, with the other he held fast to something that stretched out from the bedside. Cold, clammy. It was a dead hand. With a cry he threw it from him, staggered to his feet, turned and chanced upon the mirror. Again the cry broke from his lips. Not his own blue eyes and sunburnt face and greying hair, but another face, one that he had not seen for 10 long years, looked out upon him. Bute Walton's. Pale and calm and studious. There was only one face like that. Wildly he turned again and looked upon the bed. There upon the quilt lay his own form, the form of Stephen Gallia, shrunken, perished to a shadow of its former strength, yet still plainly recognisable. And then, like a thunderclap, the whole truth burst upon him. Professor Starkey's theory had proved the right one. The great experiment had succeeded. Shaking like an aspen, yet with a fierce joy already beginning to stir within him, Gallia crossed to his travelling valise. He drew out a brandy flask, and getting it to his pallid lips, drank deeply from it. The spirit ran through his veins like fire and lashed up his fallen courage. He strode again to the mirror. Again he looked at the dreadful thing upon the bed. Then at last the events of the foregoing hour came flooding back into his brain. The long wait as he lay upon the couch, his life ebbing away, his heart failing, the cold of death creeping up his limbs. Then the arrival of his former friend. His own soul's leap tiger-like upon him. The conflict as they seemed to fall, grappling together through the outer darkness. He lived through it all once more, as he stood gazing by turns upon his own shrunken body and at his new image in the glass. And now one thought alone took definite and immediate shape. The old drab, lonesome life, the old helpless, hungering years of sorrow were ended. At last the barrier between him and the woman he worshipped was swept away. He was free to go to her now as swiftly as his feet could take him. Her love was his. His strong arms would soon be round her, his kisses thick as rain upon her lips. She would be his for all time now, his only, and neither life nor death should ever part them more. The pale face, looking out upon him from the mirror, flushed scarlet at the thought. The dark eyes lit up with a sombre, gleaming fire. For a moment Stephen Gallia stood and met his own gaze, laughing softly to himself the while. Then, with a sudden impetuous haste to be gone, he turned and laid a heavy hand upon the bell rope. "You have called me too late," he said, as quietly as he was able, when the answer came to his summons. "The gentleman is dead. How? It is impossible to say at present. Ask the manager to step up, and you had better send word round to the nearest police station at once." The scared waiter disappeared. The room began to fill with eager faces. As in a dream, Gallia made the necessary depositions. As in a dream, he went down the long staircase and found himself at last outside in the dripping winter's night. Bute Walton's carriage stood close by. The coachman leaned from his box for instructions. "Home! Home!" The word was continually on his trembling lips as the vehicle flashed through the lighted streets. Home! The heart of Stephen Gallia was going home at last to the woman whose name had been seared upon it so many long years. But now she was his by right. He had risked soul and body in one great cast and had won her. In his mounting eagerness, he threw the window down and called to the driver to hasten, stood up, straining his eyes into the bright fretted darkness ahead. Listen now to the throbbing of his own heart, now to the song of the whip lash as it fell upon the scampering greys. At last the carriage drew out of the Piccadilly crush and turned into the humming silence of the Crescent. Gallia was out before the wheels had ceased to revolve. A moment more and the gate of his new-found paradise had closed behind him. "Is your mistress still up?" He put the question to the servant as carelessly as possible, but he knew his burning face and deep-drawn breath could not go unmarked. The man broke off in an irrepressible gape of surprise and hastened to make answer. His mistress had just gone to her room. Without another word, Gallia hurried on and up the broad, crimson-carpeted stairway. He had not dared to show his ignorance of the house. He must find the way unaided. Door after door he passed, listening intently outside one, softly opening another. Only darkness in this room, darkness and the rattle of the sleet upon the panes. In this one, a dim, rosy light, with a supper table spread for two. Then, at last, a door close curtained. He pulled the drapery gently aside, softly turned the handle. A bright glow of firelight within, and silence again. Silence? There was a sound there, suppressed, yet strangely audible, a sound of passionate weeping. With his heart threshing wildly within him, Gallia pushed the door noiselessly back. He saw a woman sitting by a table, her face buried in her arms, her shoulders heaving up and down with the grief that was racking her. Letty! What sorrow could be hers here in this great luxurious house, with all that wealth, refinement could bring her? The exclamation, stifled as it was, reached her ears, rousing her in a moment to her feet. Silently she stood, trying to hide the tears upon her cheek, trying to bring a smile of welcome for him into her glance. But it was in vain. The tears flowed more abundantly than ever. At last she turned away, sank again into her seat, gave herself up wholly to the grief that would not be denied. "No, don't speak to me, Bute. Leave me alone for a little while. I did not know you had returned. I... He had sprung forward. Love, joy, infinite passion ringing in his voice as he tried to comfort her. But at his first touch she rose again, beating him wildly off with both hands. "No, Bute, it will not do. I cannot bear it any longer. I cannot bear to hear your loving words. You so brave and kind and trusting. An end must soon come to all this wickedness and deceit. And why not now? Why not tonight? Bute, I must speak. Sooner or later you must know. Oh, God in heaven, help me to tell him." She was down again now, her face hidden in her hands. Without changing her posture or ceasing to rock herself to and fro, she went rapidly on. "Bute, listen and judge me. I wronged you when I married you, for I loved another. Oh, Bute, you cannot tell how hard I tried to overcome my love for him, but it has always mastered me. And now chance has brought us together again after so many years. Only last night I met him face to face, and now, Bute, I cannot, dare not eat your bread and bear your kisses, knowing that I love this man. You must let me go away and live my life out in some distant hiding place, far away from this great temptation. It is the only thing to be done." Her words died away, whelmed in her pitiful sobbing. The man she thought to be her husband stood before her, white as death itself, his hands raised bickering to his eyes as though to ward off some noxious blinding light. As she ceased, his grip descended, fastening on her wrist like a vice. He screamed the words into her ear. "Who was this man? Tell me his name. Not... Yes, Stephen Gallia." She was at his feet now, clasping them with both hands, kissing them, humbling herself to him. Silently he drew away from her, away from the room. Blindly, not knowing whither his feet led him, he passed into the upper regions of the house. He felt himself choking. Air! Air! Tottering to a window, he threw it open. "There is no recall. None." The words of the professor dinned in Stephen Gallia's ears as he leaned sightlessly out into the chilly air. No recall. None. But yesterday, the thing he most coveted in all the world, this woman's love, was his, and he did not know it. But he had meddled with eternity, and the great machine had caught him up and annihilated him. Now love and life and honour, his very soul even, were all alike lost to him, lost by his own act. The cloud rift closed above. A great darkness was suddenly upon everything. It was as if the ultimate gate of hope were even then shutting against him. With a last despairing cry, he leaped upon the window-sill and hurled himself out into the night. End of The Man Who Meddled with Eternity by Edward Tickner Edwards.
Hunting Criminals in 2000 AD by Felix Leo Goekeritz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yaron Bernstein. Hunting Criminals in 2000 AD by Felix Leo Goekeritz. Translator unknown. A picture of the police in the year 2000. The acting officer of the Berlin Staatspolizei burglary division sat in his office and followed wearily the minute hand of the electric master clock, which gradually approached the midnight hour. The collar of his uniform was open, and he was turning over the leaves of a detective story. It was manifestly superfluous for him to take the functions of his office too seriously, for in the last 50 years, the prevention and guardian divisions of the police had been perfected to such a fine degree that only an idiot or a genius in the burglary line would think of breaking into a house. In his office, the threads of a widely branched, very phenomenal detection system came together, which had cost many thousands of marks, but also had absolutely stopped the burglars and robbers who had come into the field after the World War, now a matter of ancient history. The criminal statistics were reduced to isolated instances, and a practically ideal degree of safety ruled over the whole land. Just now the clock with its light beat had announced the midnight hour, when, suddenly on the white marble switchboard, covered with its innumerable incandescent lamps, a light appeared, coming from a tiny little reddish lamp, and at the same time shrill and persistent through the silent room came the sound of the alarm clock. Hasty steps were heard in the corridor, and the next instant the police automobile was heard puffing and ready to go out on the street, while in the doorway the chauffeur stood ready to receive instructions from his superior. Lieutenant Brylov jumped up from his writing table and read the number which, in glaring white letters, stood out from the signal lamp, 14752A, the Great Bank of Commerce. He threw over a black switch, and at once innumerable hidden microphones on all the floors and all the rooms of the threatened bank were brought into circuit, which announced to the operators in the police department the slightest word and the least sound within the threatened building. Keys rattled, muffled steps were heard falling on the thick carpets. Now came a man's rough voice. "The police are having their blessed sleep, Timur. Wasn't it a fine thought of me to get you over on my side? You, the trusted guardian of the bank? But your hound-like loyalty gave me a bad job before I could get you, so as to come over to my side and to throw the alarm system out of circuit." Lieutenant Brylov gave a low, joyful whistle through his teeth, and the waiting chauffeur, to whom the loudspeaker had clearly transmitted every word, as if spoken in the very room, smiled. "We know one of them, anyhow," said Brylov. "That is the watchman hitherto reported to us as absolutely faithful and reliable. But the good man never suspected that the cutting out of the alarm system at night would put this other system into circuit. So shear me, let her go, you know what to do. You won't have much work, it is only a bagatelle." A short military turn, the automobile started into action. Its shrill whistle sounded loud the next instant, while Brylov stepped to the telephone to notify the bank directors of the occurrence. Then he switched the secret microphone in again and watched the sequence of events with halted breath. The feverish hissing of an oxygen cylinder was heard on the loudspeaker, and then a slight noise, as if a piece of iron had fallen on the ground. A coarse laughing. "That didn't take long, Timur. Now, quick, pack up the goods." And then a snarling curse. A voice of thunder came out of the apparatus. "Hold up your hands in the name of the law!" A deafening sound, 2 shots, one after the other, muffled fall. Brylov laughed. "The mouse is in the trap. That was the falling of the door of the cage." But now he listened in astonishment. Over the wires came the sound of steps. Shots came next. Could the robber have escaped with a sudden dash? Brylov pressed upon a white button. He closed all the doors of the building by electric telemechanics. There was no escape. Brylov again listened. The policeman, he knew that the central office could understand every word he said, cried out loudly against the wall. "When we entered the steel chamber, the burglar threw a smoke bomb. In the impenetrable smoke, he managed to get by us and got out before the cage door fell. The officer in front of the steel cage took up the pursuit at once, but scarcely had the burglar reached the rear door when the door of the cage fell in front of us. Lieutenant Brylov pulled the white knob back, which opened the door of the cage again, and bit his lips in irritation. He himself had rescued the robber from his pursuers. Then he connected the wireless telephone to the police telephone post, which stood at the side street next to the bank. The officer felt suddenly a weak electric ticking at his temples, and jerked the little telephone to his ear. "Officer number 381 on night watch." "Listen," said Brylov. "The Bank of Commerce is broken into. The burglar has escaped out of the rear door. He must pass your station. Catch him, whatever happens, and if necessary, shoot." The policeman repeated the order to himself, and then looked out, peeringly, through the darkness. No pedestrian was to be seen. Only an automobile approached him at high speed. The officer drew his revolver and gave a warning shot. In response, the automobile doubled its speed. The officer sprang to one side and pulled out the handle, which by electric action drew a steep barricade across the street crossing. The burglar was not going to escape him, whatever happened. But what was that? 2 great springs appeared suddenly on the bottom of the automobile, which lifted it up, and it jumped as if it was a running horse over the barricade. Before the officer could recover from his astonishment and give a shot, the automobile had disappeared in the darkness of night. Lieutenant Brylov cursed wildly as he learned of this. He at once alarmed by wireless all the police posts of the city, but the replies gave no comfort. The automobile was nowhere to be seen. He turned loose all the police automobiles. The whole region was covered at reckless speed. In vain. Only one thing remained. The airplane police station, a giant captive balloon to which, ready for instant flight, 2 monoplanes were attached. The answer came from them that a thick cloud prevented all outlook, and airplane patrol would be useless. Brylov began to rage. He knew if the burglar escaped that he would be removed from his position by the severe regulations of the department. Then, suddenly, the air police station 11Z rang him up. Their wave indicator warned them of the presence of an airplane not regularly licensed. Brylov connected his own apparatus, and his indicator marked on the card beneath it a beautiful undulating line that led to the north. Telegraph and wireless telephones worked feverishly, but in all directions dense clouds were announced that made the pursuit impossible. The fugitives by this time were in the neighborhood of Hamburg, and finally the news came that a fleet of police airplanes were on their heels. Now the sea lay bright and wide in the first rays of the morning sun before the fleeing burglar, as he suddenly descended in an abrupt volplane to earth, jumped out of his fuselage, and hurried towards the shore. Automobiles began to appear out of the distance. Out of the air, shots began to pour down on him. He ran with desperate speed. He reached the bank. Behind the piling there was a boat. Hands were stretched out to him from it. He jumped on board and sunk powerless to the bottom, when the boat with the speed of an arrow sank to the bottom, and now, half fainting, he proudly laughed. The burglars themselves, it seemed, were well organized, and the millions of plunder and 100,000-mark notes were stowed away in his knapsack, resting lightly on his shoulders. A police automobile appeared on the scene. The young lieutenant put a glass to his eyes and looked closely over the surface of the water. Nothing. He gave the alarm to the submarine police by wireless. The apparatus was built skillfully into the auto. In a few minutes, with a delicate sound-measuring apparatus, the fleeing submarine was located. A short and easy task for the great Alpha electromagnetic traction apparatus. It shot gigantic lines of force through the water, and slowly, with irresistible titanic power, it drew the little boat that vainly tried to escape into the safe harbor of the submarine police station. The clock rang out 5 o'clock, as the wireless announced the capture of the fugitives to the anxiously waiting Lieutenant Brylov. No one was as happy as the lieutenant, for now a weight was lifted off his heart, and he need have no more anxiety for his future. Translated from the German. End of Hunting Criminals in 2000 AD by Felix Leo Goekertz. Translator unknown.
The Surgeon's Experiment by W.C. Morrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Surgeon's Experiment by W.C. Morrow. A young man with a peculiarly painful look of distress presented himself about 10 o'clock one morning at the residence of the least known and yet the most remarkable of all the surgeons in the great city of blank. This surgeon lived in a queer old brick house of most primitive kind, a structure entirely out of date, and tolerable only in the decayed part of the city in which it stood, large, gloomy, mouldy, damp, and dark, abounding in long dark halls, dismal rooms, and mysterious closets and cellars, absurdly large for the small family, man and wife, that occupied it. The house described, the man is portrayed, but not the woman. He could be agreeable enough on occasion, but for all that, he was but animated mystery. His wife was weak, wan, reticent, evidently miserable, and possibly living a life of dread or horror, perhaps witness of repulsive things, subject of anxieties, and victim of fear and tyranny. But there is a great deal of guessing in these assumptions. He was about 50 years of age, possibly 60, and she about 40. He was lean, tall, and bald, with thin, smooth-shaven face and very keen eyes, kept always at home, and was slovenly. The man was strong, the woman weak. He dominated, she suffered. Although he was a surgeon of rare skill, his practice was almost nothing, for it was a rare occurrence that the few who knew of his great ability were brave enough to penetrate the gloom of his house, and when they did so, it was with deaf ear turned to sundry ghoulish stories that were whispered concerning him. These were, in great part, but exaggerations of his experiments in vivisection. He was devoted to the science of surgery. The young man who presented himself on the morning just mentioned was a handsome fellow, yet of evident weak character and unhealthy temperament, sensitive and easily exalted or depressed. A single glance convinced the surgeon that this visitor was seriously affected in mind, for there was never bolder skull grin of melancholia, fixed and irremediable. A stranger would not have suspected any occupancy of the house. The street door, old, warped, and blistered by the sun, was locked, and the small, faded green window blinds were closed. The young man rapped at the door. No answer. He rapped again. Still no sign. He examined a slip of paper, glanced at the number of the house, and then, with the impatience of a child, he furiously kicked the door. There were signs of numerous other such kicks. A response came in the shape of a shuffling footstep in the hall, a turning of the rusty key, and a sharp face that peered through a cautious opening in the door. "Are you the doctor?" asked the young man. "Yes, yes, come in," briskly replied the master of the house. The young man entered. The old surgeon closed the door and carefully locked it. "This way," he said, advancing to a rickety flight of stairs. The young man followed. The surgeon led the way up the stairs, turned into a narrow, musty-smelling hall at the left, traversed it, shaking the loose boards under his feet, at the further end opened a door at the right, and beckoned his visitor to enter. The young man found himself in a pleasant room, furnished in antique fashion, and with hard simplicity. "Sit down," said the old man, placing a chair so that its occupant should face a window that looked out upon a dead wall about 6 feet from the house. He threw open the blind, and a pale light entered. He then seated himself near his visitor, and directly facing him, and with a searching glance that had all the power of a microscope, he proceeded to diagnosticate the case. "Well?" he presently asked. The young man shifted uneasily in his seat. I came to see you," he finally stammered, "because I'm in trouble." "Ah!" "Yes, you see, I have given it up." "Ah!" There was pity added to sympathy in the ejaculation. "That's it, given it up," added the visitor. He took from his pocket a roll of banknotes, and with the utmost deliberation he counted them out upon his knee. $5,000, he calmly remarked. That is for you. It's all I have, but I presume, I imagine, no, that is not the word. Assume, yes, that's the word. Assume that 5,000, is it really that much? Let me count. He counted again. That $5,000 is a sufficient fee for what I want you to do. The surgeon's lips curled pityingly, perhaps disdainfully also. What do you want me to do? He carelessly inquired. The young man rose, looked around with a mysterious air, approached the surgeon, and laid the money across his knee. Then he stooped and whispered 2 words in the surgeon's ear. These words produced an electric effect. The old man started violently. Then, springing to his feet, he caught his visitor angrily and pierced him through with a look that was as sharp as a knife. His eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth to give utterance to some harsh imprecation, when he suddenly checked himself. The anger left his face, and only pity remained. He relinquished his grasp, picked up the scattered notes, and offering them to the visitor, slowly said, I do not want your money. You are simply foolish. You think you are in trouble. Well, you do not know what trouble is. Your only trouble is that you have not a trace of manhood in your nature. You are merely insane. I shall not say pusillanimous. You should surrender yourself to the authorities and be sent to a lunatic asylum for proper treatment. The young man keenly felt the intended insult, and his eyes flashed dangerously. You old dog, you insult me thus, he cried. Grand airs these you give yourself, virtuously indignant old murderer, you. Don't want my money, eh? When a man comes to you himself and wants it done, you fly into a passion and spurn his money. But let an enemy of his come and pay you, and you are only too willing. How many such jobs have you done in this miserable old hole? It is a good thing for you that the police have not run you down and brought spade and shovel with them. Do you know what is said of you? Do you think you have kept your windows so closely shut that no sound has ever penetrated beyond them? Where do you keep your infernal implements? He had worked himself into a high passion. His voice was hoarse, loud, and rasping. His eyes, bloodshot, started from their sockets. His whole frame twitched, and his fingers writhed. But he was in the presence of a man infinitely his superior. 2 eyes, like those of a snake, burned 2 holes through him. An overmastering, inflexible presence confronted one weak and passionate. The result came. Sit down, commanded the stern voice of the surgeon. It was the voice of father to child, of master to slave. The fury left the visitor, who, weak and overcome, fell upon a chair. Meanwhile, a peculiar light had appeared in the old surgeon's face. The dawn of a strange idea. A gloomy ray strayed from the fires of the bottomless pit. The baleful light that illumines the way of the enthusiast. Such light now or then or often will steal into every mind. Nature thus holds a candle to her mysteries. She blushes at our lack of confidence in her. Thus ignorance becomes manifest. To understand nature is to control her, bend her to the will, make her dance attendance. There is no faith without knowledge, no knowledge without mastery. The old man remained a moment in profound abstraction, gleams of eager intelligence bursting momentarily through the cloud of somber meditation that covered his face. Then broke the broad light of a deep, impenetrable determination. There was something sinister in it, suggesting the sacrifice of something held sacred. After a struggle, mind had vanquished conscience. Taking a piece of paper and a pencil, the surgeon carefully wrote answers to questions that he peremptorily addressed to his visitor, such as his name, age, place of residence, occupation, and the like, and the same inquiries concerning his parents, together with other particular matters. "Does anyone know you came to this house?" he asked. "No." "You swear it?" "Yes." "But your prolonged absence will cause alarm and lead to search." "I have provided against that." How? By depositing a note in the post as I came along, announcing my intention to drown myself. The river will be dragged. What then? Asked the young man, shrugging his shoulders with careless indifference. Rapid undertow, you know. A good many are never found. There was a pause. Are you ready? Finally asked the surgeon. Perfectly. The answer was cool and determined. The manner of the surgeon, however, showed much perturbation. The pallor that had come into his face at the moment his decision was formed became intense. A nervous tremulousness came over his frame. Above it all shone the light of devoted enthusiasm. "Have you a choice in the method?" he asked. "Yes, extreme anaesthesis." "With what agent?" "The surest and quickest." "Do you desire any subsequent disposition?" "No, only nullification. Simply a blowing out, as of a candle in the wind. A puff, then darkness, without a trace. A sense of your own safety may suggest the method. I leave it to you." "No delivery to your friends?" "None whatever." Another pause. "Did you say you are quite ready?" asked the surgeon. "Quite ready." "And perfectly willing?" "Anxious." "Then wait a moment." With this request the old surgeon rose to his feet and stretched himself. Then, with the stealthiness of a cat, he opened the door and peered into the hall, listening intently. There was no sound. He softly closed the door and locked it. Then he closed the window blinds and locked them. This done, he opened a door leading into an adjoining room, which, though it had no window, was lighted by means of a small skylight. The young man watched closely. A strange change had come over him. While his determination had not one whit lessened, a look of great relief came into his face, displacing the haggard, despairing look of a half-hour before. Melancholic then, he was ecstatic now. The opening of the second door disclosed a curious sight. In the center of the room, directly under the skylight, was an operating table, such as is used by demonstrators of anatomy. In a glass case against the wall were disposed surgical instruments of every kind. Hanging in another case were human skeletons of various sizes. In sealed jars, arranged on shelves, were monstrosities of diverse kinds preserved in alcohol. There were also, among innumerable other articles scattered about the room, a mannequin, a stuffed cat, a desiccated human heart, plaster casts of various parts of the body, numerous charts, and a large assortment of drugs and chemicals. There was also a lounge, which could be opened to form a couch. The surgeon opened it and moved the operating table aside, giving its place to the lounge. "Come in," he called to his visitor. The young man obeyed without a tremor, without the least hesitation. "Take off your coat." He complied. "Lie down on that lounge." In a moment the young man was stretched at full length, eyeing the surgeon. The latter undoubtedly was suffering under great excitement, but he did not waver. His movements were sure and quick. Selecting a bottle containing a liquid, he carefully measured out a certain quantity. While doing this, he asked, "Have you any irregularity of the heart?" "No." The answer was prompt, but it was immediately followed by a quizzical look in the speaker's face. "I presume," he added, "you mean by your question that it might be dangerous to give me a certain drug. Under the circumstances, however, I fail to see any relevancy in your question." This evidently took the surgeon aback, but he hastened to explain that he did not wish to inflict unnecessary pain, and hence his question. He placed the glass on a stand, approached his visitor, and carefully examined his pulse. "Wonderful!" he exclaimed. "Why?" "It is perfectly normal." "Because I am wholly resigned. Indeed, it has been long since I knew such happiness. It is not active, but infinitely sweet." "You have no lingering desire to retract?" "None whatever." The surgeon went to the stand and returned with the draught. "Take this," he said kindly. The young man partially raised himself and took the glass in his hand. He did not show the vibration of a single nerve. He drank the liquid, draining the last drop. Then he returned the glass with a smile. "Thank you," he said. "You are the noblest man that lives. May you always prosper and be happy. You are my benefactor, my liberator. Bless you, bless you. You reach down from your seat with the gods and lift me up into glorious peace and rest. I love you. I love you with all my heart." These words, spoken earnestly in a musical low voice, and accompanied with a smile of ineffable tenderness, pierced the old man's heart. A suppressed convulsion swept over him. Intense anguish wrung his vitals. Perspiration trickled down his face. The young man continued to smile. "Ah, it does me good," said he. The surgeon, with a strong effort to control himself, sat down upon the edge of the lounge and took his visitor's wrist, counting the pulse. "How long will it take?" the young man asked. 10 minutes, 2 have passed. The voice was hoarse. "Ah, only 8 minutes more. Delicious, delicious. I feel it coming. What was that? Ah, I understand. Music. Beautiful. Coming, coming. Is that water? Trickling? Dripping? Doctor?" "Well?" Thank you. Noble man. My savior. My benefactor. Trickling. Dripping. Doctor?" "Well?" "Doctor." "Past hearing," muttered the surgeon. "Doctor." "And blind." Response was made by a firm grasp of the hand. "Doctor." "And numb." "Doctor." The old man watched and waited. Dripping. The last drop had run. There was a sigh and nothing more. The surgeon laid down the hand. "The first step," he groaned, rising to his feet. Then his whole frame dilated. "The first step, the most difficult, yet the simplest. A providential delivery into my hands of that for which I have hungered for 40 years. No withdrawal now. It is possible, because scientific, rational, but perilous. If I succeed, I shall succeed, I will succeed. And after success, what? Yes, what? Publish the plan and the result? The gallows. As long as it shall exist, and I exist, the gallows. That much. But how account for its presence? Ah, that pinches hard. I must trust to the future." He tore himself from the reverie and started. "I wonder if she heard or saw anything." With that reflection he cast a glance upon the form on the lounge, and then left the room, locked the door, locked also the door of the outer room, walked down 2 or 3 long halls, penetrated to a remote part of the house, and rapped at a door. It was opened by his wife. He, by this time, had regained complete mastery over himself. "I thought I heard someone in the house just now," he said, "but I can find no one." "I heard nothing." He was greatly relieved. "I did hear someone knock at the door less than an hour ago," she resumed, "and heard you speak, I think. Did he come in?" "No." The woman glanced at his feet and seemed perplexed. "I am almost certain," she said, "that I heard footfalls in the house, and yet I see that you are wearing slippers." "Oh, I had on my shoes then." "That explains it," said the woman, satisfied. "I think the sound you heard must have been caused by rats." "Ah, that was it!" exclaimed the surgeon. Leaving, he closed the door, reopened it, and said, "I do not wish to be disturbed today." He said to himself as he went down the hall, "All is clear there." He returned to the room in which his visitor lay, and made a careful examination. "Splendid specimen," he softly exclaimed. "Every organ sound, every function perfect. Fine, large frame, well-shaped muscles, strong and sinewy, capable of wonderful development, if given opportunity. I have no doubt it can be done. Already I have succeeded with a dog, a task less difficult than this, For in a man, the cerebrum overlaps the cerebellum, which is not the case with a dog. This gives a wide range for accident, with but one opportunity in a lifetime. In the cerebrum, the intellect and the affections. In the cerebellum, the senses and the motor forces. In the medulla oblongata, control of the diaphragm. In these two latter lie all the essentials of simple existence. The cerebrum is merely an adornment. That is to say, reason and the affections are almost purely ornamental. I have already proved it. My dog, with its cerebrum removed, was idiotic, but it retained its physical senses to a certain degree. While thus ruminating, he made careful preparations. He replaced the operating table under the skylight, selected a number of surgical instruments, prepared certain drug mixtures, and arranged water, towels, and all the essential of a tedious surgical operation. Suddenly he burst into laughter. "Poor fool!" he exclaimed. "Wanted to pay me $5,000 to kill him. Didn't have the nerve to snuff his own candle. Singular, singular, the queer freaks these bad men take. You thought you were dying, poor idiot. Allow me to inform you, sir, that you are as much alive at this moment as ever you were in your life. But it will be all the same to you. You shall never be more conscious than you are now, and for all practical purposes, so far as they concern you, you are dead henceforth, though you shall live. By the way, how should you feel without a head? Ha 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 ha! But that's a sorry joke." He raised the unconscious form from the lounge and laid it upon the operating table. About 3 years afterward, the following conversation was held between a captain of police and a detective. "She may be insane," suggested the captain. "I think she is." "And yet you credit her story?" "I do." "Singular." "Not at all. I myself have learned something." "What?" "Much, in one sense, little in another. You have heard those queer stories of her husband. Well, they are all nonsensical, probably with one exception. He is generally a harmless old fellow, but peculiar. He has performed some wonderful surgical operations. The people in his neighborhood are ignorant, and they fear him and wish to be rid of him. Hence they tell a great many lies about him, and they come to believe their own stories. The one important thing I have learned is that he is almost insanely enthusiastic on the subject of surgery, especially experimental surgery, and with an enthusiast there is hardly such a thing as a scruple. It is this that gives me confidence in the woman's story." "You say she appeared to be frightened?" "Doubly so. First, she feared that her husband should learn of her betrayal of him. Second, the discovery itself had terrified her." "But her report of this discovery is very vague," argued the captain. "He conceals everything from her. She is merely guessing." "In part, yes. In other part, no. She heard the sounds distinctly, though she did not see clearly. Horror closed her eyes. What she thinks she saw is, I admit, preposterous, but she undoubtedly saw something extremely frightful. There are many peculiar little circumstances. He has eaten with her but few times during the last 3 years, and nearly always carries his food to his private rooms. She says that he either consumes an enormous amount, throws much away, or is feeding something that eats prodigiously. He explains this to her by saying that he has animals with which he experiments. This is not true. Again, he always keeps the door to these rooms carefully locked, and not only that, but he has had the doors doubled and otherwise strengthened, and has heavily barred a window that looks from one of the rooms upon a dead wall a few feet distant." "What does it mean?" asked the captain. "A prison." "For animals, perhaps." "Certainly not." "Why?" "Because, in the first place, cages would have been better. In the second place, the security that he has provided is infinitely greater than that required for the confinement of ordinary animals." "All this is easily explained. He is a violent lunatic under treatment." "I had thought of that, but such is not the fact." "How do you know?" by reasoning thus. First, he has always refused to treat cases of lunacy. Second, he confines himself to surgery. Third, the walls are not padded, for the woman has heard sharp blows upon them. Fourth, no human strength, however morbid, could possibly require such resisting strength as has been provided. Fifth, he would not be likely to conceal a lunatic's confinement from the woman. Sixth, no lunatic could consume all the food that he provides. Seventh, such extremely violent manias as these precautions might indicate could not continue for 3 years. Eighth, if there is a lunatic in the case, it is very probable that there should have been communication with someone outside concerning the patient, and there has been none. Ninth, the woman has listened at the keyhole and has heard no human voice within. 10th, and best, we have heard the woman's vague description of what she saw. "You have destroyed every possible theory," said the captain, deeply interested, "and have suggested nothing new." "Unfortunately, I cannot, but the truth may be very simple after all. The old surgeon is so peculiar that I am prepared to discover something remarkable." "Have you suspicions?" "I have." "Of what?" "A crime." "Ah!" "The woman suspects it, and betrays it?" "Certainly." "Why?" "Because it is so horrible that her humanity revolts, so terrible that her whole nature demands of her that she hand over the criminal to the law, so frightful that she is in mortal terror, so awful that it has shaken her mind." "What do you propose to do?" asked the captain. "Secure evidence. I may need help." "You shall have all the men you require. Go ahead, but be careful. You are on dangerous ground. You would be a mere plaything in the hands of that man." 2 days afterward, the detective again sought the captain. "I have a queer document," he said, exhibiting torn fragments of paper on which there was writing. "The woman stole it and brought it to me. She snatched a handful out of a book, getting only a part of each of a few leaves. These fragments, which the men arranged as best they could, were, the detective explained, torn by the surgeon's wife from the first volume of a number of manuscript books that her husband had written on one subject, the very one that was the cause of her excitement. About the time that he began a certain experiment 3 years ago," continued the detective, "he removed everything from the suite of 2 rooms containing his study and his operating room. In one of the bookcases that he removed to a room across the hall was a drawer, which he kept locked, but which he opened from time to time. As is quite common with such pieces of furniture, the lock of the drawer was a very poor one, and so the woman, while making a thorough search yesterday, found a key on her bunch that fitted this lock. She opened the drawer, took out the bottom book of a pile, so that its mutilation would more likely escape discovery, saw it might contain a clue, and tore out a handful of the leaves. She had barely replaced the book, locked the drawer, and made her escape when her husband appeared. He hardly ever allows her to be out of his sight when she is in that part of the house." The fragments read as follows: "The motory nerves. I had hardly dared to hope for such a result, although inductive reasoning had convinced me of its possibility, my only doubt having been on the score of my lack of skill. Their operation has been only slightly impaired, and even this would not have been the case had the operation been performed in infancy, before the intellect had sought and obtained recognition as an essential part of the whole. Therefore I state as a proved fact that the cells of the motory nerves have inherent forces sufficient to the purposes of those nerves, but hardly so with the sensory nerves. These latter are, in fact, an offshoot of the former, evolved from them by natural, though not essential, heterogeneity, and to a certain extent are dependent on the evolution and expansion of a contemporaneous tendency, that developed into mentality or mental function. Both of these latter tendencies, these evolvements, are merely refinements of the motory system, and not independent entities. That is to say, they are the blossoms and seed of a plant that propagates its offspring from its roots. The motory system is the first. Nor am I surprised that such prodigious muscular energy is developing. It promises yet to surpass the wildest dreams of human strength. I account for it thus. The powers of assimilation had reached their full development. They had formed the habit of doing a certain amount of work. They sent their products to all parts of the system. By reason of the operation, the consumption of these products was reduced fully half. That is, about half of the demand for them was withdrawn. But force of habit required the production to proceed. This production was strength, vitality, energy. Thus double the usual quantity of this strength. This energy was stored in the remaining. Developed a tendency that did surprise me. Nature, no longer suffering the distraction of extraneous interferences, and at the same time being cut in two, as it were, with reference to this case, did not fully adjust herself to the new situation, as does a magnet which, when divided at the point of equilibrium, renews itself in its two fragments by investing each with opposite poles, but, on the contrary, being severed from laws that theretofore controlled her, and possessing still that mysterious tendency to develop into something more potential and complex, she blindly, having lost her lantern, pushed her demands for material that would secure this development, and as blindly used it when it was given her. Hence this marvelous voracity, this insatiable hunger, this wonderful ravenousness, and hence also, there being nothing but the physical part to receive this vast storing of energy, this strength that is becoming almost hourly Herculean, almost daily appalling. It is becoming a serious, narrow escape today. By some means, while I was absent, it unscrewed the stopper of the silver feeding pipe, which I have already termed the artificial mouth, and in one of its curious antics allowed all the child to escape from its stomach through the tube. Its hunger then became intense, I may say furious. I placed my hands upon it to push it into a chair, when, feeling my touch, it caught me, clasped me around the neck, and would have killed me instantly had I not slipped from its powerful grasp. Thus I always had to be on my guard. I have provided the screw stopper with a spring catch, and, usually docile when not hungry, slow and heavy in its movements, which are, of course, purely unconscious, any apparent excitement in movement being due to local irregularities in the blood supply of the cerebellum, which, if I did not have it enclosed in a silver case that is immovable, I should expose, and— The captain looked at the detective with a puzzled air. "I don't understand it at all," said he. "Nor I," agreed the detective. "What do you propose to do?" "Make a raid." "Do you want a man?" "3. "3?" "Yes, and the strongest men in your district." "Why, the surgeon is old and weak." "Nevertheless, I want 3 strong men, and for that matter, prudence really advises me to take 20. "Ah!" At 1 o'clock the next morning, a cautious scratching sound might have been heard in the ceiling of the surgeon's operating room. Shortly afterward, the skylight sash was carefully raised and laid aside. A man peered into the opening. Nothing could be heard. "That is singular," thought the detective. He cautiously lowered himself to the floor by a rope, and then stood for some moments listening intently. There was a dead silence. He shot the slide of a dark lantern, and rapidly swept the room with the light. It was bare, with the exception of a strong iron staple and ring, screwed to the floor in the center of the room, with a heavy chain attached. The detective then turned his attention to the outer room. It was perfectly bare. He was deeply perplexed. Returning to the inner room, he called softly to the men to descend. While they were thus occupied, he re-entered the outer room and examined the door. A glance sufficed. It was kept closed by a spring attachment, and was locked with a strong spring lock that could be drawn from the inside. "The bird has just flown," mused the detective. "A singular accident. The discovery and proper use of this thumb-bolt might not have happened once in 50 years, if my theory is correct. By this time the men were behind him. He noiselessly drew the spring bolt, opened the door, and looked out into the hall. He heard a peculiar noise. It was as though a gigantic lobster was floundering and scrambling in some distant part of the old house. Accompanying this sound was a loud whistling breathing, and frequent rasping gasps. These sounds were heard by still another person, the surgeon's wife, for they originated very near her rooms, which were a considerable distance from her husband's. She had been sleeping lightly, tortured by fear, and harassed by frightful dreams. The conspiracy into which she had recently entered, for the destruction of her husband, was a source of great anxiety. She constantly suffered from the most gloomy forebodings, and lived in an atmosphere of terror. Added to the natural horror of her situation were those countless sources of fear which a fright-shaken mind creates and then magnifies. She was, indeed, in a pitiable state, having been driven first by terror to desperation, and then by desperation to madness. Startled thus, out of fitful slumber, by the noise at her door, she sprang from her bed to the floor, every terror that lurked in her acutely tense mind and diseased imagination starting up and almost overwhelming her. The idea of flight, one of the strongest of all instincts, seized upon her, and she ran to the door, beyond all control of reason. She drew the bolt and flung the door wide open, and then fled wildly down the hall, the appalling hissing and rasping gurgle ringing in her ears, apparently with a thousandfold intensity. But the hall was in absolute darkness, and she had not taken a half-dozen steps when she tripped upon an unseen object on the floor. She fell headlong upon it, encountering in it a large, soft, warm substance that writhed and squirmed, and from which came the sounds that had awakened her. Instantly realizing her situation, she uttered a piercing shriek, such as only an unnameable terror can inspire. But hardly had her cry started the echoes in the empty halls when it was suddenly stifled. 2 prodigious arms had closed upon her and crushed her to death. The cry performed the office of directing the detective and his assistants, and it also aroused the old surgeon, who occupied rooms between the officers and the object of their search. The cry of agony pierced him to the marrow, and a realization of the cause of it burst upon him with frightful force. "It has come at last!" he gasped, springing from his bed. Snatching from a table a dimly burning lamp, and a long knife that he had kept at hand for 3 years, he dashed into the hall. The 4 officers had already started forward, but when they saw him emerge, they halted in silence. In that moment of stillness, the surgeon paused to listen. He heard the hissing sound and the clumsy floundering of a bulky, living object in the direction of his wife's apartments. It evidently was advancing toward him. A turn in the hall shut out the view. He turned up the light, which revealed a ghastly pallor in his face. "Wife!" he called. There was no response. He hurriedly advanced, the 4 men following quietly. He turned the angle of the hall, and ran so rapidly that by the time the officers had come in sight of him again, he was 20 steps away. He ran past a huge, shapeless object, sprawling, crawling, and floundering along, and arrived at the body of his wife. He gave one horrified glance at her face, and staggered backward to the wall. Then a demoniacal fury seized him. Clutching the knife firmly, and holding the lamp aloft, he sprang toward the ungainly object in the hall. It was then that the officers, still advancing cautiously, saw a little more clearly, though still indistinctly, the object of the surgeon's fury, and the cause of the look of unutterable anguish in his face. The hideous sight caused them to pause. They saw what appeared to be a man, and yet which evidently was not a man. Huge, awkward, shapeless, a squirming, lurching, stumbling mass, completely naked. It raised its broad shoulders. It had no head, but instead of it a small metallic ball surmounting its massive neck. "Devil!" exclaimed the surgeon, raising the knife. "Hold there!" commanded a stern voice. The surgeon quickly raised his eyes and saw the 4 officers, and, for a moment, fear paralyzed his arm. "The police?" he gasped. Then, with a look of redoubled fury, he sent the knife to the hilt into the squirming mass before him. The wounded monster sprang to its feet and wildly threw its arms about, meanwhile emitting fearful sounds from a silver tube through which it breathed. The surgeon aimed another blow, but never gave it. In his blind fury he lost his caution and was caught in an iron grasp. The struggling threw the lamp some feet toward the officers, and it fell to the floor, shattered to pieces. Simultaneously with the crash the oil took fire, and the hall was filled with flame. The officers could not approach. Before them was the spreading blaze, and secure behind it were 2 forms struggling in a fearful embrace. They heard cries and gasps, and saw the gleaming of a knife. The wood in the house was old and dry. It took fire at once, and the flames spread with great rapidity. The 4 officers turned and fled, barely escaping with their lives. In an hour nothing remained of the mysterious old house and its inmates but a blackened ruin. End of the Surgeon's Experiment by W.C. Morrow. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
Ham Jones, Scientist, by Harlan A. Eveleth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Ham Jones, Scientist, by Harlan A. Eveleth. Henry Alfonso Marmaduke Jones, alias Ham Jones, was a youth of 17 summers, awkward and lanky, with auburn hair and freckles, and blue eyes which imbibed the beauties of nature. Several sat near him in Latin 1, through the lenses of omnipresent iron-rimmed spectacles. Ham was some boy. He had attained a wide reputation among his fellow students as a wizard of wireless telegraphy and as an authority on all the intricacies of hookups and electrical phenomena pertaining thereto. In fact, the pages of his Caesar housed innumerable and priceless diagrams of diagrammatic data, while a rear view of this assemblage of students disclosed the existence of a Secret Service system of communication, whereby others who desired information of a technical brand could obtain the same direct from the hand of the renowned scientist Ham Jones. Thus it was with a great feeling of joy and expectation that I, a humble member of the Secret Service organization, accepted the magnanimous invitation of Ham to devote an evening of my leisure time among the electrical paraphernalia of his far-famed laboratory. I ascended the steps of the front porch of Ham's abode with faltering steps that memorable night, and I pushed the push of the push-button with the end of an ink eraser, for I had heard rumors of big sparks and unexpected shocks, and rubber is an insulator. Ham had told me so. "Hello, Spin," quoth Ham, as he swung the door open. "Glad to see you. Come right in and make yourself at home." And with that he gave me the glad hand and a pat on the shoulder. "The pleasure's all mine," I replied, I, alias Spin, short for Spindle, being modeled somewhat along the graceful lines of a Geissler tube. "Come right upstairs," chirped Ham, so I trailed along behind him, up 2 flights of stairs to a hall leading to the laboratory in the attic. "There's my room. You can open the door and step right in," gurgled Ham. "I left something downstairs. I'll be back in a moment." "All right," I said innocently, and then grasped the knob of the door. I had pushed it about half open when the knob suddenly turned red hot or something, and it would not let go of my hand for all I could do to persuade it to. Ham stood on the stairs with his hand beneath the railing, and laughed so hard that he finally sat down on the steps to keep from tumbling the whole length. Thereupon the knob turned cool, and I yanked my hand away. "You big boob!" I yelled, for I was scared and about ready to choke. "Do you want to kill a feller?" "Ah, forget it. You have to get used to shocks if you're going into the wireless business. Yes, well, will you let me try it out on you? Perhaps later on, but I've got lots to show you, and besides it's a waste of juice. Come in and I'll show you my junk. So in I went. Ham turned on a light, and thereupon my eyes opened wider and wider, as I gazed in mingled awe and ecstasy upon the vast accumulation of multifarious electrical equipment which adorned the four walls and portions of the ceiling and floor of the laboratory. A bewilderment of coils of wire, switches, bells, insulators, and instruments of every type and form imaginable, and surmounting the whole, a crudely lettered sign bearing the ominous warning, "Danger, 150,000 volts. All persons entering this laboratory do so at their own risk." "Hen," I said in a plaintive tone, as if about to ask him for a job, "I guess I'll stand over near the doorway." I was careful to call him Hen, for I feared dire consequences if I should offend his dignity. "Nope, you stay right where you are," he retorted. "There will be no danger as long as you keep your hands off the wires." "But how about those 150,000 volts? Don't worry about them. They're Tesla coil volts, and they won't do more than knock you down. I'll save the fireworks for the last, so that if you get killed, you won't miss any of the show." "Uh-huh," I gasped, then wondered if I had better not make a break for the door while I had the chance. "Take a seat," said Ham, "and I'll show you the wireless." So I gingerly took a seat, after first turning it upside down to discover the presence of any diabolical mechanism which might be concealed in the cushion. "Now spin," he said, with a wave of his hand, as he assumed a professional attitude. "That apparatus over there on your right is called the transmitting set. It is hard for me to explain the function of the various instruments in terms which will be understood by the layman, so I'll try to use simple language. This instrument here is called a transformer, and it takes the 110 volts and cuts them up into pieces until there are 15,000 volts. That's 30 times as many volts as run the electric cars, so it is a very dangerous current to fool with. From the transformer, the volts flow into this condenser, which piles them up like sardines until there are so many that they jump across this spark gap. That coil of wire is called a helix. The volts get going around it so fast that some of them shoot off into the aerial, and from there into the ether. That's about all there is to it. The code is made by punching this key. It's a pretty complicated affair, all right, I ventured to say, but there's one thing I don't understand. What do you mean by saying the volts go into the ether? I took ether when I had my arm broken, but I don't see what it has to do with wireless. Ha ha! The wireless ether is not a liquid, it's a substance, inconceivably attenuated, which is supposed to be coextensive with infinite space. That's the only way I can describe it. I don't know much about it myself. However, these instruments over here are for receiving. The messages come down the aerial and then pass through those tuning coils, the receivers, and the detector. The detector lowers the rate of vibration of the incoming current so that you can hear the signals, while the tuner regulates the wavelength. I think I understand, but can I hear a message? Sure thing. I've got two good, get that, 100 ohm receivers, and we'll have one apiece. We clamped the receivers on our heads, and Hen monkeyed with the switches and detector, and slid the contacts up and down the tuning coil as if he was sawing wood, but the only thing we heard was the test buzzer. There must be a loose connection somewhere, explained Hen, as he made a minute examination of the wiring. Finally we heard a series of loud buzzes which suddenly broke into a long dash. Hen worked the tuner for all he was worth, but could not tune the station out. There's no use trying. It's another one of those hams who sit on his key for the pleasure of hearing a spark. Those fellows make me sick. They have a habit of doing it just as I start to listen to. Just then Hen lifted his elbow and the noise stopped. He didn't say a word, just looked a bit foolish and sawed his tuner harder than ever. Finally he jumped up, stuck his head and arms out of the window, and did something which suddenly made the buzzes come in at a great rate. "I guess that one's on me," said Hen. "I forgot to open the ground switch. Now listen. Ah, there's Colleen. Keep quiet now, don't talk. Hang it all, there's that fellow who sits across the aisle from me in Latin 1. He's always butting in on me when I'm trying to do long-distance work. Listen. There's the RB giving her OS to BH. Hear that low spark? That's HA shooting the baseball scores. Gee, I wish I could copy him, but I can't. He's using Morse. I guess you've heard enough. Take the receivers off, and I'll go on with the show." So I did as commanded, thanked him for the demonstration, and told him in earnestness what a remarkable person he must be to comprehend the technique of such a complex mechanism. "Say, Hen," I inquired, noticing the contents of a box reposing in the corner, "where did you get all of those fuses?" "Fuses? Those are all burnt out. I bought them at a nickel apiece, and there's about $2 worth there in that box. I threw another $1's worth away last night at a couple of cats. About a week ago, Pa served me with an ultimatum to the fact that I was to buy no more fuses, so I've hit upon a scheme whereby they won't burn out so easily. I take the top off a burnt fuse and fill it with tinfoil, then force it back onto the fuse, and behold, I have a new fuse that lets more current through than it did when new. You need not tell anybody about it, for I'm thinking of getting the idea patented." "That is a good scheme, all right," I remarked. "I will say nothing about it. But what is that arrangement over there on the wall?" "Oh, that is a little contrivance of mine, whereby I am enabled to listen to conversation which takes place on the first floor. It consists of 2 microphones, a battery, and a telephone receiver. I installed the microphones last Sunday when the rest of the family were at church. One is located behind the boiler in the kitchen, and the other beneath the radiator in the parlor. Hold the receiver up to your ear, and see if you hear anything." "Yes," I said, "I can hear people walking around. Keep quiet a moment." The hissing and scraping noise gradually died down, and then there came to my ear a series of distorted words to the effect that, "I am sick and tired of the company which Henry continually brings to this house. They are a nuisance. He's failing in his Latin. Some night, throw his old wireless out of the window." Whereupon I dropped the receiver and said to the unsuspecting Hen, "Well, it's getting pretty late. I think I'd better go home." Hen urged me to stay. "I'll now show you the Tesla coil. I can't operate it very much in the evening, for it blinks the lights and is apt to cause trouble in the family." He tinkered with the switchboard, made new connections, then pressed the key with a yardstick and blandly continued, "The sparks I'm about to show you consist of over 150,000 volts. They electrocute men over in Sing Sing with 2,000 or 3,000 volts, so you can imagine what a dangerous current this is." "That's it," as I backed away. "Stand on that rug there, and you'll be safe." Ham Jones punched the key with his stick, and long, purple sparks shot off from the knobs of the Tesla coil, flicked about like the fangs of a boa constrictor, and snarled and crackled like a wounded rattler. I stood on the rug in mute admiration of this exhibition of artificial lightning, ever fearful of an impending death. Hen let the sparks play over his hands and even pulled sparks from conspicuous portions of my anatomy. Surely he was a genius, a second Edison, a great engineer to be. I told him so, but he only laughed and told me to wait a moment and he would show me something better. He picked a fine wire up from the floor, fastened it to the coil, and pressed the key. Suffering cats! My shoes became full of carpet tacks, and I leaped so high that my head nearly hit the ceiling. Then down I came again onto that red-hot carpet, and thus I danced in agony until Hen got to laughing so hard he could not keep his stick on the key. I was mad clean through, but what could I do with Ham, leaning against the wall, so merry that the tears fairly rolled out of his eyes? In about 10 minutes, the wizard regained his former dignity and proffered an explanation of his ingenious trick. "Underneath that rug on which you so kindly stood," he said, "are a couple square yards of chicken wire. I connect it with the coil by means of this fine wire whenever I desire to pass the spark into the feet of whoever's standing on the rug. It works better for the ladies, as the soles of their shoes are not as thick as men's. I worked it on our parson the other day, and the sermon I got from Pa a few hours later was sure brief and right to the point." Hen, that's a pretty clever stunt, even if I was the goat," I ventured to say. "Those big sparks of yours are more interesting than the wireless, but I don't understand the peculiar way in which they seem to work. I don't see why they should jump into my feet when I do not have a second connection." "Of course you don't," interrupted Hen. "I can't explain the reason in simple language. Now, if you will step over here near the bed, I'll show you some more interesting ideas." Before retiring, I pull the shade, shut the door, and turn on the electric light. All 3 of these are arranged to be worked electrically from a series of push buttons located near the head of my bed. "Step over here, and I'll show you how the curtain works." As we approached the curtain, he spied a pair of pliers and said, "By the way, you see how the cutting edges of these pliers are fused? Well, several days ago I cut a lamp cord with them." The current was on, and I cut both wires at once. They were some great fireworks, but those new fuses of mine held first rate. Then he laid them reverently upon the top of the helix. Hen told me all about the mechanism of the curtain, then towed me back to the bed and showed me how he turned in and hit the hay. It seems he did not use the curtain arrangement very often, for it had a habit of rising before the desired time. However, all was ready for the demonstration. Hen was supposed to have said his prayers and be snugly tucked under the covers. "Watch out," he warned, while I pressed button number 1. So he pressed it, and with a click the latch gave way and the door swung open. "Now for number 2, cried Hen. "Watch the curtain. This is the best of the whole bunch." Twang went the spring of the curtain, and up went the ladder with a bang, but on its upward journey it struck the end of the pliers which Hen had left sticking out over the edge of the helix. The pliers sailed over toward the 110-volt switchboard, and thereupon occurred a series of twangs and bangs intermingled with shooting stars and meteors. Then something gave way, and the Jones house was plunged into total darkness. "What the deuce?" cried Hen in alarm, and very undignified. "Wouldn't that make you mad?" From below on the second floor there came in a stentorian voice, a series of interrogations, ejaculations, and commentations, which only served to add terror to an already fluttering heart. So while Ham Jones hunted around in the dark for a 10-penny nail with which to form a 1918 model Jones unblowable fuse, patents pending, I slunk down 2 flights of stairs and ran home as fast as I could. End of Ham Jones, Scientist, by Harley A. Eveleth.
The Phantom Arm, by Charles S. Wolfe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Phantom Arm, by Charles S. Wolfe. As a matter of fact, Coates had been playing pool continuously all evening, hadn't been out of sight. The shot was fired about 8:30. Still, the wounded man was certain that Coates shot him. Can you beat that for a perfect alibi? Fenner and I were seated side by side at the table which held Fenner's wireless set, enjoying a sociable listen-in. Many stations, commercial and amateur, purred and whistled pleasingly in our ears as we browsed up and down the tuner. Fenner twirled the switchblade over the taps caressingly. I glanced at the profile of his face as he worked. Absorbed in his task, every line in his face relaxed, contentment fairly radiating from him. Fenner hardly looked capable of the things he accomplished, things which few dreamed he attempted, things of which I had an inkling since the night I gazed down on the work of the educated harpoon. To neighbors and friends, a college student in his senior year, dabbler in scientific research. To the police, a mighty useful and a mighty successful detective. The clang of a gong sounding right over my head startled me into an involuntary jump. Turning wide-eyed, I found Fenner smiling his amusement. "Someone has just opened the front gate," he said quietly. "We are about to have visitors, invited or uninvited, welcome or unwelcome, honest or dishonest, but not unexpected." Before I could comment on the unusual arrangement, the noise made by someone mounting the stairs rapidly reached us, followed by quick strides along the hall toward us. The door was unceremoniously flung open, and Chief of Police Davison stood framed in the doorway. Fenner, apparently unmoved by the dramatic entrance of the head of the city's law-enforcing system, grinned amiably. "Welcome to our humble hearth, Chief," he drawled. "Bill, pass our friend an extra pair of phones." "I don't want to listen to any of that stuff," exploded Davidson irritably. "I'm here to get you to untangle this thing for me." "Calmly, friend Chief," said the imperturbable Fenner. "What thing? I don't number telepathy among my accomplishments, you know." Davidson sank into an indicated chair. Thoughts run ahead of my words, he mumbled gruffly, his way of apologizing. Mind always full. Bad habit. Bad habit is right, gravely assented Fenner. You know Bill here, I think. Unburden yourself freely. I'm completely up against it, confessed Davison. Right up against a stone wall. Never met anything just like it in my whole career. Sounds interesting, murmured Fenner. Someone cribbed the mayor's crown jewels, or has some joyous cuss eloped with the auto patrol? There's been a man shot, said Davidson, bluntly. Killed, sighed Fenner. Murder again, eh? I hate murder cases. The chief permitted himself to grin, just a little bit. Not so fast, young fellow. I didn't say killed, I said shot. He's very much alive, and he's occupying a nice white bed down in the city hospital. All he got was a bad flesh wound. But the guy that done the shooting's not to blame for that. He meant well, all right. Can't the man furnish any clue to his assailant? I ventured to horn in. Davidson actually chuckled. Clue? He told us just who he thought did it, and why. Then the man you're after has made a remarkable getaway and left you up in the air? Queried Fenner. Well, not so you could notice it, growled the chief. He's down at the hall right now, telephoning for a bondsman. Then, said Fenner politely, I don't see what's so upset your usually mild and placid disposition. The chief looked at us both in a sort of a helpless way. That's the hell of it, he complained despairingly. We've got everything. We've got the motive for the crime. We've got the weapon it was committed with. We've got the guy who simply must have done it. But... He broke off dejectedly. Well, here's a story, and you can judge for yourself. This shooting occurred on the lonely road between the outskirts of the city and Bloomville, that little village up along the river. The man who was shot is a chap named Johnson. He's a motorman employed by the traction company. He was running his car when he was potted. Fenner's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. Attempted hold-up? Nope, said the chief decidedly. Just a grudge being settled. He got the ball right across the bridge of the nose. Talk about your close calls. That fellow shook hands with death, blindness, and everything else, and got away with it. They got him into the hospital, and I took his statement. He says that a few days ago he threw a man off his car because he was drunk and offensive. This fellow threatened to get him. There's about a dozen passengers ready to confirm this. Well, Johnson, it seems, knew the man. His name is Coates. He told me that he was certain that Coates shot him. We threw out a drag and landed Coates within an hour. Yes, drawled Fenner as Davidson paused. Yes, shouted the chief. Very much yes. We found him in Lowry's pool room, playing pool with Franklin, one of my own detectives. And Franklin swears that Coates had been in that pool room since 7 o'clock this evening. So does everyone else in the place. As a matter of fact, Franklin was off duty, and he and Coates had been playing continuously all evening. Hadn't been out of his sight. The shot was fired about 8:30. Can you beat that for a perfect alibi? Sounds airtight, admitted Fenner calmly. Why not find out if Johnson has been indulging promiscuously in the gentle sport of bouncing intoxicated gentry? Possibly Coates was too busy to shoot him tonight, and some rival beat him to it. Fine, snarled the chief. Fine and sarcastic, but it won't work. My men found the spot where the shot was fired from. They found the gun, evidently thrown away in haste after the shot was fired. And more, within a radius of 50 feet, they found a handkerchief with Coates's initials stamped on it in indelible ink for laundry purposes. Everything points to Coates. Everything but the fact that Coates couldn't possibly be in two places at once. No, hardly, agreed Fenner. Well, he looked at me humorously. Looks as if you've got yourself mixed up in another case, Bill, old top. I know you want to be in on it. Look me up in the morning, will you? And we'll see what we can do. In the morning? Sputtered Davidson. Sure, said Fenner wearily. With nobody dead, and the suspect already in the toils, you don't expect me to trot out at midnight, do you? Here, Chief, relax. Where's those extra phones? Here, back your ear up to this and lap up a phone full of this stuff. It's great. But a slammed door and a muffled curse told us that the overwrought Davidson had taken himself and his burden of responsibility off to fresh duties. The next morning, Fenner and I made our way to the city hall. Davidson, burly and heavy-eyed, glowered at us from behind his desk. Any rift in the fog this morning? Queried Fenner cheerfully. Have you fastened the crime on Coates's astral entity? Fastened it on nothing, Davidson said savagely. What do you want? Just a slant at the weapon, said Fenner. We'll begin at the beginning. Without comment, Davidson produced a modern high-powered rifle. It was a wicked thing. Its sight was calibrated for ranges from point blank to 1,500 yards. Fenner took it in his hands and turned it over and over. Sure this is the weapon used? He asked. Empty cartridge in it when found, replied Davidson promptly. Plain evidence of having been recently discharged. Watching Fenner closely, I saw a swift gleam of interest light in his eyes and then suddenly fade. He jerked open the magazine. You took out the rest of the clip, of course, he asked carelessly as he snapped it shut. No, demurred Davidson. There was only the one cartridge in the chamber. Search Coates when you pinched him last night? Quizzed Fenner, still turning the gun over speculatively. We did that, acquiesced Davidson. Why? Find any ammunition for this or any other gun in his clothes? No, but that signifies nothing. True, granted Fenner. Suddenly, he handed back the rifle. Whose rifle is it? He fairly shot the question at the chief. Belongs to a man named Smith, grinned the chief, evidently pleased that the query had found him prepared. And where does Smith come in? Fenner asked, mildly. Davidson grinned with huge enjoyment. He's a friend of Coates, he said sweetly. Coates borrowed it from him day before yesterday. Anything else? Yes, said Fenner cheerfully. Transportation for two to the scene of the shooting, please. We boarded a trolley bound for Bloomville. Can you let us off at the place where the motorman was shot last night? Fenner asked the conductor as we handed him our complimentary tickets. I can, replied that worthy grimly. I can let you off at the exact spot. I'll not forget that location for quite some time. I was on the back when Johnson was shot. Fenner's glance at me spoke volumes. Is that so? He said interestedly. How did it happen? I was sitting just inside the rear door, making up my report after we'd passed the fare limit, and I'd been through the car, said the conductor, evidently willing to talk. When I heard something bang against the closed front door. I beat it out on the front platform, and there was Johnson in a heap. I shut off the power and gave her the air and stopped her. Johnson was out. I dragged him into the car, and somebody dug up a half pint, and we got him conscious. I ran the car back, and he rode on the front platform with me holding a handkerchief to his nose. He was weak and shook up, but game. We both thought Coates did it. Did you know Coates? Asked Fenner. Sure, came the reply. He worked for the company until Johnson threw him off when he was drunk. The super fired him then. Motorman? Queried Fenner. No, barn man, said the conductor. He repaired cars and brought in cripples. Didn't you get off and look for him? Not me, retorted the conductor. I didn't know how bad Johnson was hurt, and I wanted to get him into the hospital fast. Here you are. And we stepped off at the place where Johnson was shot. The road lay along the river. On the left was the riverbank. On the right, a gentle slope led up, covered with small trees, thick briar bushes, and crawling vines. Fenner turned his attention to this hill. We plunged into the underbrush, and following a straight line from the point indicated by the conductor, came to a spot much trampled, which bore mute evidence of the activities of Davidson's men. Sit down, Bill, and make yourself at home on this historic spot, chortled Fenner, while I take a look around. Nothing loath, for the climb through that tangled underbrush had been strenuous. I sat down to recover. By the time I was rested, Fenner was back at my side, whistling "Till We Meet Again" lustily. Come on, old-timer, he said gleefully. Us for the roadbed again. Find anything? I demanded as I scrambled to my feet and followed him down the hill. Now, he reproved over his shoulder. No naughty questions. Don't be like Davidson. He was evidently in high glee, and I was growing excited. I had seen the mood once before, about a half hour before I was formally introduced to the educated harpoon. When we reached the roadway, he paused. Bill, he said solemnly, do I look crazy? No, I said mystified. What? Then don't yell for help when you see what I do next, he begged. I'm about to look under a trolley track. It is an undignified proceeding. What the? I began. But he was already prone in the road, his finger moving underneath the rails and between ties. I glanced up the track. A trolley was approaching, bound cityward. Look out, I warned. Here's a car. I'm not deaf, he retorted as he scrambled to his feet. Stop him. We rode back to the city hall. As we entered, Davidson was about to leave. Hello, you fellows, he greeted. I was just going to leave. The mystery's cleared up. Fenner's face fell. Who? He began. Davidson laughed. It shows what having a fixed notion of a thing will do to your thinker, he said. Coates didn't do it after all. I've turned him loose. We rounded up a guy that I think will confess in a couple of hours. Fenner was grinning again. Is that so? He asked mockingly. Well, Chief, that's too bad. Now you'll have to hurry and arrest Coates all over again, for he certainly did do it. Davidson's jaw dropped. What the hell are you talking about? He demanded. He couldn't. He was in Lowry's pool room. Fenner broke in earnestly. Go and round him up again as quickly as you can, Chief. I'll show you. We sat waiting, Davidson, Fenner, and I, in the Chief's private office when two detectives brought in Coates. He was very angry. Ain't you done with me yet? He snarled. What do you want with me now? Davidson turned quizzically to Fenner. Fenner gazed a long minute at Coates. Then he reached for a pad of paper and took a pencil. Come here, Coates, he said, and watch me. Coates stood by his shoulder, and Fenner sketched rapidly. As he watched, Coates's face blanched. The sweat stood out on his forehead. Then suddenly he broke out hoarsely. Yes, you got me. That's how I pulled it off. I confess, Davidson, it was me. And I'm glad, damn glad I didn't croak him. With this slick guy after me, it would be me for the chair. Lock me up. When Coates was gone, Davidson turned to Fenner. Show me, he demanded briefly. Fenner laid the diagram he'd been sketching before us. As I glanced at it, I started. Davidson stared perplexedly. Looks like Greek to me, he said dubiously. It was clear enough to Coates, exulted Fenner. Those are electrical symbols, Chief. He's an electrician, you know. I got wise when you showed me the gun this morning. The first thing that struck me was the fact that only one shell was in the gun. Now, if I were out manhunting with a high-powered rifle, I'd have the whole clip of 4 or 5 right in the magazine, so that if I missed the first shot, I'd have 4 more chances. And then, there was the trigger. Did you notice that bright scratch on its dull surface? Well, no human finger leaves a mark like that when it squeezes a trigger. That settled it. Friend Coates went out into that underbrush, carefully estimated distances, took actual sight of the height of Johnson's head above the ground and all those little details, and set up his gun aimed right where Johnson was bound to be at a given instant. He erred about an inch in a matter of 400 feet. Then, Fenner fished in his pocket and brought out a little metal contrivance, a crossbar attached to 2 springs, and continued. He cocked the gun and placed this bar around the trigger. Behind this, he fixed a solenoid, an electromagnet. He paused to let this sink in. Then he ran a wire on one side of the circuit down to the track. There's an iron drain pipe crossing the roadway about there, and he ran his leads through that. He picked a tie from which the spikes have loosened slightly, and beneath the rail he arranged a strap switch. See? When the weight of the car crossed the rail at that point, it closed the circuit. But the weight of any car crossing it would close the circuit, so he had to devise a way to get Johnson, and Johnson only. He knew the schedule, and he knew that Johnson must pass there within, say, 10 minutes of a given time. He knew that after the car preceding Johnson's had passed, nothing could come along the rail except Johnson's car. So he cut another switch into the line up on the hill. This was a clock switch. The current was broken in 2 places. Cars could pass all day and close the strap switch at the rail each time, but the fatal current could not flow until the switch on the hill closed. And this could not happen until the hands of the clock pointed to a predetermined time. In this case, the time was 8:25. I've seen the clock. Now, when Johnson's car crossed the strap switch at 8:30, the current from the storage battery made its circuit. The magnet functioned, pulling hard on the bar around the trigger, and the shot was fired. This spring arrangement then disengaged itself automatically, which hurled the bar a goodly distance away from the gun. Coates had tried it out and knew just how it would work. Yes, interrupted Davidson. But why didn't my men find that wire and magnet when they found the gun? Because, chuckled Fenner, your friend, the clock switch, got busy again at 8:35 and closed an auxiliary circuit. And a cute little electric motor operated from a 6-volt storage battery and drum wound up some 100 feet of thin cable, dragging the magnet along too. I found the whole outfit where it was hidden. Coates, after you were forced to release him, would have gone back and gathered in the outfit at his leisure. You see, you'd have had to release him, for when the shot was fired, he was indeed at Lowry's pool room. His fingers were shooting pool, but his trigger finger was engaged in far more deadly work. Davidson scratched his head. Well, I'll be damned, he said, feelingly. End of The Phantom Arm by Charles S. Wolfe. Read by Paul Hampton.
The Time Professor by Ray Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Time Professor by Ray Cummings. Tubby pushed his coffee cup away from him and stared at his questioner aggressively. "'Tain't so," he declared. "I ain't saying it is. I'm telling you what the book said. Time has no beginning and no ending. That's what it said. No beginning and ending." He rolled out the phrase pleasantly. "'Tain't so," Tubby repeated. "Anyway, it's all a fool argument." "He's right on that, Jake," the second man put in. "It ain't got much sense, none of it." They were sitting over their dinner at a little table on a gingerbread terrace of stucco. A string of colored electric light bulbs stretched above them. Behind was the restaurant. Over the ornate parapet beside them, Coney Island lay spread out, gaudy and alluring. The lights of a huge Ferris wheel loomed up into the sky. The splash of the shoot-the-chutes mingled with the music of a merry-go-round near at hand. A gentle breeze off the ocean fanned their flushed faces. It was a hot summer night, and they had eaten over heavily. The first man returned to the attack. "Who said it had sense? I didn't. I said I read it in print. Time has no beginning and no ending. That's all I said." "You're right, Jake. That's all you said," agreed the second man. "And furthermore, and in the next place," the first man went on complacently, "you ain't got no knowledge to say it ain't so. You don't even know what time is, do you now?" "Huh?" said Tubby. "I said you don't even know what time is, do you? Say, what's the matter with you? Are you deaf?" Tubby blinked up his heavy eyelids with an effort. "No, I ain't deaf. I heard you." "He says he heard you, Jake," said the second man. "I do know what time is," Tubby declared. He paused. "Time," he added slowly, "time is what keeps everything from happening at once. I know that. I seen it in print, too." The first man stared in awe. "Ain't I right?" added Tubby. He saw his advantage and pushed it. "I asked you, ain't I right, or am I? That's all." "He's right, Jake," said the second man. Tubby sat up with dignity, enjoying his victory. "And furthermore," he continued impressively, "time has got beginning and ending, and I can prove it." "He says he can prove it, Jake," the second man elucidated. "Ain't every minute got 60 seconds?" Tubby demanded. "Yes," the first man admitted reluctantly. "And ain't every hour got 60 minutes?" "Course it has," said the first man. "Go on." "Then when you come to the first minute, you begin the hour, and when you use up the last minute, you come to the end of the hour, don't you?" "You do, Jake," said the second man. "Well then," said Tubby triumphantly, "an hour is time, ain't it? And if it has a beginning and an ending, then time has too. Hasn't it? That's logic, ain't I right?" "He's right, Jake," said the second man. The first man passed his hand over his eyes warily. "I ain't saying what I think," he began. "And furthermore, and notwithstanding," Tubby went on, "and besides that, and in the next place," the first man threw down his napkin and rose to his feet. "I'm going," he declared. "We're all through here." They left the restaurant and mingled with the joyous crowd in the street below. "What'll we do?" asked the first man. He looked at his watch. "It's 20 to 9. We ain't got much time." A raucous voice reached them from over the heads of the crowd. "Come on in, gents and ladies. Step right in and see this marvelous monster, 10 cents with his head where his tail ought to be. Right from the banks of the Limpopo River, the great gray, green, greasy Limpopo River, gents. 13 feet from the crown of his head to the tip of his tail and 13 feet back again, making a grand total of 26 feet. "Bunk," said the first man. "Come on over here." A huge lurid red electric sign stared down at them. "The Horrors of Hell, 10 cents.
"Let's try that,"
Tubby suggested. "That might be good," the second man agreed. They pushed forward and bought their tickets. A narrow stream of smooth-flowing water rippled past, carrying little blunt-nosed, flat-bottomed boats at intervals into the yawning black throat of a tunnel. They waited and finally clambered into an empty boat and settled themselves comfortably. Tubby sat alone on the front seat. Its soft leather cushions pillowed him luxuriously. He sighed and rested his head against the back of the seat. The boat started off, sliding forward silently into the sluggish current. They turned a corner. The boat grated gently against the wooden side of the mill race and entered Stygian blackness. Tubby blinked confusedly. Then he sighed again and closed his eyes. It was all very calm and peaceful. The lapping water soothed him. A cool breeze from down the tunnel fanned his moist forehead. A finger pressed into the back of his neck.
"Don't go to sleep," whispered a voice behind him. "We'll be in hell in a minute." "Don't let him go to sleep, Jake," another voice whispered anxiously. They rounded another corner. Tubby opened his eyes. Off to the left, a red glow lighted up the gray canvas rocks. They floated forward into a vast cavern, lighted by red fires that Tubby could not see. The smell of sulfur was in the air. Tubby coughed and shook himself, a little thrill of fright running down his spine. Somebody was sitting beside him. That was funny. He had thought he was alone on the seat. He turned toward his companion. It was a man. The longest, thinnest man Tubby had ever seen. He sat hunched forward, his back bent like a question mark. His feet were jammed against the front of the boat, and his knees extended upward almost to his chin. Tubby felt very sorry for this fellow voyager. He looked so uncomfortable. "You can't see very well over them knees, can you?"
he whispered solicitously. The man turned slowly toward him. Tubby thought he had never seen so sad a face before. It was long and thin and seamed with folds of loose skin. It needed a shave, Tubby thought, and its eyes were pale and watery-looking. A thin wisp of scraggly hair was above the face, and below protruded a perfectly enormous Adam's apple. Tubby stared at it fascinated, for it bobbed up and down as though the man were swallowing rapidly.
"I don't want to see particularly,"
said the man softly. His voice was deep and throaty, so throaty Tubby thought he was going to cry.
"I'm not interested in seeing this. I've been waiting to see you."
He was crying. In the lurid red light, Tubby could see plainly 2 big tears that rolled down the seams of his leathery face, and the Adam's apple bobbed even more furiously. Tubby swallowed hard. He put out his hand and touched the man's elbow, a round bony knob underneath the sleeve of his black alpaca coat.
"I'm sorry I couldn't come no sooner,"
he whispered back sympathetically. The man smiled sadly. His thin blue lips parted and showed Tubby 2 yellow teeth placed diagonally opposite each other above and below.
"We needn't be sorry now," said the man. "You're here at last, and I'm glad."
He caught one of the tears on his fingertip and wiped it off on his sleeve.
"Yes," said Tubby. "I'm here, Mr.
"My name is Waning Glory," said the man. "I'm a professor."
"Mine is Tubby. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Waning."
"Not Waning. Call me Glory."
2 other tears welled out from under his red eyelids.
"Mr. Glory," Tubby hastened to correct. "Pleased to meet you."
His companion looked relieved. They shook hands. Tubby could feel the bony fingers crack under his grasp.
"I'm a professor," the man repeated impressively. "A professor of time."
"Of what?"
asked Tubby.
"A professor of time. That's why I've been waiting to see you."
Tubby pondered this a moment.
"Why have you been waiting to see me?"
"Because you are the only man in the world who can appreciate me."
"I do," said Tubby. "Why should I?"
"Because I am a time professor, and you and I are the only living beings who know what time is."
Tubby's chest expanded.
"I know. Time is what keeps everything from happening at once."
The professor's taloned hand rested lovingly on Tubby's fat little shoulder.
You are so clever. It has been worth waiting for you so long. We are two sympathetic souls. We will become rich and famous together, you and I.
Yes, said Tubby. How?
I'll tell you, and you must listen very closely. I am a very wonderful man. I've made the greatest discovery since the beginning of the world.
We're both wonderful, said Tubby. What did you discover? The professor stood up, balancing himself gingerly in the little boat.
First, we must go ashore, he said. I can tell you better there.
They had reached the center of an enormous cavern. Red sulphurous fumes issued from the rocks all about. The professor gripped a rock as they passed and stopped the boat. In a moment more they were ashore, and the boat had floated on out of sight around another bend.
This looks like hell,
said the professor. He smiled, then frowned with concern.
Excuse me, I was not swearing. I mean...
It is hell, Tubby interrupted. I paid 10 cents to get here. They sat down on the ground with their backs against the rock. The professor folded himself up like a jackknife with his face against his hands.
All my life, he began slowly. Ever since I was a little boy, I have been studying to find out what time really is. You and everyone else on Earth are its slaves. It controls you. It rules your life. And in the end, it kills you. Do you follow me?
Yes. No, said Tubby. The professor went on in the same monotonous tone.
I wanted to conquer time, but first I had to understand its elements. I have done that. I know all about it now.
Yes, said Tubby. What good does it do you? The professor hugged his knees closer.
You are a practical man. I like practical men. But first I must make you understand the elements of time.
Yes, said Tubby. Go on. The professor lifted his head and fixed his pale eyes on Tubby's face.
You must listen carefully. First, I want you to conceive time as a river flowing ceaselessly past, always at the same rate of speed. There is the river.
He pointed at the little mill race babbling at their feet. Tubby nodded.
This river of time comes from the beginning and flows onward to eternity. We sit on the bank and watch it pass. The passing of time. Do you understand?
Yes, said Tubby. Go on.
Now on this river of time there are boats floating along with its current. These boats are all the same distance apart, and they never change their positions.
How far apart? The professor smiled again.
That depends. The boats mark the passage of time. Some are for the seconds, little ones. Others are for the minutes, hours, days, and so on. But they are always the same distance apart. Now do you understand?
No. Yes, said Tubby. Go on.
These boats are started on their voyage by the Creator. Each of them carry events, the things that are going to happen. These coming events float down the river of time until they reach the place on earth where they are predestined to act. Then they leave the boat, and the events occur on earth.
Tubby frowned. I ain't with you now.
I shall be more explicit, said the professor. You see the boats there on the river?
Tubby noticed now an endless procession of shadowy little shapes floating past. He nodded.
Now let us take the event of your birth, for instance. The Creator decided, let us suppose, that you were to be born on a certain minute of the...
December 3rd, said Tubby.
December 3rd of the year...
1885,
Tubby prompted him. All right, said the professor. Now then, we'll say you were to be born exactly at noon.
Midnight,
Tubby corrected.
Exactly at midnight. The professor shifted his feet and frowned.
You're a methodical man. I like methodical men. Let us get on. When the Creator decided you were to be born at midnight on December 3rd, 1885, at...
Tomsville, New Hampshire, said Tubby. He put the event of your birth in the boat that was destined to reach that place at that exact time. For countless eons, that boat floated onward until at that moment of the day it reached Tomsville, and you were born.
Yes, said Tubby. I was born in Tomsville.
Now, further up the river, how far we do not know, there is another boat bearing the event of your death. When it reaches the predestined place at the predestined time, you will die. Then you will step into the boat and float on down into eternity. Do you understand?
Yes.
No, said Tubby. The professor went on imperturbably. Now between those two boats, your birth and death, is the allotted span of your life. The river of time passes you with its events that make up your life, until your death comes along. Tubby shivered. No wonder you are afraid, said the professor kindly. It is a very awesome subject, because the passing of the river of time is inexorable when you are on the bank. The professor paused.
Yes,
said Tubby at length. You do not follow me, I see. I implied that in order to stop the passing of time, you must float with it down the river.
Oh,
said Tubby. You see, if you are in one of those boats. The professor indicated one of the shadowy shapes drifting by. You will float along and always stay ahead of your death, just as far ahead as you were at the instant you got in.
Right,
said Tubby.
How do you get in?
The professor sat up very straight. Your mind works very direct, he said approvingly. I like that. You have reached the point exactly. How do you get on the river of time without being unborn or having died? That is my great discovery.
Tell me,
urged Tubby. The professor's pale eyes burned. He held himself tense to keep from trembling with emotion. Many learned men have known how to go forward in time. That takes you into the future.
I know, Tubby interrupted. I've seen books on that.
And other great men have told you how to go backward in time. That takes you into the past.
Yes, said Tubby. They went forward and backward in time. Which way do you go?
The professor drew a long breath. I go sideways, he said slowly. Tubby stared. You see what a wonderful man I am. I follow nobody. I am original. I go sideways in time. Nobody ever did that before.
No, said Tubby. How do you do it?
I will show you. That's better than telling. Do you want to go sidewise in time with me now? Tubby hesitated.
Does it hurt?
The professor laughed, a rumbling laugh that seemed to come from the very depths of his insides. No, of course it doesn't hurt. He pulled a little glass vial from his pocket. These little pellets, he said, contain a chemical I've compounded. They act upon the human body in such a way that it is freed from the shackles of time. He drew out his watch. It is now 9:01. At 9 o'clock we will take this powder. As long as its effect lasts, the time will remain exactly 9 o'clock for us. It cannot get even 1 second later.
Right, said Tubby. Let's do it.
Tubby held the watch, and as its second hand came round to the top, he hastily swallowed the little pellet. The professor did likewise. The pellet tasted sweet, a pleasant taste. Tubby felt his head reel, and he clutched at the professor to steady himself. After a moment, he looked at the watch.
It stopped,
he said. It was still exactly 9 o'clock. He held the watch to his ear. There was no sound of its ticking. The professor was sitting close beside him in a shadowy, vague-looking boat. Tubby looked down at his own legs. They were shadowy, too. He held out his hand. Its outlines were blurred, and he seemed to be able to see through it. He grinned.
That's funny. I'm a ghost. You're a ghost, too. We're both ghosts.
We are in a state of suspended animation, explained the professor gravely. I can move, said Tubby. He wiggled his nebulous fingers to prove it. You think you can move, but it is only your intelligence that is alive. Your body is dead temporarily. You have left it far behind you. Tubby noticed now a great wind that was whistling and roaring past his ears. He felt no sense of movement. The boat seemed quite still, but he knew he was rushing onward at tremendous speed. Around him all was blackness. Only the phosphorescent blurs of the boat, the body of the professor, and his own body were visible. "Where are we going?" he asked after a moment. "We are following 9 o'clock, said the professor. "It travels very fast, but we are staying with it." Tubby pondered this. "You do not understand longitude and its relation to time, I see," the professor went on gently. "We were in Coney Island when 9 o'clock reached there, weren't we?" Tubby nodded. "Well, what time was it then in, say, Chicago?" "I don't know," said Tubby. "What time was it?" "It was only 8 o'clock, the professor explained patiently. "An hour afterward it will be 9 o'clock in Chicago. The 9 o'clock boat gets there just as the 10 o'clock boat is reaching New York. Do you understand?" "Yes," said Tubby. "We're in the 9 o'clock boat. Ain't I right?" "Exactly. And we are moving westward at the rate of about 1,000 miles an hour. When we have been here an hour, we'll reach Chicago, but it will still be only 9 o'clock. That's longitude and time. That's because the Earth rotates on its axis at that speed. We are not moving, really. The Earth is simply rotating under us. We are detached." "Oh," said Tubby. He looked at the blackness around. "Won't we see anything?" "Yes," answered the professor. "When the first effect of the pellet wears off, we will see a little. You must be patient." Tubby sat quiet, listening to the roar of the wind. It seemed ages before the professor spoke again. "Suppose you were destined to die at 10 o'clock tonight. That boat is an hour behind us. It can never reach us now, so long as we sit here. And you will be immortal. You see how wonderful my discovery is?" "I don't want to be immortal," said Tubby. "If nothing ever happens to me, and I can't never see nothing." The professor smiled gently and took the watch from Tubby's hand. "You will see many things. Be patient. Now, I'll show you something else." He held the watch up in front of Tubby's face and then let go of it. The watch hung there motionless in midair. "Why don't it fall?" asked Tubby. "It is falling," the professor answered. "At 1 second past 9 o'clock it will strike the ground. But it's still only 9 o'clock exactly, you know." Reaching for the watch, he replaced it in his pocket. There was another long silence which seemed interminable to Tubby. He sat staring straight before him, trying to pierce the darkness into which he was rushing headlong. A little gray seemed opening up ahead. Tubby held his breath. The gray spread until it mottled the black, making huge, misshapen shadows in the distance. He turned to the professor, whose glowing, luminous body wavered beside him. "I see something," he whispered, but the professor only smiled and motioned him to look again. The shadows began to take form, until at last Tubby could make out the indistinct gray outlines of a landscape, a countryside with trees and rivers, farmhouses here and there, and occasionally a town. He was looking down as though from a great height. There did not seem to be movement to the scene, yet it changed continually like dissolving pictures in a magic lantern. "Where are we?" Tubby asked finally. "We are approaching Chicago," said the professor. "See the lake there." Tubby saw the placid silver waters of Lake Michigan as though the moonlight were on it, and then the gray of a great city beneath him. "It beats an airplane," he murmured ecstatically. "Can't we go down?" The professor nodded. "It takes great willpower," he said, "but I think I can hold us here in Chicago a moment." He pressed his fingertips against his forehead. Tubby could see he was really thinking hard. "Why, they're just like wax figures in the Eden Museum," said Tubby, surprised. "I seen them there when I was a kid." He and the professor were walking down a crowded city street. Tubby stared in amazement. The people were there, trolley cars, taxicabs, and everything, and all frozen into immobility. Like a movie when it stops, Tubby thought. A man and a girl were standing on the corner. The man's mouth was open in the middle of a word, and the girl's face was fixed in a set smile. Tubby did not see them at first, and inadvertently walked directly through them. He turned apologetically, but they did not move a muscle.
"They didn't see me," he said to the professor. "I guess I'm a ghost, all right."
"You're a detached intelligence," said the professor. "They might see a ghost, but they can't see us, of course. We're not going to be here even a millionth of a second. Not any time at all, in fact."
"That ain't very long," said Tubby.
A huge jeweler's clock stood before him. Its hands pointed to 9 o'clock. "See that?" said the professor. "It's only 8 o'clock now in Denver. It'll be 9 o'clock when we get there."
"Yes," said Tubby. "We're speedy. It don't take us no time at all to get places."
The professor again put his fingers to his forehead. "My head hurts," he said querulously. Tubby thought he was going to cry again. "I can't hold us here.
"Them's mountains." "What mountains?"
Tubby asked, looking down over the side of the boat. "The Rocky Mountains," answered the professor. "It's 9 o'clock down there in Denver. We'll be out to the coast soon." The vague blur of the mountains swept beneath them. The Pacific Ocean came into view. It seemed to Tubby hardly a moment before they were over it. He turned to the professor. He felt very light and queer somehow, as though he didn't weigh anything. He wondered how he kept from blowing away in this violent wind.
"Where are we going?"
he asked. "We're following 9 o'clock," said the professor abstractedly. Tubby frowned.
"I know that, but where's 9 o'clock going? That's what I want to know. Ain't that a fair question, or is it?"
The professor brought himself back with an effort. "Of course it is," he said kindly. "I see you do not understand. I shall explain further. The circumstance of the earth is divided by geographers into 360 degrees, invisible lines, just for markers, you know."
"Yes," said Tubby. "They're there, but you can't see them. Ain't I right?"
"We are only concerned with the degrees of longitude," the professor went on. "Longitude is the distance east or west of a certain line called Greenwich, England, you know. This line runs from the North Pole to the South Pole through England, near London."
"Right,"
said Tubby. "This meridian, all the north and south lines are called meridians, is the 0 line. You start counting from there." Tubby nodded. "Now when you go westward, it is west longitude, west from Greenwich. New York is about 74 degrees west longitude, less than 1/4 of the way around. Do you see?"
"Yes," said Tubby. "Where are we now?"
"We're nearly 180 degrees now. That meridian runs through the Pacific Ocean. After we cross it, we go into east longitude, 170 east, 160 east, and so on till we get back to Greenwich. Then we've been all the way around, 360 degrees. Do you understand?"
"No." "Yes," said Tubby. "How about 9 o'clock?"
"Earth time starts at Greenwich," said the professor. "When it was 9 o'clock there, it was 1 hour earlier 15 degrees west, 2 hours earlier 30 degrees west, and so on. Every 15 degrees makes a difference of 1 hour. That's because there are 24 hours in a day. And 15 times 24 is 360.
"Correct," said Tubby. "I knew that. How about 9 o'clock?"
"We are going westward with 9 o'clock," the professor answered. "It goes right on around the world. We cross the 180-degree meridian soon. We go back a day then."
"Huh?"
said Tubby. "We lose a day," the professor reiterated. "Don't you see, when we get back to New York, we will have used up 24 hours by the trip, but it will still be 9 o'clock of the same evening we left. So, of course, we have to go back a day to allow for it."
"Of course," said Tubby. "If we didn't, it would be tomorrow. Ain't I right?"
"You're always right," the professor agreed. "It's a pleasure to explain things to you." He looked down over the side of the boat cautiously. "Further than I thought," he said. "There's Japan. We'll be over North China in a moment." It seemed to Tubby they were no time at all crossing Asia. The professor pointed out the Black Sea to him soon after that, then Constantinople, Rome, Madrid, and then they were over the Atlantic, nearing their starting point. The professor seemed to have fallen into his abstracted mood again. Tubby sat quiet. There wasn't much room for them on the seat. He He was glad they were wedged in so he couldn't blow away. The wind was very strong. It made him cough. Or was it the smell of sulfur that made him cough? He did seem to smell sulfur again. It was very unpleasant. Off to one side he became conscious of a red glow lighting up the gray of the sky. The wind seemed to have died away to a gentle breeze. He heard the lapping of water underneath the boat. The red glow grew brighter. He saw indistinct, motionless forms near at hand. "Why, them's people," he thought, a little surprised. He could see the outlines of the cavern now, with rocks all about and lurid red sulphurous fires. And not far away he saw a group of silent figures, devils holding a man on a pitchfork over a flaming pit. Tubby felt a little frightened. "Them's only wax figures," he muttered to reassure himself. The professor would explain. Why, where was the professor? Tubby put out his hand and felt the empty leather seat beside him. The boat bumped around a corner out of the red glow and silence into the yellow glare of electric lights and a confused babble of voices. Someone behind him stood up. A hand touched his shoulder. "Some ride," a voice said. "Come on, Tubby. It's 9 o'clock. Let's see something else." "We better hurry. It's 9 o'clock, Jake," said the second man. End of The Time Professor by Ray Cummings.
In the Year 10,000 by Will N. Harbin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the Year 10,000 by Will N. Harbin. A.D. 10,000. An old man, more than 600 years of age, was walking with a boy through a great museum. The people who were moving around them had beautiful forms and faces which were indescribably refined and spiritual. "Father," said the boy, "you promised to tell me today about the Dark Ages. I like to hear how men lived and thought long ago." "It is no easy task to make you understand the past," was the reply. "It is hard to realize that man could have been so ignorant as he was 8,000 years ago. But come with me. I will show you something." He led the boy to a cabinet containing a few time-worn books bound in solid gold. "You have never seen a book," he said, taking out a large volume and carefully placing it on a silk cushion on a table. "There are only a few in the leading museums of the world. Time was when there were as many books on earth as inhabitants." "I cannot understand," said the boy with a look of perplexity on his intellectual face. "I cannot see what people could have wanted with them. They are not attractive. They seem to be useless." The old man smiled. "When I was your age, the subject was too deep for me. But as I grew older and made a close study of the history of the past, the use of books gradually became plain to me. We know that in the year 2000 they were read by the best minds. To make you understand this, I shall first have to explain that 8,000 years ago human beings communicated their thoughts to one another by making sounds with their tongues, and not by mind reading, as you and I do. To understand me, you have simply to read my thoughts as well as your education will permit. But primitive man knew nothing about thought intercourse, so he invented speech. Humanity then was divided up in various races, and each race had a separate language. As certain sounds conveyed definite ideas, so did signs and letters, and later, to facilitate the exchange of thought, writing and printing were invented. This book was printed." The boy leaned forward and examined the pages closely. His young brow clouded. "I cannot understand," he said. "It seems so useless." The old man put his delicate fingers on the page. "A line of these words may have conveyed a valuable thought to a reader long ago," he said reflectively. "In fact, This book purports to be a history of the world up to the year 2000. Here are some pictures," he continued, turning the worn leaves carefully. "This is George Washington. This is a pope of a church called the Roman Catholic. This is a man named Gladstone, who was a great political leader in England." Pictures then, as you see, were very crude. We have preserved some of the oil paintings made in those days. Art was in its cradle. In producing a painting of an object, the early artists mixed colored paints and spread them according to taste on stretched canvas or on the walls or windows of buildings. You know that our artists simply throw light and darkness into space in the necessary variations, and the effect is all that could be desired in the way of imitating nature. See that landscape in the alcove before you? The foliage of the trees, the grass, the flowers, the stretch of water have every appearance of life because the light which produces them is alive. The boy looked at the scene admiringly for a few minutes, then bent again over the book. Presently he recoiled from the pictures, a strange look of disgust struggling in his tender features. "These men have awful faces," he said. "They are so unlike people living now. The man you call a pope looks like an animal. They all have huge mouths and frightfully heavy jaws. Surely men could not have looked like that." "Yes," the old man replied gently. "There is no doubt that human beings then bore a nearer resemblance to the lower animals than we do now. In the sculpture and portraits of all ages, we can trace a gradual refinement in the appearances of men. The features of the human race today are more ideal. Thought has always given form and expression to faces. In those dark days, the thoughts of men were not refined. Human beings died of starvation and lack of attention in cities where there were people so wealthy that they could not use their fortunes, and they were so nearly related to the lower animals that they believed in war. George Washington was for several centuries reverenced by millions of people as a great and good man, and yet under his leadership thousands of human beings lost their lives in battle." The boy's susceptible face turned white. "Do you mean that he encouraged men to kill one another?" he asked, bending more closely over the book. "Yes, but we cannot blame him. He thought he was right. Millions of his countrymen applauded him. A greater warrior than he was a man named Napoleon Bonaparte. Washington fought under the belief that he was doing his country a service in defending it against enemies. But everything in history goes to prove that Bonaparte waged war to gratify a personal ambition to distinguish himself as a hero. Wild animals of the lowest orders were courageous and would fight one another till they died, and yet the most refined of the human race, 8,000 or 9,000 years ago, prided themselves on the same ferocity of nature. Women, the gentlest half of humanity, honored men more for bold achievements in shedding blood than for any other quality. But murder was not only committed in wars. Men in private life killed one another. Fathers and mothers were now and then so depraved as to put their own children to death, and the highest tribunals of the world executed murderers without dreaming that it was wrong, erroneously believing that to kill was the only way to prevent killing. "Did no one in those days realize that it was horrible?" asked the youth. "Yes," answered the father. "As far back as 10,000 years ago there was an humble man, it is said, who was called Jesus Christ. He went from place to place, telling everyone he met that the world would be better if men would love one another as themselves." "What kind of man was he?" asked the boy with kindling eyes. "He was a spiritual genius," was the earnest reply, "and the greatest that has ever lived." "Did he prevent them from killing one another?" asked the youth with a tender upward glance. "No, for he himself was killed by men who were too barbarous to understand him. But long after his death, His words were remembered. People were not civilized enough to put his teachings into practice, but they were able to see that he was right. After he was killed, did the people not do as he had told them? Asked the youth after a pause of several minutes. It seems not, was the reply. They said no human being could live as he had directed, and when he had been dead for several centuries, people began to say that he was the Son of God who had come to earth to show men how to live. Some even believed that he was God himself. Did they believe that he was a person like ourselves? The old man reflected for a few minutes. Then, looking into the boy's eager face, he answered, "That subject will be hard for you to understand. I will try to make it plain. To the unformed minds of early humanity, there could be nothing without a personal creator. As man could build a house with his own hands and was superior to his work, so he argued that some unknown being, greater than all visible things, had made the universe. They called that being by different names according to the language they spoke. In English, the word used was God. They believed that somebody had made the universe?" said the boy. "How very strange." "No, not somebody as you comprehend it," replied the father gently, "but some vague, infinite being who punished the evil and rewarded the good. Men could form no idea of a creator that did not in some way resemble themselves, and as they could subdue their enemies through fear and by the infliction of pain, so did they believe that God would punish those who did not please him. Some people long ago believed that God's punishment was inflicted after death for eternity. The numerous ideas about the personality and laws of the Creator caused more bloodshed in the gloomy days of the past than anything else. Religion was the foundation of many of the most horrible wars. People committed thousands of crimes in the name of the God of the universe. Men and women were burned alive because they would not believe certain creeds, and yet they adhered to convictions equally as preposterous. But you will learn all these things later in life. That picture before you was the last Queen of England, called Victoria. I hoped that the women would not have such repulsive features as the men," said the boy, looking critically at the picture. "But this face makes me shudder. Why do they all look so coarse and brutal? People living when this queen reigned had the most degrading habit that ever blackened the history of mankind." "What was that?" asked the youth. "The consumption of flesh. They believed that animals, fowls, and fish were created to be eaten." "Is it possible?" The boy shuddered convulsively and turned away from the book. "I understand now why their faces repel me so. I do not like to think that we have descended from such people." "They knew no better," said the father. "As they gradually became more refined, they learned to burn the meat over flames and to cook it in heated vessels to change its appearance. The places where animals were killed and sold were withdrawn to retired places. Man was slowly turning from the habit, but they did not know it. As early as 2050, learned men, calling themselves vegetarians, proved conclusively that the consumption of such food was cruel and barbarous, and that it retarded refinement and mental growth. However, it was not till about 2300 that the vegetarian movement became of marked importance. The most highly educated classes in all lands adopted vegetarianism, and only the uneducated continued to kill and eat animals. The vegetarians tried for years to enact laws prohibiting the consumption of flesh, but opposition was very strong. In America, in 2320, a colony was formed consisting of about 300,000 vegetarians. They purchased large tracts of land in what was known as the Indian Territory, and there made their homes, determined to prove by example the efficacy of their tenets. Within the first year, the colony had doubled its number. People joined it from all parts of the globe. In the year 4000, it was a country of its own, and was the wonder of the world. The brightest minds were born there. The greatest discoveries and inventions were made by its inhabitants. In 4030, Gillette discovered the process of manufacturing crystal. Up to that time, people had built their houses of natural stone, inflammable wood, and metals, but the new material, being fireproof and beautiful in its various colors, was used for all building purposes. In 4050, Holloway found the submerged succession of mountain chains across the Atlantic Ocean and intended to construct a bridge on their summits, but the vast improvement in airships rendered his plans impracticable. In 4051, John Saunders discovered and put into practice thought telegraphy. This discovery was the signal for the introduction in schools and colleges of the science of mind reading, and by the year 5000, so great had been the progress in that branch of knowledge that words were spoken only among the lowest of the uneducated. In no age of the world's history has there been such an important discovery. It civilized the world. Its early promoters did not dream of the vast good mind reading would accomplish. Slowly it killed evil. Societies for the prevention of evil thought were organized in all lands. Children were born pure of mind and grew up in purity. Crime was choked out of existence. If a man had an evil thought, it was read in his heart, and he was not allowed to keep it. Men at first shunned evil for fear of detection, then grew to love purity. In the year 6021, all countries of the world, having then a common language, and being drawn together in brotherly love by constant exchange of thought, agreed to call themselves a union without ruler or rulers. It was the greatest event in the history of the world. Certain sensitive mind students in Germany, who had for years been trying to communicate with other planets through the channel of thought, declared that, owing to the terrestrial unanimity of purpose in that direction, they had received mental impressions from other worlds, and that thorough interplanetary intercourse was a future possibility. Important inventions were made as the mind of humanity grew more elevated. Thornton discovered the plan to heat the Earth's surface from its internal fire, and this discovery made journeys to the wonderful icebound countries situated at the North and the South Poles easy of accomplishment. At the North Pole, in the extensive concave lands, was found a peculiar race of men. Their sun was the great, perpetually boiling lake of lava which bubbled from the center of the earth in the bottom of their bowl-shaped world, and a strange religion was theirs. They believed that the earth was a monster on whose hide they had to live for a mortal lifetime, and that to the good was given the power after death to walk over the icy waste to their God, whose starry eyes they could see twinkling in space, and that the evil were condemned to feed the fire in the stomach of the monster as long as it lived. They told beautiful stories about the creation of their world, and held that if they lived too near the hot, dazzling mouth of evil, they would become blinded to the soft, forgiving eyes of the god of space. Hence they suffered the extreme cold of the lands near the frozen seas, believing that the physical ordeal prepared them for the icy journey to immortal rest after death. But there were those who hungered after the balmy atmosphere and the wonderful fruits and flowers that grew in the lowlands, and they lived there in indolence and so-called sin. The old man and his son left the museum and walked into a wonderful park. Flowers of the most beautiful kinds and of sweetest fragrance grew on all sides. They came to a tall tower, 4,000 feet in height, built of manufactured crystal. Something, like a great white bird, 1,000 feet long, flew across the sky and settled down on the tower's summit. This was one of the most wonderful inventions of the 70th century, said the old man. The early inhabitants of the earth could not have dreamed that it would be possible to go around it in 24 hours. In fact, There was a time when they were not able to go around it at all. Scientists were astonished when a man called Malburn, a great inventor, announced that, at a height of 4,000 feet, he could disconnect an airship from the laws of gravitation and cause it to stand still in space till the Earth had turned over. Fancy what must have been that immortal genius's feelings when he stood in space and saw the Earth for the first time whirling beneath him. They walked on for some distance across the park till they came to a great instrument made to magnify the music in light. Here they paused and seated themselves. "It will soon be night," said the old man. "The tones are those of bleeding sunset. I came here last evening to listen to the musical struggle between the light of dying day and that of the coming stars. The sunlight had been playing a powerful solo, but the gentle chorus of the stars, led by the moon, was inexplicably touching. Light is the voice of immortality. It speaks in all things." An hour passed. It was growing dark. "Tell me what immortality is," said the boy. "What does life lead to?" "We do not know," replied the old man. "If we knew, we would be infinite. Immortality is increasing happiness for all time. It is—" A meteor shot across the sky. There was a burst of musical laughter among the singing stars. The old man bent over the boy's face and kissed it. "Immortality," said he, "immortality must be love immortal." End of In the Year 10,000 by Will N. Harbin. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
How Jimmy Saved the Bank by F.W. Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yaron Bernstein. How Jimmy Saved the Bank by F.W. Russell. As the hands of the big clock in the office of the First National Bank pointed 9, old Mr. Hutchinson passed between the long rows of desks towards the door of the big burglar-proof safe. For the last 10 years he had passed along that same aisle, and at exactly the same hour he reached the door and put his hand on the huge nickel-plated handle by means of which the door was pulled open. The great weight was so delicately balanced that only a slight pull was necessary to open it, but this time it did not yield to the usual effort. Mr. Hutchinson applied all his strength to the task, but the door did not yield an inch. What could be wrong? Mr. Wallace, the president of the bank, had wanted an absolutely burglar-proof safe, so his brother, an electrical engineer, had undertaken to design one, which he claimed would foil the efforts of the most ambitious cracksmen. It had a marvelous time lock consisting of 5 clocks timed to a hair. These, beginning at 15 minutes to 8, closed 5 different contacts in a special motor circuit. That is, the first contact was closed at a quarter to 8, the next at exactly 8, and so on in intervals of 15 minutes, until the last contact was closed at a quarter to 9, starting an induction motor, which drew the bolts. The current for this motor was brought in through the top of the safe. 2 holes had been made there, which were comparatively small at the top and bottom, but which bulged out at the center. Heavily flanged brass rods had been set in these holes, and porcelain molded around them. These were protected by a thick layer of concrete, which covered the safe on all sides, excepting the front. The current, which operated the clock contacts, was supplied by a small storage battery kept in the safe and charged every day. Mr. Hutchinson's first thought was that he might have been too soon, for even his almost machine-like actions might have for once been at fault. But no, the huge clock above the safe, by which the time mechanism was set every evening, showed exactly 12 minutes to 9. The safe was 3 minutes late already. He tried the door again in order to be sure that he was in no way at fault, for he took great pride in his reputation for punctuality and promptness, and to his mind nothing could be more humiliating than to be laughed at by some of the bank clerks simply because of some thoughtless mistake. But his utmost exertions were futile. The giant door did not yield a fraction of an inch. He proceeded hurriedly, to keep from being questioned, to the office of Mr. McGinnis, Mr. Wallace's secretary, who took charge of affairs when the chief was away. "Mr. McGinnis," he gasped breathlessly, "the safe won't open." Mr. McGinnis gazed at him in blank astonishment. No, sir, he raced on, getting his breath in gulps. I went there at the usual time, sir, and the door would not give. I know I was not ahead of time, for I waited nearly 5 minutes and tried again. I pulled with all my might, sir. He paused and looked inquiringly at the secretary, who had sunk into one of the large leather armchairs against the wall and sat gazing at the floor. Suddenly he got up and looked at his watch, started to sit down again, changed his mind, and began to pace the long office thoughtfully. Mr. McGinnis was a man who had never, in the experience of anyone, been known to become visibly excited, but Mr. Hutchinson could see that he was now making a strong effort to contain himself. Finally, he came to a halt before Mr. Hutchinson, and, with his eyes still on the floor, he began. Hutchinson, that safe must be opened. I have no idea what can be the matter. I have no idea how to open it, but it must be done. There are some papers in there that must be gotten at by noon, or we will be practically ruined. We can borrow enough money to carry us through the day, but those papers have got to be attended to. Mr. Wallace, as you know, left yesterday morning for a short cruise on his yacht. I do not think he knows of any way to open it, but it would be best to ask him and inform him of the situation. Ask him? How are you going to ask him? Inquired the impatient Hutchinson. Mr. McGinnis looked at him reprovingly. He keeps in touch with his home through his son Jimmy's wireless. We will go and see him at once. You must go with me. They left the building together and hailed a passing taxi. After giving the directions, Mr. McGinnis settled back in the seat, with the outward appearance of a man without a worry. Mr. Hutchinson sat with clasped hands and silently shook his head. He had no faith in this wireless business, or in fact in anything, now that the safe, which had always been his pet, had failed him. They stopped on the way, and Mr. McGinnis explained the situation to the Citizens National Bank, securing a sufficient loan to carry them through the day. The car soon cleared the crowded downtown district and sped along the smooth streets, until after a short ride it drew up before the white marble home of the Wallaces. The door was opened by John, the butler, who informed them that Jimmy was at home. He was, at the moment, in his workshop, or in good American, his joint. Was the gentleman's business very important? It was. Well, John might venture into those dangerous regions if that was the case. John went off slowly, showing no enthusiasm for his task. There were memories still fresh in his mind of electrified doorknobs that stuck to the hand, and one rug in particular, on which he had shown a surprising amount of activity. He approached the door cautiously and knocked. "Hello? Who is it?" came a voice from within. "Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Hutchinson are downstairs waiting to see you." "I can't come down. I'm too busy. Tell them to come on up." Jimmy said this last, standing in the open door. He was a tall, slender young fellow, but well built, with a shock of brown hair above a pleasant face. He was a typical bug, always had a binding post or a piece of wire in his pocket, and spent all his time collecting junk or making something. Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Hutchinson were shown up and entered the room. It was a regular joint, all right. Wire on the floor, hung from the ceiling and draped along the walls, switches nailed up here and there, and tables and chairs covered with tools and apparatus. Jimmy swept 2 chairs clean, but his visitors remained standing. "Jimmy," the secretary began hurriedly, for the first time in many years not pausing to weigh his words, "the bank is in great danger. The safe won't open, and there are some very important papers in it, which have to be attended to. I want you to call your father and ask him if there is any way to open it. You can get him, can't you?" "What's this you say? The safe won't open?" bursts out Jimmy, looking dazedly at Mr. McGinnis. Yes, and I want you to ask your father if he knows any way to open it. I say, you can get him, can't you?" "Oh, sure, of course, just a minute." Jimmy dashed to his wireless table and threw in the antenna switch. In a moment, the hum of the rotary gap was being drowned by the high-pitched spark, as the call of his father's yacht was being tapped out rapidly. After the second trial, Jimmy was answered by the yacht's radio operator. After a few minutes, Jimmy rose from the table with a downcast look. The 2 men could read his mind before he had opened his mouth. "He don't know. He's all excited. That's natural enough, though. He's coming right back." Jimmy stood for some time, looking at the floor in a thoughtful attitude. Finally, as Mr. McGinnis started to go, he called him back. "Wait a minute. There ought to be some way to open that safe. Sit down and think. There is no use getting excited." Mr. McGinnis was far from being excited. "There is no use," he said, starting to go again. "You know how your uncle brags about that safe, and he knew what he was doing when he designed it. We will just have to wait and see what happens." No, you have got the wrong dope, said Jimmy, his right hand idly turning the rotor, revolving member, of a medium-sized 220-volt induction motor on an adjacent table. I'll admit my uncle is a bright man, but he may have missed something. Let's see. That storage battery must have gone wrong because that motor is as simple as they go. You know, an induction motor has... Oh, I've got it. Maybe. Mr. Hutchinson gazed at him in wonder. Mr. McGinnis, after his first astonishment, rushed up to him and, grasping him by the shoulder, stammered out, What do you mean? Don't bother me, said Jimmy, busily rolling up a long extension cord. Just tell me, have you got 220 volts AC at the bank? Yes, stammered Mr. McGinnis. Yes, but what? Mr. McGinnis obeyed, and Mr. Hutchinson trailed out after him, not having recovered his senses as yet. The car was out in front, and the two got in. In a moment, Jimmy came running down the steps with a large black bag, which was apparently very heavy. The big car dashed through the streets, narrowly missing several bewildered pedestrians and shaving passing vehicles by the fraction of an inch. As the car drew up in front of the bank, Jimmy was out over the door in an instant, dragging his bag along with him. When the secretary reached him, he was busily running the extension cord from a nearby lamp socket to the safe, and, in the meantime, warding off a swarm of inquisitive bank clerks. When he had finished and attached the two loose cord ends to two more protruding from the motor, he turned to Mr. McGinnis. That motor is exactly in the middle, isn't it? He asked. You mean the one that draws the bolts? Yes, exactly. I remember that from when your uncle explained it to me. What are you going to do? Roll one of these desks over here, was all the answer they got. The order was obeyed by half a dozen clerks, who soon had one of the big flat tops on the required spot. By piling some large books and a file cabinet on top of this, the required level was soon attained. Jimmy lifted up his bag and took something out of it. Just then, a little man in great excitement burst through the group. Good heavens, he explained. So it is true. I couldn't believe it. What are you doing, James, my boy? Little idea of mine. Going to try to open it, said Jimmy. Don't get excited, though. It may not work. Going to try to open it? Mr. Wallace queried dazedly. He had just arrived and had driven to the bank at top speed. Ugh, said Jimmy. Then, turning around, give us a little juice over here, one of you fellows. In the scramble which followed, someone accidentally pushed the button, and the juice was on. All eyes were turned inquiringly towards Jimmy, who stood on the desk holding a push button, which was connected to a round black object on top of a pile of books. Suddenly, he pressed the button and bent his ear to the door of the safe. A low hum was heard on the inside, then a click, which was unmistakable. A cheer burst from the surrounding clerks, and, as the desk was rolled away, Jimmy grasped the big nickel-plated handle and swung the door wide open. But the mystery was yet to be explained, and all eyes were again turned on Jimmy. How did you do it, son? How did you do it? Gasped Mr. Wallace, looking with mingled wonder and pride at his young hopeful. Oh, it's nothing, said Jimmy. You see, an induction motor has no electrical wire connection between the field and the armature. All nodded understandingly. And so I figured that if I used a bigger and more powerful field, I ought to be able to spin that armature from the outside. So I just lined them up, and you know what happened. Simple little thing, isn't it, when you come to think about it? James, you know that thing, that transformer you were longing for in the catalog the other day? How much does it cost? Asked Mr. Wallace as he sat down and began to fill out a check. The end. End of How Jimmy Saved the Bank by F. W. Russell.
An Experiment in Gyro-Hats by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BarryHaworth. An Experiment in Gyro-Hats by Ellis Parker Butler. The idea of a gyro-hat did not come to me all at once, as some great ideas come to inventors. And in fact, I may say that but for an unpleasant circumstance, I might never have thought of gyro-hats at all, although I had for many years been considering the possibility of utilising the waste space in the top of silk hats in some way or other. As a practical hat dealer and lover of my kind, it had always seemed to me a great economical waste to have a large vacant space inside the upper portion of top hats, or high hats, or stovepipe hats as they are variously called. When a shoe is on, it is full of foot, and when a glove is on, it is full of hand. But a top hat is not, and never can be, full of head, until such a day as heads assume a cylindrical shape, perfectly flat on top. and no sensible man ever expects that day to come. I had therefore spent much of my leisure in devising methods by which the vacant space above the head in high hats might be turned to advantage, and my patents ranged all the way from a small filing cabinet that just occupied the waist space to an extensible hat rack on the accordion plan that could be pushed compactly into the top of the top hat when the hat was worn, but would be extended into a hat and coat rack when the hat was not in use. This device should have been very popular, but I may say that the public received the idea coldly. My attention had been for some time drawn away from this philanthropic work by certain symptoms of uneasiness I noticed in my daughter Anne, and my wife and I decided, after careful consideration, that Anne must be in love, and that her love must be unhappy. Otherwise we could not account for the strange excitability of our usually imperturbable daughter. As a practical hat dealer, my time has been almost exclusively devoted to hats, and as a good wife, my companion's attention had been almost exclusively devoted to her husband, while Anne was usually so calm and self-contained that she did not take my attention from my hat business at all. But when such a daughter suddenly develops signs of weeping and sighs and general nervousness, any father, no matter how devoted to the hat trade, must pay attention. One of the primary necessities of a dealer in good hats is calm. An ordinary hat dealer may not need calm. He may buy his hats as another dealer buys flour, in bulk, and then trust to advertisements to sell them, but I am not that kind of hat dealer. Hat dealing is an art with me, and great art requires calm and peace in order that it may reach its highest development. When I buy hats, I do not think of dozens and dollars. No, indeed, I think of noses and ears. To be able to buy of a manufacturer a hat that will make the pug nose and big ears of a man I have never seen seem normal and beautiful when that man enters my store and buys a hat requires calm. And no hatter can have calm in his soul while his daughter is lovesick and unhappy. I demand happiness about and around me, and I must have it. So I told my wife, and I told her so most emphatically, and I informed her that Anne must become happy at once. Perhaps you can imagine the shock I received when my wife, after making the necessary inquiries of Anne, informed me that Anne was indeed in love, and in love with Walsingham Gribbs. It was not because Walsingham Gribbs had never bought a hat of me that I was shocked. Bad hats are a common failing of mankind, and a man will try 100 hatters before at last he comes to me. The trouble was deeper than this. The thing that staggered me was that Walsingham was a staggerer. This is a joke, but I hold that a hatter has as good a right to make a joke as the next man. That my daughter had fallen in love with Walsingham Gribbs without having met him was altogether to her credit. She first saw him when she was crossing the ocean, for she travels where she pleases, my hat business affording her such pleasures, and that he reeled and staggered about the boat did not impress her, for it was a stormy trip, and everybody aboard reeled and staggered, even the captain of the boat. But when she returned to New York and saw Walsingham Gribbs on the firm pavement of Fifth Avenue, she had a harsh, cruel disillusionment. Walsingham Gribbs reeled and staggered on terra firma. I am glad to say that my daughter saw at once the impossibility of the daughter of a high-class hatter mating with a permanent staggerer. As she realized this, she became sad and nervous, thus creating an atmosphere in my home that was quite opposed to the best high-class hatting, irritating my faculties and threatening to reduce me to the state of a mere commercial hatter. Further investigation only made the matter seem worse, for quiet inquiries brought out the information that Walsingham Gribbs had been staggering since the year his father died. He had been constant in a reeling, staggering state since his 20th birthday. For such a man, reform is indeed impossible. And what made the case more sad was that all proof seemed to point to the fact that Walsingham Gribbs was not a bounder nor a rounder, two classes of men who occasionally acquire a stagger and reel in company with hearty boon companions. In short, no one had ever seen Walsingham Gribbs take a drink in public, and I was forced to conclude that he was that horrid type that drinks alone but with unabated zeal, as that great poet Sir Walter Scott has remarked in one of his charming poems. All these investigations of mine were conducted without the knowledge of Walsingham Gribbs. You must admit I did only what was right in keeping them secret from him. For since he had never met my daughter, he might have considered the effect of a perfect stranger to peer into his life as being uncalled for. My wife did what she could to comfort Anne, but Anne sadly replied that she could never marry a man that staggered and reeled day in and day out. Thus, day by day, she became more sad, and I became so upset that I actually sold a narrow-brimmed derby hat to a man with wide, outstanding ears. Of course, this could not go on. No high-grade hat business could support it, and I was standing in my shop door looking gloomily out when I chanced to see Walsingham Gribbs stagger by. I had seen him many times, but now, for the first time, I noticed what I should have noticed before, that he invariably wore a high hat, or topper, as our customers like to call them. I observed that the shape was awful, and that the hat badly needed the iron, and then my mind recurred to the old problem of the vacant space in the top of top hats, but I found I could not concentrate. Whenever I tried to think of top hats, I thought of Walsingham Gribbs in one of them, staggering and reeling up the street, and gradually the thought came that it would be an excellent idea should I be able to so use the space in the top of Walsingham's hat that he should no longer stagger and reel. And then the thought of the gyroscope hat came to me. I admit that at first I put the idea aside as futile, but it came back again and again, and at length it seemed to force me into enthusiasm. I dropped everything and went to work on the gyro hat. The gyroscope is, as everyone knows, a top, and I might have called the hat I invented a top hat, except that any tall cylindrical silk or beaver hat is called a top hat, so I was forced to adopt the name of gyro hat. A gyroscope is not an ordinary top. It is like a heavy flywheel, revolving on an axis, and if it is spun, the speed of the revolutions maintains the axis in the perpendicular. A huge gyroscope is used to steady the Channel steamers, which would otherwise stagger and reel. A gyroscope has just been adopted to the monorail cars, and as long as the gyroscope gyrates, the monorail car cannot stagger or reel. If a proper gyroscope is placed on the end of a knitting needle and gyrated at full speed, that knitting needle will stand on end and would not fall over. Therefore, if a gyroscope was placed in the top of a top hat, and the top hat firmly fastened to the head of a man, and the gyroscope set going, that man would remain perpendicular in spite of anything. He could not stagger, he could not reel, he could walk a line as straight as a crack. When I had completed this gyro hat, I showed it to my wife, and briefly explained what it was and what I meant to do with it. The small but wonderfully powerful motor and the gyroscope itself were all concealed inside the hat, and I explained to my wife that Walsingham Gribbs need but fasten the hat firmly on his head, and he would never stagger again. At first my wife seemed doubtful, but as I went on she became enthusiastic. The only thing she disliked was the method of fastening the hat to the head, for, as it was quite necessary that the hat be very firmly fixed to the head, I had sewed ear tabs to the hat, and these I tied firmly under my chin. My wife said she feared it would require some time to persuade the public to take to silk hats with ear tabs, and that the sight of a man in a silk hat with ear tabs would be a sign that he was a staggerer. She wanted another method of holding the hat onto the head. "Vacuum suction," I said, for I am quick to catch an idea. A man has to be in the hat business. But, I added, where would you get the vacuum? A man cannot be expected to carry a can of vacuum or whatever he would need to carry vacuum in around with him, especially the kind of man that would need the gyro hat. "My dear," said my wife, after a minute of thought, during which we both studied the gyro hat, "I have it. Let the hat make its own vacuum. If the hat is lined with air-type aluminium and has a rubber sweatband and an expulsion valve, the gyroscope motor could pump the air out itself. It could create its own vacuum. Of course it could, I exclaimed. I could rig it up so that putting the hat on the head would start the gyroscope, and the gyroscope would pump a vacuum. All any staggerer would need to do would be to put on his hat, and the hat would do the rest. It would stay on his head, and it would keep him evenly on his keel. Of course, I would not use a nautical term like keel in my hat shop, but at home I allow myself some liberties of that sort. I set to work at once to perfect the gyro hat on the plan suggested by my wife, and in a few days I was able to say it was a success. By this I mean it was a success so far as the eye could judge by looking at the hat, and all that was needed was a practical trial. As the hat had been invented for Walsingham Gribbs more than for any other man, I proposed to my wife that Walsingham, we had spoken of him so often that we now mentioned him as Walsingham, should be the man to try it on. But my wife is better posted in social matters than I, and she said it would not do at all to attempt such a thing. In the first place, none of us knew Walsingham, and in all the other places it would be insulting to suggest such a thing to him, and might ruin Anne's chances. I then assured my wife that I did not mean to allow any ordinary intoxicated man to experiment with the only gyro hat I possessed, and possibly wreck or ruin it. We had too much at stake for that. So, after considerable discussion, my wife and I decided upon what was, after all, the only rational course. I should try out the gyro hat myself. I admit here that I am not much of a drinker. Although not so by principle, I am by action a teetotaler. I consider that the highest good of a hat shop demands it. As a matter of fact, I had never, up till this time, tasted intoxicating liquor, but it was evident to my wife and me that the time had arrived when the hat business demanded this sacrifice on my part. Evidently, if a gyro hat is meant to keep a staggerer and reeler steady on his keel, the only test of the gyro hat must be on the head of a man who, without the hat, could not help staggering and reeling, a thoroughly intoxicated man. We did not, of course, admit Anne into our little conspiracy, and we chose a restaurant where we were sure intoxicants would be sold. We proceeded to the restaurant about the dinner hour, and after studying the waiters carefully, I selected one that seemed likely to know something about intoxicants, and we seated ourselves at his table. I placed the gyro hat carefully across my knees, first setting the starter, and beckoned the waiter to us. "My good fellow," I said, when he approached with his pencil and order card in hand, "I desire to become intoxicated this evening, and I presume you know something about intoxicating liquors." "Yes, sir," said the waiter. "Tell him, Henry," said my wife, "that we also wish something to eat, but that as our principal object is coming here to secure intoxicants, we wish him to be particular about them." "You have heard what the lady said," I told the waiter, "and you will be guided accordingly." "Yes, sir," said the waiter politely. "Does the lady desire to become intoxicated also?" "Heavens, no!" exclaimed my wife. "Certainly not," said the waiter. "Now," I said to the waiter, "you doubtless have different kinds of intoxicating liquors here, some strong and some not so strong, and I do not desire to drink a great quantity to obtain the result I desire. What would you recommend to give the required reeling and staggering condition as quickly as possible?" "Well, sir," he said, "if you will let me advise, I would advise a certain brandy we have. Of that brandy, sir, a little goes a long way. I have seen it work, sir, and I can assure you that a small quantity of that will make you stagger and reel to your heart's content." "Very well," I said. "You may bring me some. I suppose a quart would be enough?" "I beg your pardon, sir," he said, "but have you ever tried the brandy of which I speak?" "I have not," I said. "Then, sir," the waiter said apologetically, "unless you are a very heavy drinker, I would not advise a quart of that brandy. A quart of that brandy, sir, would, if I may so speak, lay you out flat. You would not reel and stagger, sir. You would be paralysed stiff, dead to the world." I thanked the waiter warmly. You observe, I said, that I am not used to this sort of thing, and I appreciate the interest you are taking. I am inclined to leave the matter entirely in your hands. I may not know when I have had exactly the right quantity, but you, with your larger experience, will know, sir. Yes, sir, and I think the lady will know, sir, said the waiter. I found the brandy most unpleasant to the taste, but certain symptoms assured me that the waiter had not belied its effectiveness. Long before the waiter was satisfied that I would stagger and reel, my long-lost vocal prowess returned, and I carolled gaily some songs that had been favourites of my youth. Many of these were affectionate songs, and when I sang them I had a great longing to hold my wife's hand, and did so. But as she would not let me kiss her, I felt the need of kissing the waiter. Here again I was repulsed, but it did not make me angry. I merely slid down in my chair and waved my hand at him coquettishly. "If you please, sir," said the waiter, when I had finished another burst of song, "I think you are pretty ripe now, sir. If you would just get up and walk a few steps, I can tell more definitely." My wife smiled at me reassuringly, and nodded to me that what the waiter proposed had her full sanction. But even so, I was filled with a fear that we were about to be parted for ever, and for a few minutes I clung to her neck, weeping bitter tears. I then tore myself away, and did indeed stagger and reel. I believe I knocked over 2 small tables, and ended by seating myself in the lap of a young man who was dining alone. He accepted my apology before I had spoken more than 15 minutes of it, and then he aided the waiter in steering me back to my table. Whatever may have been my past opinion of Walsingham Gribbs, for it was he, I loved him most dearly at that moment, and in my incoherent manner I tried to tell him so. I think he understood. At any rate, he spoke to my wife like a true gentleman. "Madam," he said, "I can sincerely sympathize with your husband, and if you will allow me, I will gladly help you assist him to a cab. I beg you not to be frightened by his condition. I myself am subject to the same trouble, and although he may seem drunk—" "Seem drunk!" exclaimed my wife. "Seem drunk! I beg you to know that my husband is as drunk as a man can be without being senseless. Either that, or we have been defrauded by this waiter." Walsingham Gribbs looked at my wife, and then smiled. "Very well," he said. "If what you wanted was to have him drunk, I'll admit that he is about the drunkest man I have ever seen. I only spoke as I did in order that I might spare your feelings, for most wives object to seeing their husbands stagger and reel. I myself stagger and reel continually, and I have never tasted intoxicating liquor in my life, but I can share the feelings of one who staggers and reels, or who has a relative that staggers and reels." At this my wife said, "Are you not Walsingham Gribbs? If you are, I am delighted to have met you, even in this unconventional manner, for what brought us here will interest you." She then told him of the gyro-hat I had invented, and explained just why I had come to this place and had swallowed the strong brandy. I took no part in this conversation, but Walsingham gladly agreed to accompany us, and he put my gyro-hat on my head. The result was indeed marvellous. Instantly the vacuum pump began to work, and the gyroscope to revolve. My head, which had been lying on one side, straightened up. The rubber sweatband gripped my head tightly with a slight pulling sensation. Without assistance, I arose from my chair and stood erect. My brain was still confused, but I walked as straight as a string direct to the door of the restaurant, and stood holding it open while my wife and Walsingham passed out. The gyroscope was revolving at a rate of 3,000 revolutions a minute, and the slight humming was hardly noticeable. I did not stagger, and I did not reel. When I reached Gramercy Park, I was full of glee. I had been walking on the edge of the curb, but I now desired to climb atop of the iron fence that surrounds the park, and walk on the points of the pickets. My wife and Walsingham tried to dissuade me, but I climbed to the top of the fence. I not only walked on the points of the pickets easily, but I was able to place the end of one toe on the point of one picket, and thus balanced waved the other leg in the air. My wife and Walsingham Gribbs coaxed me to come down to the level of the walk, but as I saw no reason to do so, I flatly refused, and at last Walsingham reached up and took me by my hand and pulled me. Ordinarily a man that had imbibed a quantity of brandy would have fallen into the street if pulled by one hand while standing on the top of a row of pickets, but I did not. When Walsingham pulled my hand, I inclined gently towards him until I was at right angles to the picket fence, with my feet still on top of the pickets. And when he released my hand, I slowly swung upright again, without any effort whatever on my part. I got down off that fence when I was ready, and not before. There could be no doubt whatever that I was far more intoxicated than Walsingham Gribbs, and all the way home I gave vent to tremendous bursts of laughter over the idea that while Walsingham thought he was seeing me safely home, I walked as straight and true as a general, and he staggered and reeled, except when he clung closely to my arm. Many persons stopped and looked at us, and I cannot wonder at it, for Walsingham is a young man of most dignified countenance, and it must have seemed strange to see a young man of such sober mien reeling drunkenly, while a dignified and steadily walking hatter laughed and shouted drunkenly. It was as if the two of us had been able to afford but one spree and had divided it up that way, he taking the stagger and I taking the boisterousness. My wife was much touched by the kind attentions of Walsingham, and when we reached home she invited him in. And while I found a little harmless amusement in walking up the stair banisters and sliding down them again on my feet, which I was unable to do because of the steadying effect of the gyro-hat, she took Walsingham into the parlour and introduced him to Anne formally. My poor daughter was quite overcome with embarrassment and pleasure, but when Walsingham was sitting he showed no evidence of his stagger and reel whatever, and they managed to become quite well acquainted while my wife was assisting me to bed. Unfortunately, I had neglected to arrange any method for letting the vacuum out of the gyro-hat, and although my wife tugged and pulled at the hat, the suction held it fast to my head, and it refused to come off unless my scalp came with it. My wife decided that I must sleep in the hat, since I was in no condition of mind to do anything about it myself. I was dying for sleep, and my wife tumbled me into bed and pulled the sheet over me, and that same instant I fell into a heavy slumber. But the moment my wife released her grasp on me, I began arising to my feet, irresistibly drawn to the perpendicular by the action of the gyro-hat. I continued to arise until I was standing upright. I can only liken the manner in which I rose to the way a man might raise a stiff arm slowly until it pointed straight upward. My wife immediately pushed me down onto the pillow again, but it was unavailing. Again the gyro-hat drew me to a standing position, and my wife was forced to let me continue my night's rest in that position. The next morning I did not feel very well, but I never saw my wife in better spirits. She told me she was sure Walsingham had taken a great fancy for Anne, for he had asked permission to call again that evening, and my wife said that in her opinion it would be well to take up the matter of the marriage with Walsingham at once, before it went any further. If he meant business, he would be glad to wear the hat, and be rid of his stagger and reel, and if he meant nothing, it would be a good thing to know it, and the sooner we were rid of him, the better. I agreed with her fully, but I spent the day perfecting the vacuum outlet on the hat. I must admit that Walsingham seemed somewhat surprised when I made the suggestion to him that evening. For a few minutes he did not seem to know what to say. Perhaps it was a little overcoming to have the parents of Anne suggest the idea of marriage in this offhand manner, and at the same time propose the wearing of the gyro-hat. But Walsingham was a gentleman, and when he glanced up, after his first surprise, and saw Anne gazing at him appealingly, with her hands clasped, I could see that love had won. But instead of acquiescing immediately, Walsingham Gribbs took one of Anne's hands in his, and after patting it spoke directly to me. "Sir," he said, "I cannot but appreciate the delicate manner in which you have handled this matter, but if I am only too glad to find that there is a hat that will correct my unfortunate staggering and reeling, and if I am glad to accept your offer of that hat, I feel it due to myself to assure you that liquor has nothing whatever to do with my staggering and reeling. I am the victim of an unfortunate experience of my youthful days. My father was a man of many ideas and always trying to make the world better. He had a neighbour that had a mule. It was a mouse-coloured mule and very stubborn, and it used to wring my father's heart to see the neighbour belabour that mule with a heavy whip, trying to make the mule proceed in a direction in which it did not wish to go. The mule was quite willing to go toward the barn, where the feed was kept, but it often refused to go in the opposite direction, although it would go well enough if it was once started. My father, therefore, conceived the idea of what he called the Gribb's Mule Reverser. This was a circular platform, large enough to hold a mule and his loaded wagon, and beneath the platform was a motor capable of revolving the platform. All that was necessary was to place the mule and the wagon on the platform and start the mule in the direction of home, and then suddenly turn the platform in the direction the mule was desired to go, and the mule would proceed, unwittingly, in that direction. A very excellent idea, I said. Except that it would not work in the least, said Walsingham. In the first place, it was necessary to dig a pit 5 feet square beneath the revolving platform to contain the motor, and this was not always convenient. In the second place, the platform and motor would hardly ever happen to be where the mule balked, and it would have been a great deal easier to load the mule on a wagon than to load the platform and motor on 3 wagons. And in the third place, if the mule would not start homeward, neither would it start onto the platform of the mule reverser. So, after my father had tried the platform in our backyard with a mule on it, and the revolutions had thrown the mule up against the side of the barn, breaking both the mule and the barn, he decided that other things were better to invent, and abandoned the platform. I and the lads in the neighbourhood found this a good place to play, and one day I was standing exactly in the centre of the platform when one of the boys happened to start the motor. I had sense enough to remain exactly in the centre of the platform, or I would have been thrown off and possibly killed, for the platform was revolving at the rate of 8,000 revolutions a minute. The motor had power to revolve the platform slowly when loaded with a mule and loaded wagon, so it was capable of immense speed with only a small boy on it. When my companions saw what they had done, continued Walsingham, they all ran away, and for 4 hours I remained in the centre of that platform, being revolved at an enormous speed, and when my father came home and stopped the platform, I staggered and reeled and fell in a heap at his feet. That is how I acquired my unfortunate stagger and unpleasant reel, and I have only told you this that you may have no unjust suspicions. But why, asked my wife, who had been greatly interested in Walsingham's story, do you not revolve in the opposite direction and unwind yourself, as they used to say? Madam, said Walsingham, I have. Every night, for 1 hour before I go to bed, I revolve, but it requires an immense number of revolutions to overcome such a spin as I had in my youth. He waited a moment and then said, But I am now ready to try the Gyro-Hat. I looked out of the window and hesitated. A thin rain was falling and was freezing as it fell, and I hated to have a good silk Gyro-Hat go out into such weather, but as a leading hatter I felt that it would never do for me to seem small and pickany-ish in regard to hats. I remembered that a really good silk hat should not be ruined by a few drops of water, and I saw that if anything could convince Anne and Walsingham that the Gyro-Hat held their happiness, it would be a trial on such slippery walks as the evening had provided. So I brought down the hat and pressed it on Walsingham's head. Instantly the vacuum creator began to work, and the hat clung fast to his head. He arose to his feet and walked across the parlour in a perfectly steady manner and out into the hall. I held open the front door and he stepped out. Walsingham crossed the porch with as steady a tread as ever any man crossed the porch of a high-class hatter. But when he reached the top step, his foot struck the ice and he slipped. He did not stagger nor reel. If he fell steadily. I can best liken his fall to the action of a limber reed when the wind strikes it. He inclined slowly with his feet still on the top step, and continued to incline until his head touched the walk below with considerable violence. and then his foot slipped down the edges of the steps until they rested on the walk. I never saw a more graceful fall, and I was about to congratulate Walsingham when he began to incline toward the perpendicular again in the same slow manner. But this was not the reason I held my words. The reason was that the Gyro-Hat and Walsingham were behaving in a most unaccountable manner. Walsingham was revolving. I discovered later that the fall had jammed the gyroscope on the pivot, so the gyroscope could not revolve without revolving the whole hat. And as the hat was firmly suctioned to Walsingham, the hat could not revolve without revolving Walsingham. For an instant, Walsingham revolved away from us down the walk, and Anne gave a great cry, but almost at that moment Walsingham regained the upright and began to revolve rapidly. The icy walk offered no purchase for his feet, and this was indeed lucky, for if it had, his head would have continued to revolve none the less, and the effect would have been fatal. I estimated that Walsingham was revolving at a rate of perhaps 1,500 revolutions a minute, and it was some minutes before my wife was able so far to recover from the shock of seeing her prospective son-in-law whirl thus as to ask me to stop him. My first impulse was to do so, but my long training as a hatter made me a careful, thoughtful man, and I gently pushed my wife back. "My dear," I said, "let us pause and consider this case. Here we have Walsingham revolving rapidly. He is revolving in one of the only two directions in which he can revolve, the direction in which he revolved on the mule reverser, or the opposite direction. If it is the opposite direction, all is well, for he will be unwound in a few hours, if his neck is not wrung in the meantime. If it is in the same direction, it will be no use to stop him now, for by this time he will be in such a condition of reeling and staggering that we would not have him as a son-in-law on any terms. I propose, therefore, to let him spin here for a few hours, when he will have had a full recovery, or be permanently too dizzy for any use." My wife, and Anne too, saw the wisdom of this course, and as it was very miserable weather outside, we all withdrew to my parlour, from the window of which we could watch Walsingham revolve. Occasionally, when he seemed about to revolve off the walk, I went out and pushed him on again. I figured that by 6 o'clock in the morning he would be sufficiently revolved, provided he was revolving in the right direction, and at midnight I sent my wife and Anne to bed. I fear Anne slept but little that night, for she must have had a lover's natural anxiety as to how all this was to turn out. At 6 in the morning I called Anne and my wife, and we went into the yard to stop Walsingham, and it was not until I had carefully walked down the porch steps that it came to me that I had no way of stopping him whatever. To add to my dismay, I knew that when the sun arose the thin ice would melt, and as Walsingham's feet could no longer slip easily, he would in all probability be wrenched in two, a most unsatisfactory condition for a son-in-law. But while I was standing in dismay, love found a way, as love always will, and Anne rushed to the cellar and brought out the step-ladder and the ice-pick. Placing the step-ladder close to Walsingham, she climbed it, and holding the point of the ice-pick in the exact centre of the top of the hat, she pushed down. In a moment a sizzling noise told us that she had bored a hole in the hat, letting the vacuum escape, and the hat flew from Walsingham's head. Slower and slower he revolved, until he stood quite still, and then, without a reel or a stagger, he walked up to me and grasped my hand, while tears told me the thanks he could not utter. He had revolved in the right direction. He was cured. End of An Experiment in Gyro-Hats by Ellis Parker Butler. Recorded by BarryHaworth, Brisbane, Australia.
Entrance and Exit by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Entrance and Exit by Algernon Blackwood. These three, the old physicist, the girl, and the young Anglican parson who was engaged to her, stood by the window of the country house. The blinds were not yet drawn. They could see the dark clump of pines in the field, with crests silhouetted against the pale wintry sky of the February afternoon. Snow, freshly fallen, lay upon lawn and hill. A big moon was already lighting up. "Yes, that's the wood," the old man said. "And it was this very day 50 years ago, February 13th. The man disappeared from its shadows, swept in this extraordinary, incredible fashion into invisibility, into some other place. Can you wonder the grove is haunted?" A strange impressiveness of manner belied the laugh following the words. "Oh, please tell us," the girl whispered. "We're all alone now." Curiosity triumphed, yet a vague alarm betrayed itself in the questioning glance she cast for protection at her younger companion, whose fine face, on the other hand, wore an expression that was grave and singularly rapt. He was listening keenly. "As though nature," the physicist went on, half to himself, "here and there concealed vacuums, gaps, holes in space." His mind was always speculative, more than speculative, some said. "Through which a man might drop into invisibility, a new direction, in fact, at right angles to the three known ones. Higher space, as Boyer, Gauss, and Hinton might call it, and what you, with your mystical turn," looking toward the young priest, "might consider a spiritual change of condition, into a region where space and time do not exist, and where all dimensions are possible, because they are one." "But please the story," the girl begged, not understanding these dark sayings. "Although I'm not sure that Arthur ought to hear it, he's much too interested in such queer things as it is." Smiling, yet uneasy, she stood closer to his side, as though her body might protect his soul. "Very briefly, then, you shall hear what I remember of this haunting, for I was barely 10 years old at the time. It was evening, clear and cold like this, with snow and moonlight, when someone reported to my father that a peculiar sound, variously described as crying, singing, wailing, was heard in the grove. He paid no attention until my sister heard it too and was frightened. Then he sent a groom to investigate. Though the night was brilliant, the man took a lantern. We watched from this very window till we lost his figure against the trees, and the lantern stopped swinging suddenly, as if he had put it down. It remained motionless. We waited half an hour, and then my father, curiously excited, I remember, went out quickly, and I, utterly terrified, went after him. We followed his tracks, which came to an end beside the lantern, the last step being a stride almost impossible for a man to have made. All around the snow was unbroken by a single mark, but the man himself had vanished. Then we heard him calling for help. Above, behind, beyond us, from all directions at once, yet from none, came the sound of his voice. But though we called back, he made no answer, and gradually his cries grew fainter and fainter, as if going into tremendous distance, and at last died away altogether. "And the man himself?" asked both listeners. "Never returned. From that day to this has never been seen. At intervals for weeks and months. Afterwards reports came in that he was still heard crying, always crying for help. With time even these reports ceased. For most of us," he added under his breath, "and that is all I know, a mere outline, as you see." The girl did not quite like the story, for the old man's manner made it too convincing. She was half disappointed, half frightened. "See, there are the others coming home," she exclaimed with a note of relief, pointing to a group of figures moving over the snow near the pine trees. "Now we can think of tea." She crossed the room to busy herself with the friendly tray as the servant approached to fasten the shutters. The young priest, however, deeply interested, talked on with their host, though in a voice almost too low for her to hear. Only the final sentences reached her, making her uneasy, absurdly so she thought, till afterwards. "For matter, as we know, interpenetrates matter," she heard, "and two objects may conceivably occupy the same space. The odd thing really is that one should hear but not see, that airwaves should bring the voice, yet ether waves fail to bring the picture." And then the older man, as if certain places in nature, yes, invited the change. Places where these extraordinary forces stir from the earth as from the surface of a living being with organs. Places like islands, mountain tops, pine woods, especially pines isolated from their kind. You know the queer results of digging absolutely virgin soil, of course, and that theory of the earth's being alive. The voice dropped again. States of mind always helping the forces of the place. She caught the priest's reply in part, such as conditions induced by music, by intense listening, by certain moments in the Mass even, by ecstasy, or— "I say, what do you think?" cried a girl's voice as the others came in with welcome chatter and odours of tweeds and open fields. "As we passed your old haunted pine wood we heard such a queer noise, like someone wailing or crying. Caesar howled and ran, and Harry refused to go in and investigate. He positively funked it." They all laughed. "More like a rabbit in a trap than a person crying," explained Harry, a blush kindly concealing his startling pallor. "I wanted my tea too much to bother about an old rabbit." It was some time after tea when the girl became aware that the priest had disappeared, and putting two and two together, ran in alarm to her host's study. Quite easily, from the hastily opened shutters, they saw his figure moving across the snow. The moon was very bright over the world, yet he carried a lantern that shone pale yellow against the white brilliance. "Oh, for God's sake, quick!" she cried, pale with fear. "Quick, or we're too late. Arthur's simply wild about such things. Oh, I might have known, I might have guessed, and this is the very night. I'm terrified." By the time he had found his overcoat and slipped around the house with her from the back door, the lantern, they saw, was already swinging close to the pine wood. The night was still as ice, bitterly cold. Breathlessly they ran, following the tracks. Halfway his steps diverged and were plainly visible in the virgin snow by themselves. They heard the whispering of the branches ahead of them, for pines cry even when no air stirs. "Follow me close," said the old man sternly. The lantern, he already saw, lay upon the ground unattended. No human figure was anywhere visible. "See, the steps come to an end here," he whispered, stooping down as soon as they reached the lantern. The tracks, hitherto so regular, showed an odd wavering, the snow curiously disturbed. Quite suddenly they stopped. The final step was a very long one, a stride almost immense, as though he was pushed forward from behind, muttered the old man, too low to be overheard, or sucked forward from in front, as in a fall. The girl would have dashed forward but for his strong restraining grasp. She clutched him, uttering a sudden dreadful cry. "Hark! I hear his voice!" she almost sobbed. They stood still to listen. A mystery that was more than the mystery of night closed about their hearts, a mystery that is beyond life and death, that only great awe and terror can summon from the deeps of the soul. Out of the heart of the trees, 50 feet away, issued a crying voice, half wailing, half singing, very faint. "Help! Help!" it sounded through the still night. "For the love of God, pray for me!" The melancholy rustling of the pines followed, and then again the singular crying voice shot past above their heads, now in front of them, now once more behind. It sounded everywhere. It grew fainter and fainter, fading away, it seemed, into distance that somehow was appalling. The grove, however, was empty of all but the sighing wind, the snow unbroken by any tread. The moon threw inky shadows. The cold bit. It was a terror of ice and death in this awful singing cry. "But why, pray?" screamed the girl, distracted, frantic with her bewildered terror. "Why, pray? Let us do something to help. Do something." She swung round in a circle, nearly falling to the ground. Suddenly she perceived that the old man had dropped to his knees in the snow beside her and was praying. "Because the forces of prayer, of thought, of the will to help, alone can reach and succor him where he now is," was all the answer she got. And a moment later both figures were kneeling in the snow, praying, so to speak, their very heart's life out. The search may be imagined, the steps taken by police, friends, newspapers, by the whole country, in fact. But the most curious part of this queer, higher space adventure is the end of it. At least, the end so far as at present known. For after 3 weeks, when the winds of March were aroar about the land, there crept over the fields toward the house the small dark figure of a man. He was thin, pallid as a ghost, worn and fearfully emaciated, but upon his face and in his eyes were traces of an astonishing radiance, a glory unlike anything ever seen. It may of course have been deliberate, or it may have been a genuine loss of memory only. None could say, least of all the girl whom his return snatched from the gates of death. But at any rate, what had come to pass during the interval of this amazing disappearance, he has never yet been able to reveal. "And you must never ask me," he would say to her, and repeat even after his complete and speedy restoration to bodily health, "for I simply cannot tell. I know no language, you see, that could express it. I was near you all the time, but I was also elsewhere and otherwise." End of Entrance and Exit by Algernon Blackwood.